Chapter 8. The Expansive Solutions, the Appeal of Mastery. In all neurotic developments, the alienation from self is the nuclear problem. In all of them we find the search for glory, the should, the claims, the self-hate, and the various measures to relieve tension. But we do not yet have a picture of how these factors operate in a particular neurotic structure. Such a picture depends upon the kind of solution the individual finds for his intrapsychic conflicts. Before we can adequately describe these solutions, however, we must clarify the inner constellation generated by the pride system and the conflicts involved in it. We understand that there is a conflict between the pride system and the real self. But, as I have already indicated, a major conflict also arises within the pride system itself. Self-glorification and self-contempt do not constitute a conflict. In fact, as long as we think only in terms of the two diametrically opposed images of ourselves, we recognize contradictory and yet complementary self-evaluations, but we are not aware of the conflicting drives. This picture changes when we look at it from a different perspective and focus the question, how do we experience ourselves? The inner constellation produces a fundamental uncertainty about the feeling of identity. Who am I? Am I the proud superhuman being, or am I the subdued, guilty and rather despicable creature? Unless he is a poet or a philosopher, the individual usually does not raise such questions consciously. But the existing bewilderment does appear in dreams. In many ways the loss of identity can there be expressed directly and succinctly. The dreamer may have lost his passport, or when asked to identify himself be unable to do so. Or perhaps an old friend of his will appear in his dream looking quite different from the way he remembers him. Or he may look at a portrait but the picture frame encloses an empty canvas. Much more frequently the dreamer is not explicitly puzzled by the question of his identity but presents himself in terms of divergent symbols, different people, animals, plants, or inanimate objects. He may appear in one and the same dream as himself, as Sir Galahad, and as a threatening monster. He may be the kidnapped victim and the gangster, the prisoner and the jailer, the judge and the culprit, the torturer and the tortured, the frightened child and the rattlesnake. This self-dramatization shows the divergent forces operating within a person, and the interpretation can be of great assistance in recognizing them. The dreamer's tendency toward resignation, for instance, may be expressed by a resigned person playing a role in the dream, his self-contempt, by cockroaches on the kitchen floor. But this is not the entire significance of self-dramatization. The very fact of its occurrence, the reason for mentioning it here, also indicates our capacity to experience ourselves as different selves. The same capacity also shows in the often blatant discrepancy between the way a person experiences himself in daily life on the one hand and in his dreams on the other. In his conscious mind he may be the mastermind, the savior of mankind, the one for whom no achievement is impossible, while at the same time in his dreams he may be a freak, a sputtering idiot, or a derelict lying in the gutter. Finally, even in his conscious way of experiencing himself, a neurotic may shuttle between a feeling of arrogant omnipotence and of being the scum of the earth. This is particularly obvious in, but by no means restricted to, alcoholics, who at one moment may be up in the clouds, making great gestures and grandiose promises, and at the next be abject and cringing. These multiple ways of experiencing self correspond to the existing inner configuration. Leaving out more complex possibilities, the neurotic can feel himself as his glorified self, as his despised self, and at times, although this is mostly blocked out, as his true self. He thus in fact must feel uncertain about his identity. And as long as the inner constellation obtains, the question "who am I?" is unanswerable indeed. What interests us more at this juncture is the fact that these different experiences of self are by necessity conflicting. To be more exact, a conflict is bound to arise because the neurotic identifies himself in toto with his superior proud self and with his despised self. If he experiences himself as a superior being, he tends to be expansive in his strivings and his belief about what he can achieve. He tends to be more or less openly arrogant, ambitious, aggressive, and demanding. He feels self-sufficient. He is disdainful of others. He requires admiration or blind obedience. Conversely, if in his mind he is his subdued self, he tends to feel helpless, is compliant and appeasing, depends upon others and craves their affection. In other words, the identification in toto with one or the other self entails not only opposite kinds of self-evaluation but also opposite attitudes toward others, opposite kinds of behavior, opposite sets of values, opposite drives, and opposite kinds of satisfaction. If these two ways of experiencing himself operate at the same time, he must feel like two people pulling in opposite directions. And this indeed is the significance of the identification in toto with the two existing selves. There is not only a conflict, but a conflict of sufficient impact to tear him apart. If he does not succeed in diminishing the resulting tension, anxiety is bound to arise. He may then, if so disposed for other reasons, take to drinking to allay his anxiety. But usually, as in any conflict of great intensity, attempts at solution set in automatically. There are three main ways of solving such a solution. One of them is presented in literature as the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll recognizes that there are two sides of him, roughly presented as the sinner and the saint, with neither of them being himself, at perennial war with each other. If each, I told myself, could be housed in separate identities, life would be relieved of all that was unbearable, and he compounds a medicine by dint of which he can dissociate these two selves. If the story is divested of its fantastic garb, it represents the attempt to solve the conflict by compartmentalizing. Many patients veer in this direction. They experience themselves successively as extremely self-effacing and as grandiose and expansive without feeling disquieted by this contradiction, because in their minds the two selves are disconnected. But, as Stevenson's story indicates, this attempt cannot be successful. As we put it in the last chapter, it is too partial a solution. A more radical one follows the pattern of streamlining, which is typical of so many neurotic patients. This is the attempt to suppress permanently and rigidly oneself and be exclusively the other. A third way of solving the conflict is by withdrawing interest from the inner battle and resigning from active psychic living. There are then, to recapitulate, two major intrapsychic conflicts brought about by the pride system, the central inner conflict and the one between the proud and the despised self. In the analyzed person, or in the patient at the beginning of analysis, these do not, however, appear as two separate conflicts. This is partly because the real self is a potential force but not yet an actual one. Also, however, the patient tends to despise summarily in himself all that is not invested with pride, which would include his real self. For these reasons the two conflicts seem to merge into one, that between being expansive and being self-effacing. Only after much analytic work does the central inner conflict appear as a separate conflict. At the present state of knowledge, the major neurotic solutions for intrapsychic conflicts seem to be the most appropriate basis for establishing types of neuroses. We must keep in mind, though, that our desire for neat classification better satisfies our need for order and guidance than it does justice to the multifariousness of human life. To speak of human types, or, as we do here, of neurotic types, is after all merely a means of looking at personalities from certain vantage points. And what we use as criteria will be those factors which appear crucial in the framework of the particular psychological system. In this restricted sense, every attempt to establish types has certain merits and also definite limitations. In the framework of my psychological theories, the neurotic character structure is central. And so my criteria for types cannot be this or that symptomatic picture, or this or that individual trend. It can be only the peculiarities of a whole neurotic structure. These in turn are largely determined by the major solutions a person has found for his inner conflicts. While this criterion is more comprehensive than many others used in typologies, its usefulness is nevertheless also limited, because of the many reservations and qualifications we must make. To begin with, although people tending toward the same main solution have characteristic similarities, they may differ widely with regard to the level of human qualities, gifts, or achievements involved. Moreover, what we regard as types are actually cross-sections of personalities in which the neurotic process has led to rather extreme developments with pronounced characteristics. but there is always an indeterminate range of intermediate structures deriding any precise classification. These complexities are further enhanced by the fact that, owing to the process of psychic fragmentation, even in extreme instances there is often more than one main solution. Most cases are mixed cases, says William James, and we should not treat our classifications with too much respect. Perhaps it would be more nearly correct to speak of directions of development than of types. With these qualifications in mind, we can distinguish three major solutions from the aspect of the problems presented in this book: the expansive solution, the self-effacing solution, and resignation. In the expansive solutions, the individual prevailingly identifies himself with his glorified self. When speaking of himself, he means, with pure gynt, his very grandiose self. Or, as one patient put it, I exist only as a superior being. The feeling of superiority that goes with this solution is not necessarily conscious, but, whether conscious or not, largely determines behavior, strivings, and attitudes toward life in general. The appeal of life lies in its mastery. It chiefly entails his determination, conscious or unconscious, to overcome every obstacle, in or outside himself, and the belief that he should be able, and in fact is able, to do so. He should be able to master the adversities of fate, the difficulties of a situation, the intricacies of intellectual problems, the resistances of other people, conflicts in himself. The reverse side of the necessity for mastery is his dread of anything connoting helplessness. This is the most pointed dread he has. When looking superficially at the expansive types, we get a picture of people who, in a streamlined way, are bent on self-glorification, on ambitious pursuits, on vindictive triumph, with the mastery of life through intelligence and willpower as the means to actualize their idealized self. And, barring all differences in premises, individual concepts, and terminology, this is the way Freud and Adler have seen these people, as driven by the need for narcissistic self-aggrandizement or for being on top. However, when we go far enough in the analysis of such patients, we discover self-effacing trends in all of them, trends which they have not only suppressed but which they hate and loathe. The first picture we get is the one-sided aspect of themselves which they pretend is their whole being in order to create a subjective feeling of unity. The rigidity with which they hang on to the expansive trends is not only owing to the compulsive character of these trends but also to the necessity to eliminate from awareness all traces of self-effacing trends and all traces of self-accusations, self-doubts, self-contempt. As described in the first chapter, only in this way can they maintain the subjective conviction of superiority and mastery. The point of danger on this score is the realization of unfulfilled should, because this would elicit feelings of guilt and unworthiness. Since nobody can in actual fact measure up to should he has, it is indispensable for such a person to use all available means to deny his failures to himself. By dint of imagination, highlighting good qualities, blotting out others, behavioristic perfection, externalizations, he must try to maintain in his mind a picture of himself of which he can be proud. He must, as it were, put up an unconscious bluff and live with the pretense of being all-knowing, all-generous, all-fair, etc. He must never, and under any conditions, be aware that by comparison with his glorified self he has feet of clay. In relation to others one of two feelings may prevail. He may be extremely proud, consciously or unconsciously, of his faculty of fooling everybody, and in his arrogance and contempt for others believes that he actually succeeds in this. Conversely, he is most afraid of being fooled himself and may feel it as a profound humiliation if he is. Or he may have a constant lurking fear of being just a bluff, more intensely so than other neurotic types. Even though, for instance, he may have gained success or honors through honest work, he will still feel that he has achieved them by putting something over on others. This makes him excessively sensitive to criticism and failure, or to the mere possibility of failure or of his bluff being called by criticism. This group in turn includes many heterogeneous types, as demonstrated by a brief survey anyone can make of patients, friends, or literary characters. Among the individual differences, the most crucial one concerns the capacity to enjoy life and to have positive feelings for others. Both Pierre Gynt and Hedda Gabler, for instance, are their aggrandized versions of themselves, but what a difference in emotional climate. Other relevant differences depend upon the ways in which the type eliminates from awareness the realization of imperfections. There are also variations in the nature of the claims made, their justifications, and the means of their assertion. We must consider at least three subdivisions of the expansive type: the narcissistic, the perfectionistic, and the arrogant vindictive type. I shall be brief about the first two, because they have been well described in psychiatric literature, but go into greater detail with the last one. I use the term narcissism with some hesitation, because in the classic Freudian literature it includes rather indiscriminately every kind of self-inflation, egocentricity, anxious concern with one's welfare, and withdrawal from others. The difference between the present concept and that propounded in New Ways is as follows. In New Ways I put the emphasis on self-inflation, and I derived this from the alienation from others, the loss of self, and the impairment of self-confidence. All of this remains true, but the process leading up to narcissism as I see it now is more complex. I would be inclined to differentiate now between self-idealization and narcissism, using the latter in the sense of feeling identified with one's idealized self. Self-idealization occurs in all neuroses and represents an attempt to solve early inner conflicts. Narcissism, on the other hand, is one of the several solutions of the conflict between expansive and self-effacing drives. I take it here in its original descriptive sense of being in love with one's idealized image. More precisely, the person is his idealized self and seems to adore it. This basic attitude gives him the buoyancy or the resiliency entirely lacking in the other groups. It gives him a seeming abundance of self-confidence which appears enviable to all those chafing under self-doubts. He has, consciously, no doubts. He is the anointed, the man of destiny, the prophet, the great giver, the benefactor of mankind. All of this contains a grain of truth. He often is gifted beyond average, early and easily won distinctions, and sometimes was the favored and admired child. This unquestioned belief in his greatness and uniqueness is the key to understanding him. His buoyancy and perennial youthfulness stem from this source. So does his often fascinating charm. Yet clearly, his gifts notwithstanding, he stands on precarious ground. He may speak incessantly of his exploits or of his wonderful qualities and needs endless confirmation of his estimate of himself in the form of admiration and devotion. His feeling of mastery lies in his conviction that there is nothing he cannot do and no one he cannot win. He is often charming indeed, particularly when new people come into his orbit. Regardless of their factual importance for him, he must impress them. He gives the impression to himself and others that he loves people. And he can be generous, with a scintillating display of feeling, with flattery, with favors and help, in anticipation of admiration or in return for devotion received. He endows his family and his friends, as well as his work and plans, with glowing attributes. He can be quite tolerant, does not expect others to be perfect. He can even stand jokes about himself, so long as these merely highlight an amiable peculiarity of his, but he must never be questioned seriously. His should are no less inexorable than in other forms of neurosis, as appears during analytic work. But it is characteristic for him to deal with them by the use of a magic wand. His capacity to overlook flaws, or to turn them into virtues, seems unlimited. A sober onlooker would often call him unscrupulous, or at least unreliable. He does not seem to mind breaking promises, being unfaithful, incurring debts, defrauding. Consider John Gabriel Borkman. He is not, however, a scheming exploiter. He feels rather that his needs or his tasks are so important that they entitle him to every privilege. He does not question his rights and expects others to love him unconditionally, no matter how much he actually trespasses on their rights. His difficulties appear both in his relations to people and in his work. His being at bottom unrelated to others is bound to show in close relations. The simple fact that others have wishes or opinions of their own, that they may look at him critically or take exception to his shortcomings, that they expect something of him. All these are felt as a poisonous humiliation and arouse a smoldering resentment. He may then explode in a burst of rage and go to others who understand him better. And, since this process occurs in most of his relations, he is often lonely. His difficulties in work life are manifold. His plans are often too expansive. He does not reckon with limitations. He overrates his capacities. His pursuits may be too diversified, and therefore failures occur easily. Up to a point his resilience gives him a capacity to bounce, but on the other hand repeated failures in enterprises or in human relations, rejections, may also crush him altogether. The self-hate and self-contempt, successfully held in abeyance otherwise, may then operate in full force. He may go into depressions, psychotic episodes, or even kill himself or, more often, through self-destructive urges, incur an accident or succumb to an illness. A final word about his feeling toward life in general. On the surface he is rather optimistic, turns outward toward life, and wants joy and happiness. But there are undercurrents of despondency and pessimism. Measuring by the yardstick of infinitude, of the attainment of fantastic happiness, he cannot help sensing a painful discrepancy in his life. As long as he is on the crest of a wave, he cannot possibly admit that he has failed in anything, especially in mastering life. The discrepancy is not in him but in life as such. Thus he may see a tragic quality in life, not the one that does exist but the one which he brings to it. The type of the second subgroup, moving in the direction of perfectionism, identifies himself with his standards. This type feels superior because of his high standards, moral and intellectual, and on this basis looks down on others. His arrogant contempt for others, though, is hidden, from himself as well, behind polished friendliness, because his very standards prohibit such irregular feelings. His ways of beclouding the issue of unfulfilled should are twofold. In contrast to the narcissistic type, he does make strenuous efforts to measure up to his should by fulfilling duties and obligations, by polite and orderly manners, by not telling obvious lies, etc. When speaking of perfectionistic people, we often think merely of those who keep meticulous order, are overly punctilious and punctual, have to find just the right word, or must wear just the right necktie or hat. But these are only the superficial aspects of their need to attain the highest degree of excellence. What really matters is not those petty details but the flawless excellence of the whole conduct of life. But, since all he can achieve is behavioristic perfection, another device is necessary. This is to equate in his mind standards and actualities, knowing about moral values and being a good person. The self-deception involved is all the more hidden from him since, in reference to others, he may insist upon their actually living up to his standards of perfection and despise them for failing to do so. His own self-condemnation is thus externalized. As confirmation of his opinion of himself, he needs respect from others rather than glowing admiration, which he tends to scorn. Accordingly his claims are based less on a naive belief in his greatness than, as we have described it in Chapter 2 on neurotic claims, on a deal he had secretly made with life. Because he is fair, just, dutiful, he is entitled to fair treatment by others and by life in general. This conviction of an infallible justice operating in life gives him a feeling of mastery. His own perfection therefore is not only a means to superiority but also one to control life. The idea of undeserved fortune, whether good or bad, is alien to him. His own success, prosperity, or good health is therefore less something to be enjoyed than a proof of his virtue. Conversely, any misfortune befalling him, such as the loss of a child, an accident, the infidelity of his wife, the loss of a job, may bring this seemingly well-balanced person to the verge of collapse. He not only resents ill fortune as unfair but, over and beyond this, is shaken by it to the foundations of his psychic existence. It invalidates his whole accounting system and conjures up the ghastly prospect of helplessness. His other breaking points we mentioned when discussing the tyranny of the should, his recognition of an error or failure of his own making, and his finding himself caught between contradictory should. Just as a misfortune pulls the ground away from under him, so does a realization of his own fallibility. Self-effacing trends and undiluted self-hate, kept in check successfully hitherto, then may come to the fore. The third type, moving in the direction of arrogant vindictiveness, is identified with his pride. His main motivating force in life is his need for vindictive triumph. As Harold Kellman said with reference to traumatic neuroses, vindictiveness here becomes a way of life. The need for vindictive triumph is a regular ingredient in any search for glory. Our interest therefore is not so much concerned with the existence of this need but with its overwhelming intensity. How can the idea of triumph get such a hold on an individual that he spends all his life chasing after it? Surely it must be fed by a multitude of powerful sources. But the knowledge of these sources alone does not sufficiently elucidate its formidable power. In order to arrive at a fuller understanding, we must approach the problem from still another vantage point. Even though in others the impact of the need for vengeance and triumph can be poignant, it usually is kept within limits by three factors: love, fear, and self-preservation. Only if these checks are temporarily or permanently malfunctioning can the vindictiveness involve the total personality, thereby becoming a kind of integrating force, as in media, and sway it altogether in the one direction of vengeance and triumph. And in the type to be discussed, it is the combination of these two processes, powerful impulse and insufficient checks, that accounts for the magnitude of vindictiveness. Great writers have intuitively grasped this combination and have presented it in more impressive forms than a psychiatrist can hope to do. I am thinking for instance of Captain Ahab in Moby Dick, of Heathcliff in Wuthering Heights, and of Julian in The Red and the Black. We shall start by describing how vindictiveness shows in human relations. An impelling need for triumph makes this type extremely competitive. As a matter of fact, he cannot tolerate anybody who knows or achieves more than he does, wields more power, or in any way questions his superiority. Compulsively he has to drag his rival down or defeat him. Even if he subordinates himself for the sake of his career, he is scheming for ultimate triumph. Not being tied by feelings of loyalty, he easily can become treacherous. What he actually achieves with his often indefatigable work depends on his gifts. But with all his planning and scheming he will often achieve nothing worthwhile, not only because he is unproductive but because he is too self-destructive, as we shall see presently. The most conspicuous manifestations of his vindictiveness are violent rages. These spells of vindictive fury can be so formidable that he himself may become frightened lest he do something irreparable when out of control. Patients may, for instance, actually be scared of killing somebody when under the influence of alcohol, i.e., when their usual controls do not operate. The impulse for revengeful actions can be strong enough to override the cautious prudence which usually governs their behavior. When seized by vindictive wrath, they may indeed jeopardize their lives, their security, their jobs, their social positions. An example from literature is Stendhal's The Red and the Black, where Julian shoots Madame de Renal after having read the letter slandering him. We shall understand the recklessness involved later on. Even more important than these, after all, rare eruptions of vindictive passion is the permanent vindictiveness which pervades the attitude of this type toward people. He is convinced that everybody at bottom is malevolent and crooked, that friendly gestures are hypocritical, that it is only wisdom to regard everyone with distrust unless he has been proved honest. But even such proof will readily make room for suspicion at the slightest provocation. In his behavior toward others he is openly arrogant, often rude and offensive, although sometimes this is covered up by a thin veneer of civil politeness. In subtle and gross ways, with or without realizing it, he humiliates others and exploits them. He may use women for the satisfaction of his sexual needs with utter disregard for their feelings. With a seemingly naive egocentricity, he will use people as a means to an end. He frequently makes and maintains contacts exclusively on the basis of their serving his need for triumph, people he can use as stepping stones in his career, influential women he can conquer and subdue, followers who give him blind recognition and augment his power. He is a past master in frustrating others, frustrating their small and big hopes, their needs for attention, reassurance, time, company, enjoyment. When others remonstrate against such treatment, it is their neurotic sensitivity that makes them react this way. Most expressions of vindictiveness have been described by others, and by myself, as sadistic trends. The term sadistic focuses on the satisfaction to be gained from the power to subject others to pain or indignity. Satisfaction, excitement, thrill, glee, undoubtedly can be present in sexual and non-sexual situations, and for these the term sadistic seems to be sufficiently meaningful. My suggestion to replace the term sadistic in its general use by vindictive asterisk is based on the contention that for all so-called sadistic trends, vindictive needs are the crucial motivating force. When these trends come into clear relief during analysis, he may regard them as legitimate weapons in the struggle of all against all. He would be a fool not to be on guard, not to muster his energies for a defensive warfare. He must always be prepared to strike back. He must always and under all conditions be the invincible master of the situation. The most important expression of his vindictiveness toward others is in the kind of claims he makes and the way he asserts them. He may not be openly demanding and not at all aware of having or making any claims, but in fact he feels entitled both to having his neurotic needs implicitly respected and to being permitted his utter disregard of others' needs or wishes. He feels entitled, for instance, to the unabridged expression of his unfavorable observations and criticisms, but feels equally entitled never to be criticized himself. He is entitled to decide how often or how seldom to see a friend and what to do with the time spent together. Conversely, he also is entitled not to have others express any expectations or objections on this score. Whatever accounts for the inner necessity of such claims, they certainly express a contemptuous disregard for others. When they are not fulfilled, there ensues a punitive vindictiveness which may run the whole gamut from irritability to sulking, to making others feel guilty, to open rages. In part these are his responses of indignation to feeling frustrated. But the undiluted expression of these feelings also serves as a measure to assert his claims by intimidating others into a subdued appeasement. Conversely, when not insisting upon his rights or when not being punitive, he becomes furious at himself and scolds himself for getting soft. When in analysis he complains about his inhibitions or compliance, in part he means to convey, without knowing it, his dissatisfaction with the imperfection of these techniques. And their improvement is one of the things he secretly expects from analysis. In other words, he does not want to overcome his hostility but rather to become less inhibited or more skillful in expressing it. Then he would be so awe-inspiring that everybody would rush to fulfill his claims. Both of these factors put a kind of premium on being discontented. And he is indeed the chronically discontented person. He has, in his mind, reasons to be so, and he certainly has an interest in letting it be known, all of which, including the fact of his discontent, may be unconscious. Partly he justifies his claims by his superior qualities, which in his mind are his better knowledge, wisdom, and foresight. More specifically, his claims are demands for retribution for injury done. In order to solidify this basis for claims he must, as it were, treasure and keep alive injuries received, whether ancient or recent. He may compare himself to the elephant who never forgets. What he does not realize is his vital interest in not forgetting slights, since in his imagination they are the bill to present to the world. Both the need to justify his claims and his responses to their frustration work like vicious circles, supplying a constant fuel to his vindictiveness. So pervasive a vindictiveness naturally enters into the analytic relationship, too, and shows itself in many ways. It is one part of the so-called negative therapeutic reaction, by which we mean an acute impairment of condition after a constructive move ahead. Sigmund Freud. The Ego and the ID, Institute of Psychoanalysis in Hogarth Press, London, 1927. Karen Horney, The Problem of the Negative Therapeutic Reaction, Psychoanalytic Quarterly, 1936. Muriel Ivamy, The Negative Therapeutic Reaction, American Journal of Psychoanalysis, Vol. 8, 1948. Any move toward people, or toward life in general, would in fact jeopardize his claims and all that is entailed in his vindictiveness. As long as it is subjectively indispensable, he must defend it in analysis. Only the smallest part of this defense is explicit and direct. When it is, the patient may declare frankly that he is determined not to relinquish his vindictiveness. You won't take that away from me, you want to make me a goody-goody, it gives me a thrill, it makes me feel alive, it is strength, etc. Most of his defense is disguised in subtleties and indirections. And it is of the greatest clinical importance for the analyst to know the forms it may assume, because it may not merely delay the analytic process but may wreck it altogether. It can do so in two main ways. It can greatly influence, if not govern, the analytic relationship. To defeat the analyst then may seem more important than progress. And, which is less well known, it can determine which problems he is interested in tackling. Speaking again in terms of extreme instances, the patient is interested in everything that might in the end make for a bigger and better vindictiveness, for a vindictiveness that would at once be more effective and be carried out without cost to himself, with superior poise and serenity. This selective process is not done by conscious reasoning, but by dint of an intuitive sense of direction which operates with unfailing certainty. He is for instance keenly interested in getting over compliant trends or over his feeling of having no rights. He is interested in getting over his self-hate, because it weakens him in the battle against the world. On the other hand, he is uninterested in diminishing his arrogant claims or his feelings of being abused by others. He may hold on to his externalizations with curious tenacity. Indeed, he may be altogether unwilling to analyze his human relationships, emphasizing the fact that all he wants in this respect is not to be bothered. The whole analysis then may easily confuse the analyst until he grasps the formidable logic of the selective process. What are the sources of such vindictiveness, and whence its intensity? Like every other neurotic development, this one started in childhood, with particularly bad human experiences and few, if any, redeeming factors. Sheer brutality, humiliations, derision, neglect, and flagrant hypocrisy, all these assailed a child of especially great sensitivity. People who have endured years in concentration camps tell us that they could survive only by stifling their softer feelings, including particularly that of compassion for self and others. It seems to me that a child under the conditions I have described also goes through such a hardening process in order to survive. He may make some pathetic and unsuccessful attempts to win sympathy, interest, or affection, but finally chokes off all tender needs. He gradually decides that genuine affection is not only unattainable for him but that it does not exist at all. He ends by no longer wanting it and even rather scorning it. This, however, is a step of grave consequence, because the need for affection, for human warmth and closeness is a powerful incentive for developing qualities that make us likable. The feeling of being loved and, even more, of being lovable is perhaps one of the greatest values in life. Conversely, as we shall discuss in the following chapters, the feeling of not being lovable can be a source of profound distress. The vindictive type tries to do away with such distress in a simple and radical way. He convinces himself that he just is not lovable and does not care. So he no longer is anxious to please but can give free range, at least in his mind, to his ample supply of bitter resentment. Here is the beginning of what we see later in the fully developed picture. The expressions of vindictiveness may be checked by considerations of prudence or expediency, but they are counteracted very little by feelings of sympathy, fondness, or gratitude. In order to understand why this process of crushing positive feelings persists later on, when people may want his friendship or love, we have to take a look at his second means of survival, his imagination and his vision of the future. He is and will be infinitely better than they are. He will become great and put them to shame. He will show them how they have misjudged and wronged him. He will become the great hero, in Julian's case, Napoleon, the persecutor, the leader, the scientist attaining immortal fame. Driven by an understandable need for vindication, revenge, and triumph, these are not idle fantasies. They determine the course of his life. Driving himself from victory to victory, in large and small matters, he lives for the day of reckoning. The need for triumph and the need to deny positive feelings, both stemming from an unfortunate childhood situation, are thus, from the beginning, intimately interrelated. And they remain so because they reinforce each other. The hardening of feelings, originally a necessity for survival, allows for an unhampered growth of the drive for a triumphant mastery of life. But eventually this drive, with the insatiable pride that accompanies it, becomes a monster, more and more swallowing all feelings. Love, compassion, considerateness, all human ties, are felt as restraints on the path to a sinister glory. This type should remain aloof and detached. In the character of Simon Fenimore, Mom has described such a deliberate crushing of human desires as a conscious process. Simon forces himself to reject and destroy love, friendship, and everything that could make life enjoyable for the purpose of becoming the dictatorial head of justice in a totalitarian state. No human stirring in himself or others shall touch him. He sacrifices his real self for the sake of a vindictive triumph. This is an artist's accurate vision of what goes on, gradually and unconsciously, in the arrogant vindictive type. To admit any human need becomes a sign of despicable weakness. When after much analytic work feelings do emerge, they sicken and frighten him. He feels he is getting soft, and either redoubles his sulky sadistic attitudes or turns against himself with acute suicidal impulses. We have so far mainly followed the development of his human relationships. And much of his vindictiveness and coldness becomes understandable this way. But we are still left with many open questions, questions about the subjective value and intensity of the vindictiveness, about the ruthlessness of his claims, etc. We shall arrive at a fuller understanding if we now focus on the intrapsychic factors, and consider their influence upon the interpersonal peculiarities. The main motivating force on this score is his need for vindication. Feeling like a pariah, he must prove his own worth to himself. And he can prove it to his satisfaction only by arrogating to himself extraordinary attributes, the special qualities of which are determined by his particular needs. For a person as isolated and as hostile as he, it is of course important not to need others. Hence he develops a pronounced pride in a godlike self-sufficiency. He becomes too proud to ask for anything, and cannot receive anything graciously. To be on the receiving end is so humiliating to him that it chokes off any feelings of gratitude. Having smothered positive feelings, he can rely upon only his intellect for the mastery of life. Hence his pride in his intellectual powers reaches unusual dimensions, pride in vigilance, in outwitting everybody, in foresight, in planning. Furthermore, from the very beginning life has been to him a merciless struggle of all against all. Hence, to have invincible strength and to be inviolable must appear to him not only desirable but indispensable. Actually, as his pride becomes all-consuming, his vulnerability also assumes unbearable dimensions. But he never allows himself to feel any hurt because his pride prohibits it. Thus the hardening process, which originally was necessary to protect real feelings, now must gather momentum for the sake of protecting his pride. His pride then lies in being above hurts and suffering. Nothing and nobody, from mosquitoes to accidents to people, can hurt him. This measure, however, is double-edged. His not consciously feeling the hurts allows him to live without constant sharp pain. Besides, it is questionable whether the diminished awareness of hurts does not actually dampen the vindictive impulses too, whether, in other words, he would not be more violent, more destructive without this lessened awareness. Certainly there is a diminished awareness of vindictiveness as such. In his mind it turns into a warranted wrath at a wrong done and into the right to punish the wrongdoer. If, however, a hurt does penetrate through the protective layer of invulnerability, then the pain becomes intolerable. In addition to his pride being hurt, for instance, by a lack of recognition, he also suffers the humiliating blow of having allowed something or somebody to hurt him. Such a situation can provoke an emotional crisis in an otherwise stoical person. Closely akin to his belief and pride in inviolability or invulnerability, and indeed complementing it, is that in immunity and impunity. This belief, entirely unconscious, results from a claim which entities him to the freedom to do to others whatever he pleases, and to having nobody mind it or try to get back at him. In other words, nobody can hurt me with impunity, but I can hurt everybody with impunity. In order to understand the necessity for this claim, we must reconsider his attitudes toward people. We have seen that he offends people easily through his militant tightness, arrogant punitiveness, and his rather openly using them as a means to his ends. But he does not nearly express all the hostility he feels. In fact, he tones it down considerably. As Stendhal has described it in The Red and the Black, Julian, unless carried away by an uncontrollable vindictive rage, is rather over-controlled, guarded, and vigilant. We get therefore the curious impression of this type being both reckless and guarded in his dealings with people. And this impression is an accurate reflection of the forces operating in him. He must indeed keep an even balance between letting others feel his righteous anger and between holding it back. What drives him to express it is not only the magnitude of his vindictive urges but even more his need to intimidate others and to keep them in awe of an armed fist. This in turn is so necessary because he sees no possibility of coming to friendly terms with others, because it is a means to assert his claims, and, more generally, because in a warfare of all against all taking the offensive is the best defense. His need to tone down his aggressive impulses, on the other hand, is determined by fears. Though he is much too arrogant to admit to himself that anybody could intimidate him or even affect him in any way, he is in actual fact afraid of people. Many reasons combine to engender this fear. He is afraid that others may retaliate for the offenses he perpetrates on them. He is afraid that they may interfere with whatever plans he has with regard to them, if he goes too far. He is afraid of them because they do have the power to hurt his pride. And he is afraid of them because in order to justify his own hostility he must in his mind exaggerate that of others. To deny these fears to himself, however, is not sufficient to eliminate them. He needs some more powerful assurance. He cannot cope with this fear by not expressing his vindictive hostility, and he must express it without awareness of fear. The claim for immunity, turning into an illusory conviction of immunity, seems to solve this dilemma. A last kind of pride to be mentioned is pride in his honesty, his fairness, and his justice. Needless to say, he is neither honest, fair, nor just and cannot possibly be so. On the contrary, if anybody is determined, unconsciously, to bluff his way through life with a disregard for truth, it is he. But we can understand his belief that he possesses these attributes to a high degree if we consider his premises. To hit back or, preferably, to hit first appears to him, logically, as an indispensable weapon against the crooked and hostile world around him. It is nothing but intelligent, legitimate self-interest. Also, not questioning the validity of his claims, his anger and the expression of it must appear to him as entirely warranted and frank. There is still another factor which greatly contributes to his conviction that he is a particularly honest person and which is important to mention for other reasons. He sees around him many compliant people who pretend to be more loving, more sympathetic, more generous than they actually are. And in this regard he is indeed more honest. He does not pretend to be a friendly person, in fact he disdains doing so. If he could leave it at an "at least I do not pretend" level he would be on safe ground. But his need to justify his own coldness forces him to take a further step. He tends to deny that a wish to be helpful, or a friendly act, is ever genuine. He does not dispute the occurrence of friendliness in the abstract, but when it comes to concrete people he tends to regard it indiscriminately as hypocrisy. This move then again puts him on top of the heap. It makes him appear to himself as the one person who is above common hypocrisy. This intolerance of the pretense of love has a still much deeper root than his need for self-justification. Only after considerable analytic work there appear here too, as in every expansive type, self-effacing trends. With his having made of himself an instrument for the attainment of an eventual triumph, the necessity to bury such trends is even more stringent than in the other expansive types. A period ensues when he feels altogether contemptible and helpless and tends to prostrate himself for the sake of being loved. We understand now that in others he despised not only the pretense of love but their compliance, their self-degrading, their helpless hankering for love. In short, he despised in them the very self-effacing trends he hates and despises in himself. The self-hate and self-contempt that now appear are appalling in their dimensions. Self-hate is always cruel and merciless. But its intensity or its effectiveness depends on two sets of factors. One is the degree to which an individual is under the sway of his pride. The other is the degree to which constructive forces counteract the self-hate, forces such as faith in positive values in life, the existence of constructive goals in life, the existence of some warm or appreciative feelings toward oneself. Since all these factors are unfavorable in the aggressive vindictive type, his self-hate has a more pernicious quality than is usually the case. Even outside the analytic situation, one can observe the extent to which he is a ruthless slave driver of himself, and frustrates himself, glorifying the frustration as asceticism. Such self-hate calls for rigorous self-protective measures. Its externalization seems a matter of sheer self-preservation. As in all expansive solutions, it is primarily an active one. He hates and despises in others all he suppresses and hates in himself: their spontaneity, their joy of living, their appeasing trends, their compliance, their hypocrisy, their stupidity. He imposes his standards upon others, and is punitive when they do not measure up to them. His frustration of others is in part an externalization of self-frustrating impulses. Hence his punitive attitude toward others, which looks altogether vindictive, is instead a mixed phenomenon. It is partly an expression of vindictiveness, it is also the externalization of his condemnatory punitive trends toward himself, and, finally, it serves as a means of intimidating others for the purpose of asserting his claims. All three of these sources must be tackled successively in analysis. The salient point in protecting himself against his self-hate is here, as everywhere, the necessity to ward off any realization of not being what, according to the dictates of his pride, he should be. Aside from his externalizations, his main defense on this score is an armor of self-righteousness so thick and so impenetrable that it often makes him inaccessible to reason. In arguments that may arise, he seems to be unconcerned about the truth of any statement he interprets as hostile attack, but automatically responds with counterattacks, like a porcupine when it is touched. He simply cannot afford to consider even remotely anything that might engender a doubt in his rightness. A third way in which he protects himself from the realization of any shortcoming is in his claims on others. In discussing these, we have stressed the vindictive elements involved in his arrogating all rights to himself and denying any to others. But, with all his vindictiveness, he could be more reasonable in what he demands of others if it were not for the cogent necessity of protecting himself against the onslaughts of his own self-hate. Seen from this viewpoint, his claims are that others should behave in such a way as not to arouse in him any guilt feelings or any self-doubts. If he can convince himself that he is entitled to exploit or frustrate them without their complaining, criticizing, or resenting it, then he can keep from becoming aware of his tendencies to exploit or to frustrate. If he is entitled to having them not expect tenderness, gratitude, or consideration, then their disappointment is their hard luck and does not reflect on his not giving them a fair deal. Any doubt he might allow to emerge about his failings in human relations, about others having reason to resent his attitudes, would be like a hole in a dike, through which the flood of self-condemnation would break and sweep away his whole artificial self-assurance. When we recognize the role of pride and self-hate in this type, we not only have a more accurate understanding of the forces operating within him but may also change our whole outlook on him. As long as we primarily focus on how he operates in his human relations, we can describe him as arrogant, callous, egocentric, sadistic, or by any other epithet indicating hostile aggression which may occur to us. And any of them would be accurate. But when we realize how deeply he is caught within the machinery of his pride system, when we realize the efforts he must make not to be crushed by his self-hate, we see him as a harassed human being struggling for survival. And this picture is no less accurate than the first one. Of these two different aspects, seen from two different perspectives, is one more essential, more important than the other? It is a question difficult to answer, and perhaps unanswerable, but it is in his inner struggle that analysis can reach him at a time when he is averse to examining his difficulties in regard to others, and when these difficulties are indeed quite remote. In part he is more accessible on this score because his human relations are so infinitely precarious that he rather anxiously avoids touching them. But there is also an objective reason for tackling the intrapsychic factors first in therapy. We have seen that they contribute in many ways to his outstanding trend, the arrogant vindictiveness. We cannot, in fact, understand the height of his arrogance without considering his pride and its vulnerability, or the intensity of his vindictiveness without seeing his need for protecting himself against his self-hate, etc. But to take a further step, these are not only reinforcing factors, they are the ones which make his hostile aggressive trends compulsive. And this is the decisive reason that it is and must be ineffective and indeed futile to tackle the hostility directly. The patient cannot possibly evolve any interest in seeing it, and still less in examining it, as long as the factors which render it compulsive persist. In simple terms, as long as he cannot do anything about it anyhow. His need for a vindictive triumph, for instance, certainly is a hostile aggressive trend. But what makes it compulsive is the need to vindicate himself in his own eyes. This desire originally is not even neurotic. He starts so low on the ladder of human values that he simply must justify his existence, prove his values. But then the need to restore his pride and to protect himself from lurking self-contempt makes this desire imperative. Similarly, his need to be right and the resulting arrogant claims, while militant and aggressive, become compulsive through the necessity to prevent any self-doubt and self-blame from emerging. And, finally, the bulk of his fault-finding, his punitive and condemnatory attitudes toward others, or, at any rate, what renders these attitudes compulsive, stem from the dire need to externalize his self-hate. Moreover, as we pointed out at the beginning, a rank growth of vindictiveness can occur if the forces usually counteracting it are malfunctioning. And again the intrapsychic factors constitute the main reason for these checks not operating. The choking off of tender feelings, starting in childhood and described as the hardening process, is necessitated by the actions and attitudes of other people and is meant to protect him against others. The need to make himself insensitive to suffering is greatly reinforced by the vulnerability of his pride and climaxed by his pride and invulnerability. His wish for human warmth and affection, both giving and receiving it, originally thwarted by the environment and then sacrificed to the need for triumph, is finally frozen by the verdict of his self-hate branding him as unlovable. Thus in turning against others he has nothing precious to lose. He unconsciously adopts the maxim of the Roman emperor, aderent dum metuant. In other words, it is out of the question that they should love me, they hate me anyhow, so they should at least be afraid of me. Moreover, healthy self-interest, which otherwise would check vindictive impulses, is kept at a minimum through his utter disregard for his personal welfare. And even the fear of others, though operating to some extent, is held down by his pride and invulnerability and immunity. In this context of missing checks, one factor deserves special mention. He has very little, if any, sympathy for others. This absence of sympathy has many causes, lying in his hostility toward others and in his lacking sympathy for himself. But what perhaps contributes most to his callousness toward others is his envy of them. It is a bitter envy, not for this or that particular asset, but pervasive, and stems from his feeling excluded from life in general. Point 10. And it is true that, with his entanglements, he actually is excluded from all that makes life worth living, from joy, happiness, love, creativeness, growth. If tempted to think along two neat lines, we would say here, has not he himself turned his back on life? Is he not proud of his ascetic not wanting and not needing anything? Does he not keep on warding off positive feelings of all sorts? So why should he envy others? But the fact is, he does. Naturally, without analysis his arrogance would not permit him to admit it in plain words. But as his analysis proceeds he may say something to the effect that of course everybody else is better off than he is. Or he may realize that he is infuriated at somebody for no other reason than that the latter is always cheerful or intensely interested in something. He himself indirectly offers an explanation. He feels that such a person wants to humiliate him viciously by flaunting his happiness in his face. Experiencing things this way not only gives rise to such vindictive impulses as wanting to kill joy but produces a curious kind of callousness by stifling his sympathy for others' suffering. Ibsen's Hedda Gabler provides a good illustration of such vindictive callousness. Thus far his envy reminds us of the dog in the manger attitude. It hurts his pride that anybody could have something which, whether he wants it or not, is out of his reach. But this explanation does not go deep enough. In analysis it gradually appears that the grapes of life, though he has declared them sour, are still desirable. We must not forget that his turning against life was not a voluntary move, and that the surrogate for which he exchanged living is a poor one. In other words, his zest for living is stifled but not extinguished. In the beginning of analysis this is only a hopeful belief, but it proves justified in many more instances than is usually assumed. Upon its validity hinge the auspices for therapy. How could we help him if there were not something in him that does want to live more fully? This realization is also relevant for the analyst's attitude toward such a patient. Most people respond to this type either by being intimidated into submissiveness or by rejecting him altogether. Neither attitude will do for the analyst. Naturally, when accepting him as a patient, the analyst wants to help him. But if the analyst is intimidated, he will not dare to tackle his problems effectively. If the analyst inwardly rejects him, he cannot be productive in his analytic work. The analyst will, however, have the necessary sympathetic and respectful understanding when he realizes that this patient too, despite his protestations to the contrary, is a suffering and struggling human being. Looking back at the three kinds of expansive solutions, we see that they all aim at mastering life. This is their way of conquering fears and anxieties. This gives meaning to their lives and gives them a certain zest for living. They try to achieve such mastery in different ways, by self-admiration and the exercise of charm, by compelling fate through the height of their standards, by being invincible and conquering life in the spirit of a vindictive triumph. Correspondingly, there are striking differences in the emotional atmosphere, from an occasional glowing warmth and joy of living to coolness and, finally, chilliness. The particular atmosphere is determined mainly by their attitudes toward their positive feelings. The narcissistic type can be friendly and generous under certain conditions, out of a feeling of abundance, even though this arises on a partly spurious basis. The perfectionistic type can show friendliness because he should be friendly. The arrogant vindictive type tends to crush friendly feelings and to scorn them. There is much hostility in all of them, but in the narcissistic it can be overruled by generosity. In the perfectionistic it is subdued because he should not be hostile. In the arrogant vindictive person it is more out in the open and, for reasons discussed, potentially more destructive. Expectations from others range from a need for devotion and admiration to one for respect to one for obedience. The unconscious foundations for their claims on life go from a naive belief in greatness to a meticulous deal with life to feeling entitled to retribution for injuries done. We might expect that the chances for therapy diminish in accordance with this scale. But here again we must keep in mind that these classifications merely indicate directions of neurotic development. The chances actually depend on many factors. The most relevant question in this regard is, how deeply entrenched are the trends, and how great is the incentive or potential incentive to outgrow them? Chapter 9, The Self-Effacing Solution, The Appeal of Love. The second major solution of inner conflicts, which we shall now discuss, is the self-effacing solution. It represents a move in a direction which is in all essentials opposite to that of the expansive solution. In fact, the salient features of the self-effacing solution immediately come into clear relief when we see them in the light of this contrast. Therefore, we shall briefly review some outstanding characteristics of the expansive type, focusing upon the questions: what does he glorify in himself, and what does he hate and despise? What does he cultivate in himself, and what does he suppress? He glorifies and cultivates in himself everything that means mastery. Mastery with regard to others entails the need to excel and to be superior in some way. He tends to manipulate or dominate others and to make them dependent upon him. This trend is also reflected in what he expects their attitude toward him to be. Whether he is out for adoration, respect, or recognition, he is concerned with their subordinating themselves to him and looking up to him. He abhors the idea of his being compliant, appeasing, or dependent. Furthermore, he is proud of his ability to cope with any contingency and is convinced that he can do so. There is, or should be, nothing that he cannot accomplish. Somehow he must be, and feels that he is, the master of his fate. Helplessness may make him feel panicky and he hates any trace of it in himself. Mastery with regard to himself means that he is his idealized proud self. Through willpower and reason he is the captain of his soul. Only with great reluctance does he recognize any forces in himself which are unconscious, i.e., not subject to his conscious control. It disturbs him inordinately to recognize a conflict within himself, or any problem that he cannot solve, master, right away. Suffering is felt as a disgrace to be concealed. It is typical for him that in analysis he has no particular difficulty in recognizing his pride, but he is loath to see his should, or at any rate that aspect of them which implies that he is shoved around by them. Nothing should push him around. As long as possible he maintains the fiction that he can lay down laws to himself and fulfill them. He abhors being helpless toward anything in himself as much as or more than being helpless toward any external factor. In the type veering in the direction of the self-effacing solution we find a reverse emphasis. He must not feel consciously superior to others or display any such feelings in his behavior. On the contrary, he tends to subordinate himself to others, to be dependent upon them, to appease them. Most characteristic is the diametrically opposite attitude from that of the expansive type toward helplessness and suffering. Far from abhorring these conditions, he rather cultivates and unwittingly exaggerates them. Accordingly, anything in the attitude of others, like admiration or recognition, that puts him in a superior position makes him uneasy. What he longs for is help, protection, and surrendering love. These characteristics also prevail in his attitude toward himself. In sharp contrast to the expansive types, he lives with a diffuse sense of failure, to measure up to his should, and hence tends to feel guilty, inferior, or contemptible. The self-hate and self-contempt elicited by such a sense of failure are externalized in a passive way. Others are accusing or despising him. Conversely, he tends to deny and eliminate expansive feelings about himself such as self-glorification, pride, and arrogance. Pride, no matter what it concerns, is put under a strict and extensive taboo. As a result, it is not consciously felt, it is denied or disowned. He is his subdued self, he is the stowaway without any rights. In accordance with this attitude, he also tends to suppress in himself anything that connotes ambition, vindictiveness, triumph, seeking his own advantage. In short, he has solved his inner conflict by suppressing all expansive attitudes and drives and making self-abnegating trends predominant. Only in due course of analysis do these conflicting drives come to the fore. The anxious shunning of pride, triumph, or superiority shows in many ways. Characteristic and easy to observe is the fear of winning in games. A patient, for instance, who had all the earmarks of morbid dependency could at times play an excellent game of tennis or chess. As long as she was oblivious of her good position, all went well. But as soon as she became aware of being ahead of her opponent, she suddenly missed the ball or, in playing chess, overlooked the most obvious moves that would ensure victory. Even prior to analysis, she was quite aware that her reason was not her not caring to win but her not daring to do so. But, although she was angry at herself for defeating herself, the process operated so automatically that she was helpless to stop it. Exactly the same attitude obtains in other situations. It is characteristic for this type not to be aware of being in a stronger position and not to be able to make use of it. Privileges, in his mind, turn into liabilities. He is often not aware of his superior knowledge, and at the crucial moment not able to show it. He is at sea in any situation in which his rights are not clearly defined, as for instance in relation to domestic or secretarial help. Even when making perfectly legitimate requests, he feels as though he were taking undue advantage of the other person. And he either refrains from asking or does it apologetically, with a guilty conscience. He may even be helpless toward people who are actually dependent upon him, and cannot defend himself when they treat him in an insulting fashion. No wonder then that he is an easy prey for people who are out to take advantage of him. He is defenseless, often becomes aware of it only much later, and may then react with intense anger at himself and the exploiter. His fear of triumph in more serious matters than games applies to success, acclaim, limelight. Not only is he afraid of any public performance, but, when he is successful in some pursuit, cannot give himself credit for it. He either gets frightened, minimizes it, or ascribes it to good luck. In the latter case, instead of feeling "I have done it," he merely feels that it happened. There is often an inverse ratio between success and inner security. Repeated achievements in his field do not make him more secure, but more anxious. And this may reach such proportions of panic that a musician or an actor, for example, will sometimes decline promising offers. Moreover, he must shun any thought, feeling, or gesture that is presumptuous. In an unconscious but systematic process of self-minimizing, he leans over backward to avoid anything which he feels to be arrogant, conceited, or presumptuous. He forgets what he knows, what he has accomplished, what good he has done. It is conceit to think that he could manage his own affairs, that people would like to come when he invites them, that an attractive girl could like him. Anything I want to do is arrogant. If he does achieve something, it was through good luck or a bluff. He may already feel it presumptuous to have an opinion or conviction of his own, and hence he yields easily, without even consulting his own beliefs, to any suggestion vigorously propounded. Therefore, like a weather vane, he may yield to the opposite influence as well. Most legitimate self-assertion also appears presumptuous to him, such as speaking up when unjustly reprimanded, ordering a meal, asking for a raise, seeing to his rights when making a contract, or making advances toward a desirable person of the other sex. Existing assets or achievements may be recognized indirectly, but they are not emotionally experienced. My patients seem to think I am a good doctor. My friends say I am a good storyteller. Men have told me that I am attractive. Sometimes even an honest positive appraisal coming from others will be disowned. My teachers think I am very intelligent, but they are mistaken. The same attitude prevails toward financial assets. Such a person may not have the feeling of owning the money he has earned through his own work. If he is financially well off, he nevertheless experiences himself as poor. Any ordinary observation or self-observation lays bare the fears behind all this over-modesty. They emerge as soon as he raises his head. Whatever sets the self-minimizing process to work, it is maintained by powerful taboos on trespassing the narrow confines he has set for himself. He should be content with little. He should not wish or strive for more. Any wish, any striving, any reaching out for more feels to him like a dangerous or reckless challenging of fate. He should not want to improve his figure by dieting or gymnastics, or to improve his appearance by dressing better. Last but not least, he should not improve himself by analyzing himself. He may be able to do so when under duress, but otherwise he simply will not find the time for it. I am not referring here to individual fears of tackling special problems. There is over and beyond these usual difficulties something that holds him back from doing it at all. Often, in sharp contrast to his conscious conviction about the value of self-analysis, it appears to him as selfish to waste that much time on himself. What he scorns as selfishness is almost as comprehensive as what is to him presumptuous. To him selfishness includes doing anything that is just for himself. He is often capable of enjoying many things, but it would be selfish to enjoy them alone. He is often unaware of operating under such taboos and merely deems it natural to want to share a joy. Actually, the sharing of pleasures is an absolute must. Whether it is food, music, or nature, it loses flavor and meaning if not shared with somebody else. He cannot spend money for himself. His stinginess with personal expenses may reach absurd degrees, which is particularly striking when contrasted with his often lavish spending for others. When he trespasses this taboo and does spend money on himself, even though it may be objectively reasonable, he will become panicky. The same holds true with regard to the use of time and energies. He often cannot read a book in his free time unless it is useful for his work. He may not grant himself the time for writing a personal letter, but furtively squeezes it in between two appointments. He often cannot make or keep order in his personal belongings, unless it is for somebody who would appreciate it. Similarly, he may neglect his appearance unless he has a date, a professional or social engagement, i.e., again unless it is for others. Conversely, he may display considerable energy and skill in attaining something for others, such as helping them to make desirable contacts or to get a job, but he is tied hand and foot when it comes to doing the same thing for himself. Although much hostility is generated in him, he cannot express it except when emotionally upset. Otherwise, he is afraid of fighting and even friction for several reasons. Partly this is because a person who has thus clipped his wings is not and cannot possibly be a good fighter. In part, he is terrified lest anybody be hostile toward him, and prefers to give in, to understand and forgive. We shall understand this fear better when we discuss his human relationships. But also, consistent with the other taboos and actually implied in them, is one on being aggressive. He cannot stand up for his dislike of a person, an idea, a cause, and fight them if necessary. He cannot keep a sustained hostility, nor can he carry a grudge, consciously. Hence, vindictive drives remain unconscious and can only be expressed indirectly and in a disguised form. He cannot be openly demanding, nor can he reprimand. It is most difficult for him to criticize, to reproach, or to accuse, even when it seems warranted. He cannot even in joking make a sharp, witty, sarcastic remark. Summarizing all this, we could say that there are taboos on all that is presumptuous, selfish, and aggressive. If we realize in detail the scope covered by the taboos, they constitute a crippling check on the person's expansion, his capacity for fighting and for defending himself, his self-interest, on anything that might accrue to his growth or his self-esteem. The taboos and self-minimizing constitute a shrinking process that artificially reduces his stature and leaves him feeling like one patient's dream in which, as a result of some merciless punishment, a person had shrunk to half his bodily size and was reduced to utter destitution in a moronic condition. The self-effacing type, then, cannot make any assertive, aggressive, expansive move without trespassing against his taboos. Their violation arouses both his self-condemnation and his self-contempt. He responds either with a general panicky feeling, without special content, or with feeling guilty. If self-contempt is in the foreground, he may respond with a fear of ridicule. Being in his self feeling so small and so insignificant, any reaching out beyond his narrow confines may easily arouse the fear of ridicule. If this fear is conscious at all, it is usually externalized. Others would think it ridiculous if he spoke up in a discussion, ran for an office, or had the ambition to write something. Most of this fear, however, remains unconscious. At any rate, he never seems to be aware of its formidable impact. It is, however, a relevant factor in keeping him down. The fear of ridicule is specifically indicative of self-effacing trends. It is alien to the expansive type. He can be blusteringly presumptuous without even realizing that he might be ridiculous or that others might so regard him. While curtailed in any pursuit on his own behalf, he is not only free to do things for others but, according to his inner dictates, should be the ultimate of helpfulness, generosity, considerateness, understanding, sympathy, love, and sacrifice. In fact, love and sacrifice in his mind are closely intertwined. He should sacrifice everything for love. Love is sacrifice. Thus far the taboos and should have a remarkable consistency. But sooner or later contradictory trends appear. We might naively expect that this type would rather abhor aggressive, arrogant, or vindictive traits in others. But actually his attitude is divided. He does abhor them but also secretly or openly adores them, and does so indiscriminately, without distinguishing between genuine self-confidence and hollow arrogance, between real strength and egocentric brutality. We easily understand that, chafing under his enforced humility, he adores in others aggressive qualities which he lacks or which are unavailable to him. But gradually we realize that this is not the complete explanation. We see that a more deeply hidden set of values, entirely opposite to the one just described, is also operating in him, and that he admires in an aggressive type the expansive drives which for the sake of his integration he must so deeply suppress in himself. This disavowing of his own pride and aggressiveness, but admiring them in others, plays a exact part in his morbid dependency, a possibility which we shall discuss in the next chapter. As the patient becomes strong enough to face his conflict, his expansive drives come into sharper focus. He should also have the absolute of fearlessness. He should also go all out for his advantage. He should be able to hit back at anybody who offends him. Accordingly, he despises himself at bottom for any trace of cowardice, of ineffectualness and compliance. He is thus under a constant crossfire. He is damned if he does do something, and he is damned if he does not. If he refuses the request for a loan or for any favor, he feels that he is a repulsive and horrible creature. If he grants such requests, he feels that he is a sucker. If he puts the insulter in his place, he gets frightened and feels utterly unlikable. As long as he cannot face this conflict and work at it, the need to keep a check on the aggressive undercurrents makes it all the more necessary to adhere tenaciously to the self-effacing pattern, and thereby enhances its rigidity. The main picture that emerges so far is that of a person who holds himself down to the extent of shriveling in stature in order to avoid expansive moves. Moreover, as indicated before and elaborated later on, he feels subdued by an ever-alive readiness to accuse and despise himself. He also feels easily frightened and, as we shall see, spends a good deal of his energies in assuaging all these painful feelings. Before discussing further details and implications of his basic condition, let us get some understanding of its development by considering the factors which drive him in this direction. People who later on tend toward the self-effacing solution usually have solved their early conflicts with people by moving toward them. The early environment in typical instances is characteristically different from that of the expansive types, who either got early admiration, grew up under the pressure of rigid standards, or were harshly treated, exploited, and humiliated. The self-effacing type, on the other hand, grew up under the shadow of somebody, of a preferred sibling, of a parent who was generally adored by outsiders, of a beautiful mother or of a benevolently despotic father. It was a precarious situation, liable to arouse fears. But affection of a kind was attainable, at a price, that of a self-subordinating devotion. There may have been, for instance, a long-suffering mother who made the child feel guilty at any failure to give her exclusive care and attention. Perhaps there was a mother or a father who could be friendly or generous when blindly admired, or a dominating sibling whose fondness and protection could be gained by pleasing and appeasing. And so after some years, in which the wish to rebel struggled in the child's heart with his need for affection, he suppressed his hostility, relinquished the fighting spirit, and the need for affection won out. Temper tantrums stopped and he became compliant, learned to like everybody and to lean with a helpless admiration on those whom he feared most. He became hypersensitive to hostile tension, had to appease and smooth things over. Because the winning over of others became paramount in importance, he tried to cultivate in himself qualities that would make him acceptable and lovable. Sometimes, during adolescence, there was another period of rebellion, combined with a hectic and compulsive ambition. But he again relinquished these expansive drives for the benefit of love and protection, sometimes with his first falling in love. The further development largely depended upon the degree to which rebellion and ambition were suppressed or how complete the swing toward subordination, affection, or love became. Like every other neurotic, the self-effacing type solves the needs evolving from his early development by self-idealization. But he can do it in one way only. His idealized image of himself primarily is a composite of lovable qualities, such as unselfishness, goodness, generosity, humility, saintliness, nobility, sympathy. Helplessness, suffering, and martyrdom are also secondarily glorified. In contrast to the arrogant vindictive type, a premium is also placed on feelings, feelings of joy or suffering, feelings not only for individual people but for humanity, art, nature, values of all sorts. To have deep feelings is part of his image. He can fulfill the resulting inner dictates only if he reinforces the self-abnegating trends which have grown out of his solution of his basic conflict with people. He must therefore develop an ambivalent attitude toward his own pride. Since the saintly and lovable qualities of his pseudo-self are all the values he has, he cannot help being proud of them. One patient, when recovering, said about herself, "I took my moral superiority humbly for granted." Although he disavows his pride, and although it does not show in his behavior, it appears in the many indirect forms in which neurotic pride usually manifests itself, in vulnerability, face-saving devices, avoidances, etc. On the other hand, his very image of saintliness and lovableness prohibits any conscious feeling of pride. He must lean over backward to eradicate any trace of it. Thus begins the shrinking process which leaves him small and helpless. It would be impossible for him to identify himself with his proud, glorious self. He can only experience himself as his subdued, victimized self. He feels not only small and helpless but also guilty, unwanted, unlovable, stupid, incompetent. He is the underdog and identifies himself readily with others who are downtrodden. Hence the exclusion of pride from awareness belongs to his way of solving the inner conflict. The weakness of this solution, as far as we have traced it, lies in two factors. One of them is the shrinking process, which in biblical terms entails the sin, against oneself, of hiding one's talent in the earth. The other concerns the way in which the taboo on expansiveness renders him a helpless prey to self-hate. We can observe this in many self-effacing patients at the beginning of analysis, when they respond with stark terror to any self-reproach. This type, often unaware of the connection between self-accusation and terror, merely experiences the fact of being frightened or panicky. He is usually aware of being prone to reproach himself but, without giving it much thought, he regards it as a sign of conscientious honesty with himself. He may also be aware that he accepts accusations from others all too readily, and realizes only later that they may actually have been without foundation and that it comes easier to him to declare himself guilty than to accuse others. In fact, his response to admitting guilt, or a fault when criticized, comes with such quick and automatic reaction that his reason has no time to interfere. But he is unaware of the fact that he is positively abusing himself, and still less of the extent to which he does it. His dreams are replete with symbols of self-contempt and self-condemnation. Typical for the latter are execution dreams. He is condemned to death. He does not know why, but accepts it. Nobody shows him any mercy or even concern. Or he has dreams or fantasies in which he is tortured. The fear of torture may appear in hypochondriac fears. A headache becomes a brain tumor, a sore throat, tuberculosis, a stomach upset, cancer. As analysis proceeds, the intensity of his self-accusations and self-torture comes into clear focus. Any difficulty of his that comes up for discussion may be used to batter himself down. An emerging awareness of his hostility may make him feel like a potential murderer. Discovering how much he expects of others makes him a predatory exploiter. A realization of his disorganization with regard to time and money may arouse in him the fear of deterioration. The very existence of anxiety may make him feel like somebody utterly unbalanced and on the verge of insanity. In case these responses are out in the open, the analysis at the beginning may then seem to aggravate the condition. We may therefore get the impression at first that his self-hate or self-contempt is more intense, more vicious than in other kinds of neurosis. But as we get to know him better, and compare his situation with other clinical experiences, we discard this possibility and realize that he is merely more helpless about his self-hate. Most of the effective means to ward off self-hate which are available to the expansive type are not at his disposal. He does try, though, to abide by his special should and taboos and, as in every neurosis, his reasoning and his imagination help to obscure and to embellish the picture. But he cannot stave off self-accusations by self-righteousness, because by doing so he would violate his taboos on arrogance and conceit. Nor can he, effectively, hate or despise others for what he rejects in himself, because he must be understanding and forgiving. Accusing others, or any kind of hostility toward others, would in fact frighten him, rather than reassure him, because of his taboos on aggression. Also, as we shall see presently, he needs others so much that he must avoid friction for this very reason. Finally, because of all these factors, he simply is not a good fighter, and this applies not only to his relations to others but to his attacks on himself as well. In other words, he is just as defenseless against his own self-accusations, his self-contempt, his self-torture, etc., as he is against attacks on the part of others. He takes it all lying down. He accepts the verdict of his inner tyranny, which in turn increases his already reduced feelings about himself. Nevertheless, he of course needs self-protection, and does develop defensive measures of his own kind. The terror with which he may respond to the assaults of his self-hate actually emerges only if his special defenses are not properly functioning. The very process of self-minimizing is not only a means of avoiding expansive attitudes and keeping within the confines set by his taboos but also a means of appeasing his self-hate. I can best describe this process in terms of the way in which the self-effacing type characteristically behaves toward people when he feels attacked. He tries to placate and take the edge off accusations by, for instance, an overeager admission of guilt. "You are quite right. I am no good anyhow, it is all my fault." He tries to elicit sympathetic reassurance by being apologetic and by expressing remorse and self-reproaches. He may also plead for mercy by emphasizing his helplessness. In the same appeasing way, he takes the sting out of his own self-accusations. He exaggerates in his mind his feelings of guilt, his helplessness, his being so badly off in every way. In short, he emphasizes his suffering. A different way of releasing his inner tension is through passive externalization. This shows in his feeling accused by others, suspected or neglected, kept down, treated with contempt, abused, exploited, or treated with outright cruelty. However, this passive externalization, while allaying anxiety, does not seem to be as effective a means of getting rid of self-accusations as does active externalization. Besides, like all externalization, it disturbs his relations to others, a disturbance to which, for many reasons, he is particularly sensitive. All these defensive measures, however, still leave him in a precarious inner situation. He still needs a more powerful reassurance. Even at those times in which his self-hate keeps within moderate limits, his feeling that everything which he does by himself or for himself is meaningless, his self-minimizing, etc., makes him profoundly insecure. So, following his old pattern, he reaches out for others to strengthen his inner position by giving him the feeling of being accepted, approved of, needed, wanted, liked, loved, appreciated. His salvation lies in others. Hence his need for people is not only greatly reinforced but often attains a frantic character. We begin to understand the appeal which love has for this type. I use love as a common denominator for all kinds of positive feelings, whether they be sympathy, tenderness, affection, gratitude, sexual love, or feeling needed and appreciated. We shall leave for a separate chapter how this appeal of love influences a person's love life in the stricter sense. Here we shall discuss how it operates in his human relations in general. The expansive type needs people for the confirmation of his power and of his spurious values. He also needs them as a safety valve for his own self-hate. But, since he has easier recourse to his own resources and greater support from his pride, his needs for others are neither as impelling nor as comprehensive as they are for the self-effacing type. The nature and magnitude of these needs account for a basic characteristic in the tatter's expectations of others. While the arrogant vindictive type primarily expects evil unless he has proof to the contrary, while the truly detached type, about whom we shall speak later, expects neither good nor bad, the self-effacing type keeps expecting good. On the surface it looks as though he had an unshakable faith in the essential goodness of humanity. And it is true that he is more open, more sensitive to likable qualities in others. But the compulsiveness of his expectations makes it impossible for him to be discriminating. He cannot as a rule distinguish between genuine friendliness and its many counterfeits. He is too easily bribed by any show of warmth or interest. In addition, his inner dictates tell him that he should like everybody, that he should not be suspicious. Finally, his fear of antagonism and possible fights makes HDM overlook, discard, minimize, or explain away such traits as lying, crookedness, exploiting, cruelty, treachery. When confronted with the unmistakable evidence of such trends, he is taken by surprise each time, but even so he refuses to believe in any intent to deceive, humiliate, or exploit. Although he often is, and still more often feels, abused, this does not change his basic expectations. Even though by bitter personal experience he may know that nothing good could possibly come to him from a particular group or person, he still persists in expecting it, consciously or unconsciously. Particularly when such blindness occurs in someone who is otherwise psychologically astute, his friends or colleagues may be flabbergasted by it. But it simply indicates that the emotional needs are so great that they override evidence. The more he expects of people, the more he tends to idealize them. He has not, therefore, a real faith in mankind but a Pollyanna attitude which inevitably brings with it many disappointments and makes him more insecure with people. Here is a brief survey of what he expects of others. In the first place, he must feel accepted by others. He needs such acceptance in whatever form it is available: attention, approval, gratitude, affection, sympathy, love, sex. To make it clear by comparison, just as in our civilization many people feel worth as much as the money they are making, so the self-effacing type measures his value in the currency of love, using the word here as a comprehensive term for the various forms of acceptance. He is worth as much as he is liked, needed, wanted, or loved. Furthermore, he needs human contact and company because he cannot stand being alone for any length of time. He easily feels lost, as if he were cut off from life. Painful as this feeling is, it can still be tolerable as long as his self-abuse keeps within limits. As soon, however, as self-accusations or self-contempt become acute, his feeling lost may grow into a nameless terror, and it is exactly at this point that the need for others becomes frantic. This need for company is all the greater since being alone means to him proof of being unwanted and unliked, and is therefore a disgrace, to be kept secret. It is a disgrace to go alone to the movies or on a vacation, and a disgrace to be alone over the weekend when others are sociable. This is an illustration of the extent to which his self-confidence is dependent upon somebody's caring for him in some way. He also needs others to give meaning and zest to whatever he is doing. The self-effacing type needs someone for whom to sew, cook, or garden, a teacher for whom he can play the piano, patients, or clients who rely on him. Besides all this emotional support, however, he needs help, and plenty of it. In his own mind the help he needs stays within most reasonable limits, partly because most of his needs for help are unconscious and partly because he focuses on certain requests for help as though they were isolated and unique: help in getting him a job, in speaking to his landlord, going shopping with or for him, lending him money. Moreover, any wish for help of which he is aware, appears to him eminently reasonable because the need behind it is so great. But when in analysis we see the total picture, his need for help actually amounts to the expectation that everything will be done for him. Others should supply the initiative, do his work, take the responsibility, give meaning to his life, or take over his life so that he can live through them. When recognizing the whole scope of these needs and expectations, the power which the appeal of love has for the self-effacing type becomes perfectly clear. It is not only a means to allay anxiety. Without love he and his life are without value and without meaning. Love therefore is an intrinsic part of the self-effacing solution. In terms of the type's personal feelings, love becomes as indispensable for him as oxygen is for breathing. Naturally he carries these expectations also into the analytic relationship. In contrast to most expansive types, he is not at all ashamed to ask for help. On the contrary, he may dramatize his needs and his helplessness and plead for help. But of course he wants it his own way. He expects at bottom a cure through love. He may be quite willing to put efforts into the analytic work, but, as it turns out later, he is prompted by his hungry expectation that salvation and redemption must and can come only from without, here from the analyst, through being accepted. He expects the analyst to remove his feelings of guilt by love, which may mean bisexual law in the case of an analyst of the opposite sex. More often it means in more general ways signs of friendship, special attention, or interest. As always happens in neurosis, needs turn into claims, which means that he feels entitled to having all these goods come to him. The needs for love, affection, understanding, sympathy, or help turn into, I am entitled to love, affection, understanding, sympathy. I am entitled to have things done for me. I am entitled not to the pursuit of happiness but to have happiness fall into my lap. It goes almost without saying that these claims, as claims, remain more unconscious than in the expansive type. The relevant questions in this regard are, upon what does the self-effacing type base his claims and how does he assert them? The most conscious, and in a way realistic, basis is that of his endeavors to make himself agreeable and useful. Varying with his temperament, his neurotic structure, and the situation, he may be charming, compliant, considerate, sensitive to wishes of others, available, helpful, sacrificing, understanding. It is but natural that he overrates what, in this or that way, he does for another person. He is oblivious to the fact that the latter may not at all like this kind of attention or generosity. He is unaware that there are strings attached to his offers. He omits from his consideration all the unpleasant traits he has. And so it all appears to him as the pure gold of friendliness, for which he could reasonably expect returns. Another basis for his claims is more detrimental for himself and more coercive of others. Because he is afraid to be alone, others should stay at home. Because he cannot stand noise, everybody should tiptoe around the house. A premium is thus set on neurotic needs and suffering. Suffering is unconsciously put into the service of asserting claims, which not only checks the incentive to overcome it but also leads to inadvertent exaggerations of suffering. This does not mean that his suffering is merely put on for demonstrative purposes. It affects him in a much deeper way because he must primarily prove to himself, to his own satisfaction, that he is entitled to the fulfillment of his needs. He must feel that his suffering is so exceptional and so excessive that it entitles him to help. In other words, this process makes a person actually feel his suffering more intensely than he would without its having acquired an unconscious strategic value. A third basis, still more unconscious and more destructive, is his feeling abused and being entitled to having others make up for the injuries perpetrated on him. In dreams he may present himself as being ruined beyond repair and hence entitled to having all his needs fulfilled. In order to understand these vindictive elements we must survey the factors accounting for his feeling abused. In a typically self-effacing person, feeling abused is an almost constant undercurrent in his whole attitude toward life. If we wanted to characterize him crudely and glibly in a few words, we would say that he is a person who craves affection and feels abused most of the time. To begin with, as I have mentioned, others often do take advantage of his defenselessness and his overeagerness to help or to sacrifice. On account of his feeling unworthy, and his inability to stand up for himself, he sometimes does not take conscious cognizance of such abuse. Also, due to his shrinking process and all it entails, he often does come out on the short end, without there having been any harmful intent on the part of others. Even if in actual fact he is in some regards more fortunate than others, his taboos do not allow him to recognize his advantages and he must present himself to himself, and hence experience himself, as being worse off than others. Furthermore, he feels abused when his many unconscious claims are not fulfilled, for instance, when others do not respond with gratitude to his compulsive efforts to please, to help, to make sacrifices for them. His typical response to frustration of claims is not so much righteous indignation as a self-pitying feeling of being unfairly treated. Probably more poignant than any of these other sources is all the abuse he inflicts upon himself, through self-minimizing as well as through self-reproaches, self-contempt, and self-torture, all of which is externalized. The more intense the self-abuse, the less can good external conditions prevail against it. He often will tell heartbreaking tales of his woes, arouse sympathy and the wish to give him a better deal, only to find himself in the same predicament soon after. In actual fact, he may not have been so unfairly treated as it seems to him. At any rate, behind the feeling is the reality of his self-abuse. The connection between a sudden rise in self-accusations and the subsequent feeling of being abused is not too difficult to observe. In analysis, for instance, As soon as self-accusations are aroused by his seeing a difficulty of his own, his thoughts may immediately take him back to incidents or periods of his life when he actually was badly treated, whether they occurred in his childhood, in previous medical treatment, or in former jobs. He may dramatize the wrong done to him and dwell on it monotonously, as he had done many a time before. The same pattern may occur in other human relations. If for instance he is dimly aware of having been inconsiderate, he may, with the speed of lightning, switch to feeling abused. In short, his terror of wrongdoing simply compels him to feel himself the victim, even when in actual fact he has been the one who failed others or who, through his implicit demands, has imposed upon them. Because feeling victimized thus becomes a protection against his self-hate, it is a strategical position, to be defended vigorously. The more vicious the self-accusations, the more frantically must he prove and exaggerate the wrong done to him, and the more deeply he experiences the wrong. This need can be so cogent that it makes him inaccessible to help for the time being. For to accept help, or even to admit to himself that help is being offered, would cause the defensive position of his being altogether the victim to collapse. Conversely, it is profitable at any sudden rise in feeling abused to look for a possible increase of guilt feelings. We can often observe in analysis that the wrong done to him shrinks to reasonable proportions, or indeed ceases to be a wrong, as soon as he recognizes his share in the particular situation and can look at it in a matter-of-fact way, i.e., without self-condemnation. The passive externalization of self-hate may go beyond merely feeling abused. He may provoke others to treat him badly, and thus transfer the inner scene to the outside. In this way too he becomes the noble victim suffering under an ignoble and cruel world. All these powerful sources combine to engender his feeling abused. But closer observation shows that he not only feels abused for this or that reason, but that something in him welcomes this feeling, indeed may avidly seize upon it. This points to the fact that feeling abused also must have some important function. This function is to allow him an outlet for the suppressed expansive drives, and almost the only one he can tolerate, and at the same time cover them up. It allows him to feel secretly superior to the others, the crown of martyrdom. It allows him to put his hostile aggression against others on a legitimate basis, and it finally allows him to disguise his hostile aggression because, as we shall see presently, most of the hostility is suppressed, and expressed in suffering. Feeling abused is therefore the greatest stumbling block to the patient seeing and experiencing the inner conflict for which his self-effacement was a solution. And, while analysis of each individual factor helps to diminish its tenacity, it cannot vanish until he comes face to face with this conflict. As long as this feeling abused persists, and usually it does not remain static but increases as time goes on, it makes for an increasing vindictive resentment against others. The bulk of this vindictive hostility remains unconscious. It must be deeply suppressed because it endangers all the subjective values he lives by. It mars his idealized image of absolute goodness and magnanimity. It makes him feel unlovable and conflicts with all his expectations of others. It violates his inner dictates of being all-understanding and all-forgiving. Therefore, when he is resentful he not only turns against others but simultaneously against himself. Hence such resentment is a disruptive factor of the first order for this type. Despite this pervasive suppression of resentment, reproaches will occasionally be expressed, in mitigated form. Only when he feels driven to despair will the locked gates break open and a hood of violent accusations rush out. Though these may express accurately what he feels deep down, he usually discards them on the grounds of having been too upset to say what he means. But his most characteristic way of expressing vindictive resentment is again through suffering. Rage can be absorbed in increased suffering from whatever psychosomatic symptoms he has, or from feeling prostrate or depressed. If in analysis such a patient's vindictiveness is aroused, he will not be outright angry but his condition will be impaired. He will come with increased complaints, and indicate that analysis seems to make him worse instead of better. The analyst may know what has hit the patient in the previous session and may try to bring it to the patient's awareness. But the patient is not interested in seeing a connection that might relieve his suffering. He simply re-emphasizes his complaints, as if he has to make sure that the analyst gets the full impact of how bad the depression was. Without knowing it, he is out to make the analyst feel guilty for having made him suffer. This is often an exact replica of what happens in the domestic scene. Suffering thus acquires another function, that of absorbing rage and making others feel guilty, which is the only effective way of getting back at them. All of these factors lend a curious ambivalence to his attitude toward people, a surface prevalence of naive optimistic trust and an undercurrent of just as indiscriminate suspiciousness and resentment. The inner tension created by an increased vindictiveness can be enormous. And the puzzle often is not that he has this or that emotional upset, but that he manages to keep a fair equilibrium. Whether he can do it, and for how long, depends partly upon the intensity of the inner tension and partly upon circumstances. With his helplessness and dependence upon others, the latter are more important for him than for other neurotic types. An environment is favorable for him that does not tax him beyond what, with his inhibitions, he can do, and that affords such a measure of satisfaction as, according to his structure, he needs and can allow himself. Provided his neurosis is not too severe, he can derive satisfaction from leading a life dedicated to others or to a cause, a life in which he can lose himself by being useful and helpful and where he feels needed, wanted, and liked. However, even under the very best inner and outer conditions, his life rests on a precarious foundation. It can be threatened by a change in the external situation. The people he takes care of may die or no longer need him. The cause for which he has worked may fail, or lose its significance for him. Such losses, which a healthy person can weather, may bring him to the verge of a breakdown, with all his anxiety and feelings of futility coming into the foreground. The other danger threatens primarily from the inside. There are just too many factors in his unavowed hostility against self and others that may give rise to a greater inner tension than he can bear. Or, in other words, the chances of his feeling abused are too great to make any situation safe for him. On the other hand, prevailing conditions may not contain even the partially favorable elements I have just described. If the inner tension is great and the environmental conditions difficult, he not only may become extremely miserable but his equilibrium may break down. Whatever the symptoms, panic, insomnia, anorexia, loss of appetite, it comes about and is characterized by hostility breaking the dam and overflooding the system. All his piled up, bitter accusations against others then come to the fore, his claims become openly vindictive and unreasoning, his self-hate becomes conscious and reaches formidable proportions. His condition is one of unmitigated despair. He may have severe panics and the danger of suicide is considerable. A very different picture from that of the too soft person who is so anxious to please. And yet the beginning and the end stages are part and parcel of one kind of neurotic development. It would be a wrong conclusion to think that the amount of destructiveness appearing in the end stages has been under check all the time. Certainly, under the surface of sweet reasonableness, there has been more tension than met the eye. But only a considerable increase of frustration and hostility brings about the end stages. Since some other aspects of the self-effacing solution will be discussed in the context of morbid dependency, I should like to conclude the general outline of this structure with a few comments on the problem of neurotic suffering. Every neurosis entails real suffering, usually more than a person is aware of. The self-effacing type suffers under the shackles that prevent his expansion, under his self-abuse, under his ambivalent attitude toward others. All of this is plain suffering. It is not in the service of some secret purpose, it is not put on to impress others in this or that way. But in addition his suffering takes over certain functions. I suggest calling the suffering resulting from this process neurotic or functional suffering. I have mentioned some of these functions. Suffering becomes a basis for his claims. It is not only a plea for attention, care, and sympathy but it entitles him to all these. It serves to maintain his solution and hence has an integrating function. Suffering also is his specific way of expressing vindictiveness. Frequent indeed are the examples where the psychic ailments of one of the marriage partners are used as a deadly weapon against the other, or where they are used to cramp the children by instilling in them feelings of guilt for an independent move. How does he square with himself the infliction of so much misery on others? he who is anxious not to hurt anybody's feelings. He may be more or less dimly aware that he is a drag on his environment, but he does not squarely face it because his own suffering exonerates him. To put it briefly, his suffering accuses others and excuses himself. It excuses in his mind everything, his demands, his irritability, his dampening of the spirits of others. Suffering not only assuages his own self-accusation, but also wards off the possible reproaches of others. And again his need for forgiveness turns into a claim. His suffering entitles him to understanding. If others are critical, they are unfeeling. No matter what he does, it should arouse sympathy and the wish to help. Suffering exonerates the self-effacing person in still another way. It provides him with an overall alibi both for not actually making more of his life and for not achieving ambitious goals. Although, as we have seen, he anxiously shuns ambition and triumph, the need for achievement and triumph still operates. And his suffering allows him to save his face by maintaining in his mind, consciously or unconsciously, the possibility of supreme achievements, were it not for his being afflicted with mysterious ailments. Lastly, neurotic suffering may entail a playing with the idea of going to pieces, or an unconscious determination to do so. The appeal of doing so naturally is greater in times of distress. Alexander has described this phenomenon as the need for punishment * and has illustrated it with many convincing examples. This meant a definite progress in the understanding of intrapsychic processes. The difference between Alexander's views and my own is this: the freeing from neurotic guilt feelings by way of suffering is in my opinion not a process valid for all neuroses but specific for the self-effacing type. Also, to pay in the currency of suffering does not make him feel free, as it were, to sin again. The dictates of his inner tyranny are so many and so rigid that he cannot help violating them again and can then be conscious. More often in such periods only reactive fears reach consciousness, such as fears of mental, physical, or moral deterioration, of becoming unproductive, of becoming too old for this or that. These fears indicate that the more healthy part of the person wants to have a full life and reacts with apprehension to another part which is bent on going to pieces. This tendency may also work unconsciously. The person may not even be cognizant that his whole condition has been impaired, that, for instance, he is less able to do things, is more afraid of people, more despondent, until one day when he suddenly wakes up to the fact that he is in danger of going downhill, and that something in himself drives him down. In times of distress the going under may have a powerful appeal for him. It appears as a way out of all his difficulties, giving up the hopeless struggle for love and the frantic attempts to fulfill contradictory should, and freeing himself from the terror of self-accusations by accepting defeat. It is moreover a way which appeals to him through his very passivity. It is not as active as suicidal tendencies, which rarely occur at such times. He simply stops struggling and lets the self-destructive forces take their course. Finally, going to pieces under the assault of an unfeeling world appears to him as the ultimate triumph. It may take the conspicuous form of dying at the offender's doorstep. But more often it is not a demonstrative suffering that intends to put others to shame and to raise claims on these grounds. It goes deeper, and hence is more dangerous. It is a triumph primarily in the person's mind, and even this may be unconscious. When we uncover it in analysis we find a glorification of weakness and suffering supported by confused half-truths. Suffering per se appears as the proof of nobility. What else can a sensitive person in an ignoble world do but go to pieces? Should he fight and assert himself and hence stoop down to the same level of crude vulgarity? He can but forgive and perish with the crowning glory of martyrdom. All these functions of neurotic suffering account for its tenacity and depth. And all of them stem from dire necessities of the whole structure, and can be understood only against this background. To put it in terms of therapy, he cannot dispense with them without radical change in his whole character structure. For the understanding of the self-effacing solution it is indispensable to consider the totality of the picture, both the totality of the historical development and the totality of processes going on at any given time. When briefly surveying the theories on this subject, it seems that their inadequacies stem essentially from a one-sided focus on certain aspects. There may be, for instance, a one-sided focus on either intrapsychic or interpersonal factors. We cannot, however, understand the dynamics from either one of these aspects alone but only as a process in which interpersonal conflicts lead to a peculiar intrapsychic configuration, and this latter in turn depends on and modifies the old patterns of human relations. It makes them more compulsive and more destructive. Moreover, some theories, like those of Freud and Carl Menninger, focus too much on the conspicuously morbid phenomena such as masochistic perversions, wallowing in guilt feelings, or self-inflicted martyrdom. They leave out trends which are closer to the healthy. To be sure, the needs to win people, to be close to others, to live in peace are determined by weakness and fear and hence are indiscriminate, but they contain germs of healthy human attitudes. The humility of this type and his capacity to subordinate himself in himself, granted his spurious foundation, seem closer to the normal than for instance the flaunting arrogance of the aggressive vindictive type. These qualities make the self-effacing person, as it were, more human than many of the neurotics. I am not speaking here in his defense. The very trends just mentioned are the ones which start his alienation from himself and initiate the further pathologic development. I merely want to say that not understanding them as an intrinsic part of the whole solution inevitably leads to misinterpretations of the entire process. Lastly, some theories focus on the neurotic suffering, which is indeed a central problem, but divorce it from the whole background. This inevitably leads to an undue stress on strategic devices. Thus Alfred Adler 5 saw suffering as a means to get attention, to shirk responsibility, and to attain a devious superiority. Theodor Reich stresses demonstrative suffering as a means to get love and to express vindictiveness. Franz Alexander, as already mentioned, emphasizes the function which suffering has for removing guilt feelings. All these theories rest on valid observations but nevertheless, when insufficiently embedded in the whole structure, bring into the picture an undesirable approximation of popular beliefs that the self-effacing type simply wants to suffer or is only happy when miserable. To see the total picture is not only important for theoretical understanding but also for the analyst's attitude toward patients of this kind. Through their hidden demands and their special brand of neurotic dishonesty they may easily arouse resentment, but perhaps even more than the others they need a sympathetic understanding. Chapter 10, Morbid Dependency. Among the three major solutions of the inner conflict within the pride system, the self-effacing seems the least satisfactory one. Besides having the drawback entailed in every neurotic solution, it makes for a greater subjective feeling of unhappiness than the others. The genuine suffering of the self-effacing type may not be greater than in other kinds of neurosis, but subjectively he feels miserable more often and more intensely than others because of the many functions suffering has assumed for him. Besides, his needs and expectations of others make for a too great dependency upon them. And, while every enforced dependency is painful, this one is particularly unfortunate because his relation to people cannot but be divided. Nevertheless, love, still in its broad meaning, is the only thing that gives a positive content to his life. Love, in the specific sense of erotic love, plays so peculiar and significant a role in his life that its presentation warrants a separate chapter. Although this unavoidably makes for certain repetitions, it also gives us a better opportunity to bring into clearer relief certain salient factors of the whole structure. Erotic love lures this type as the supreme fulfillment. Love must and does appear as the ticket to paradise, where all woe ends, no more loneliness, no more feeling lost, guilty, and unworthy, no more responsibility for self, no more struggle with a harsh world for which he feels hopelessly unequipped. Instead, love seems to promise protection, support, affection, encouragement, sympathy, understanding. It will give him a feeling of worth. It will give meaning to his life. It will be salvation and redemption. No wonder then that for him people often are divided into the haves and have-nots, not in terms of money and social status but of being, or not being, married or having an equivalent relationship. Thus far the significance of love lies primarily in all he expects from being loved. Because psychiatric writers who have described the love of dependent persons have put a one-sided emphasis on this aspect, they have called it parasitic, sponging, or oral erotic. And this aspect may indeed be in the foreground. But for the typical self-effacing person, a person with prevailing self-effacing trends, the appeal is as much in loving as in being loved. To love, for him, means to lose, to submerge himself in more or less ecstatic feelings, to merge with another being, to become one heart and one flesh, and in this merger to find a unity which he cannot find in himself. His longing for love thus is fed by deep and powerful sources, the longing for surrender and the longing for unity. And we cannot understand the depth of his emotional involvement without considering these sources. The search for unity is one of the strongest motivating forces in human beings and is even more important to the neurotic, with his inner division. The longing to surrender to something bigger than we are seems to be the essential element in most forms of religion. And although the self-effacing surrender is a caricature of the healthy yearning, it nevertheless has the same power. It appears not only in the craving for love but also in many other ways. The problem of masochism. In that book I suggested the longing for self-extinction as the basic explanatory principle for what I then still called masochistic phenomena. I would think now that this longing arises from the background of the special self-effacing structure. It is one factor in his propensity to lose himself in all kinds of feelings, in a sea of tears, in ecstatic feelings about nature, in wallowing in guilt feelings, in his yearning for oblivion in orgasm or in fading out in sleep, and often in his longing for death as the ultimate extinction of self. Going still another step deeper, the appeal love has for him resides not only in his hopes for satisfaction, peace, and unity, but love also appears to him as the only way to actualize his idealized self. In loving, he can develop to the full the lovable attributes of his idealized self. In being loved he obtains the supreme confirmation of it. Because love has for him a unique value, lovableness ranks first among all the factors determining his self-evaluation. I have already mentioned that the cultivation of lovable qualities started in this type with his early need for affection. It becomes all the more necessary the more crucial others become for his peace of mind, and all the more encompassing, the more expansive moves are suppressed. Lovable qualities are the only ones invested with a kind of subdued pride, the latter showing in his hypersensitivity to any criticism or questioning on this score. He feels deeply hurt if his generosity, or his attentiveness to the needs of others is not appreciated or even, on the contrary, irritates them. Since these lovable qualities are the only factors he values in himself, he experiences any rejection of them as a total rejection of himself. Accordingly, his fear of rejection is poignant. Rejection to him means not only losing all the hopes he had attached to somebody but also being left with a feeling of utter worthlessness. In analysis we can study more closely how lovable attributes are enforced through a system of rigorous should. He should not only be sympathetic but also attain the absolute in understanding. He should never feel personal hurts because everything of this sort should be wiped out by such understanding. To feel hurt, in addition to being painful, arouses self-condemnatory reproaches for being petty or selfish. Particularly he should not be vulnerable to the pangs of jealousy, a dictate entirely impossible of fulfillment for a person whose fear of rejection and desertion is bound to be aroused easily. All he can do at best is to insist upon a pretense of broad-mindedness. Any friction that arises is his fault. He should have been more serene, more thoughtful, more forgiving. The extent to which he feels his should as his own varies. Usually some are externalized to the partner. What he is aware of then is an anxiety to measure up to the latter's expectations. The two most relevant should on this score are that he should be able to develop any love relationship into a state of absolute harmony and that he should be able to make the partner love him. When enmeshed in an untenable relation and having enough sense to know that it would be all for his own good to end it, his pride presents this solution as a disgraceful failure and demands that he should make the relation work. On the other hand, just because the lovable qualities, no matter how spurious, are invested with a secret pride, they also become a basis for his many hidden claims. They entitle him to exclusive devotion, and to the fulfillment of his many needs which we discussed in the last chapter. He feels entitled to be loved not only for his attentiveness, which may be real, but also for his very weakness and helplessness, for his very suffering and self-sacrificing. Between these should and claims conflicting currents can arise in which he may get inextricably caught. One day he is all abused innocence and may resolve to tell the partner off. But then he becomes frightened of his own courage, both in terms of demanding anything for himself and of accusing the other. He also becomes frightened at the prospect of losing him. And so the pendulum swings to the other extreme. His should and self-reproaches get the upper hand. He should not resent anything, he should be unruffled, he should be more loving and understanding, and it all is his fault anyway. Similarly, he wavers in his estimate of the partner, who sometimes seems strong and adorable, sometimes incredibly and inhumanly cruel. Thus everything is befogged and any decision out of the question. Although the inner conditions in which he enters a love relationship are always precarious, they do not necessarily lead to disaster. He can reach a measure of happiness, provided he is not too destructive and provided he finds a partner who is either fairly healthy or, for neurotic reasons of his own, rather cherishes his weakness and dependency. Although such a partner may feel his clinging attitude burdensome at times, it may also make him feel strong and safe to be the protector and to arouse so much personal devotion, or what he conceives as such. Under these circumstances, the neurotic solution might be called a successful one. The feeling of being cherished and sheltered brings out the very best qualities of the self-effacing person. Such a situation, however, will inevitably prevent him from outgrowing his neurotic difficulties. How often such fortuitous circumstances occur is not in the analyst's domain to judge. What comes to his attention are the less fortunate relations, in which the partners torment each other and in which the dependent partner is in danger of destroying himself, slowly and painfully. In these instances we speak of a morbid dependency. Its occurrence is not restricted to sexual relations. Many of its characteristic features may operate in non-sexual friendships between parent and child, teacher and pupil, doctor and patient, leader and follower. But they are most pronounced in love relations, and having once grasped them therein, one will easily recognize them in other relations when they may be clouded over by such rationalizations as loyalty or obligation. Morbidly dependent relations are initiated by the unfortunate choice of a partner. To be more accurate, we should not speak of choice. The self-effacing person actually does not choose but instead is spellbound by certain types. He is naturally attracted by a person of the same or opposite sex who impresses him as stronger and superior. Leaving out of consideration here the healthy partner, he may easily fall in love with a detached person, provided the latter has some glamour through wealth, position, reputation, or particular gifts, with an outgoing narcissistic type possessing a buoyant self-assurance similar to his own, with an arrogant vindictive type who dares to make open claims and is unconcerned about being haughty and offensive. Several reasons combine for his being easily infatuated with these personalities. He is inclined to overrate them because they all seem to possess attributes which he not only bitterly misses in himself but ones for the lack of which he despises himself. It may be a question of independence, of self-sufficiency, of an invincible assurance of superiority, a boldness in flaunting arrogance or aggressiveness. Only these strong, superior people, as he sees them, can fulfill all his needs and take him over. To follow the fantasies of one woman patient, only a man with strong arms can save her from a burning house, a shipwreck, or threatening burglars. But what accounts specifically for being fascinated or spellbound, i.e., for the compulsive element in such an infatuation, is the suppression of his expansive drives. As we have seen, he must go to any length to disavow them. Whatever hidden pride and drives for mastery he has, remain foreign to him, while, conversely, he experiences the subdued helpless part of his pride system as the very essence of himself. But on the other hand, because he suffers under the results of his shrinking process, the capacity to master life aggressively and arrogantly also appears to him to be most desirable. Unconsciously and even, when he feels free enough to express it, consciously, he thinks that if only he could be as proud and ruthless as the Spanish conquistadors he would be free, with the world at his feet. But since this quality is out of reach for him, he is fascinated by it in others. He externalizes his own expansive drives and admires them in others. It is their pride and arrogance that touch him to the core. Not knowing that he can solve his conflict in himself only, he tries to solve it by love. To love a proud person, to merge with him, to live vicariously through him would allow him to participate in the mastery of life without having to own it to himself. If in the course of the relationship he discovers that the god has feet of clay, he may sometimes lose interest because he can no longer transfer his pride to him. On the other hand, a person with self-effacing trends does not appeal to him as a sexual partner. He may like him as a friend because he finds in him more sympathy, understanding, or devotion than in others. But when starting a more intimate relationship with him, he may feel even repelled. He sees in him, as in a mirror, his own weakness and despises him for it, or at least is irritated by it. He is also afraid of the clinging vine attitude of such a partner because the mere idea that he himself must be the stronger one terrifies him. These negative emotional responses then may render it impossible to value existing assets in such a partner. Among the obviously proud people, those of the arrogant vindictive type as a rule exert the greatest fascination on the dependent person, although, in terms of his real self-interest, he has stringent reasons to be afraid of them. The cause of the fascination lies in part in their pride in the most conspicuous way. But even more crucial is the fact that they are most likely to knock his own pride out from under him. The relationship may start indeed with some crude offense on the part of the arrogant person. Somerset Maugham in Of Human Bondage had described this in the first meeting between Philip and Mildred. Stefan Zweig has a similar instance in his Amok. In both cases, the dependent person responds first with anger and an impulse to get back at the offender, in each case a woman, but almost simultaneously is so fascinated that he falls for her hopelessly and passionately and has thereafter but the one driving interest, to win her love. Thereby he ruins, or almost ruins, himself. Insulting behavior frequently precipitates a dependent relationship. It need not always be as dramatic as in Of Human Bondage or Amok. It may be much more subtle and insidious. But I wonder if it is ever entirely missing in such a relationship. It may consist of a mere lack of interest or an arrogant reserve, of paying attention to others, of joking or facetious remarks, of being unimpressed by whatever assets in the partner usually impress others, such as name, profession, knowledge, beauty. These are insults because they are felt as rejections, and, as I have mentioned, a rejection is an insult for anybody whose pride is largely invested in making everybody love him. The frequency of such occurrences throws light upon the appeal detached people have for him. Their very aloofness and unavailability constitute the insulting rejection. Incidents such as these seem to lend weight to the notion that the self-effacing person merely craves for suffering and avidly seizes the prospect of it offered by the insults. Actually, nothing has more blocked a real understanding of morbid dependency than this notion. It is all the more misleading since it contains a grain of truth. We know that suffering has manifold neurotic values for him, and it is also true that insulting behavior attracts him magnetically. The error lies in establishing a too neat causal connection between these two facts by assuming that the magnetic attraction is determined by the prospect of suffering. The reason lies in two other factors, both of which we mentioned separately: the fascination that arrogance and aggressiveness in others exert on him, and his own need for surrender. We now can see that these two factors are more closely interlinked than we have hitherto realized. He craves to surrender himself body and soul, but can do so only if his pride is bent or broken. In other words, the initial offense is not so much intriguing because it hurts as because it opens the possibility for self-riddance and self-surrender. To use a patient's words, the person who shakes my pride from under me releases me from my arrogance and pride. Or, if he can insult me, then I am just an ordinary human being, and, one might add, only then can I love. We may think here too of Bizet's Carmen, whose passion was inflamed only if she were not loved. No doubt the abandoning of pride as a rigid condition for love surrender is pathological, particularly, as we shall see presently, since the pronounced self-effacing type can love only if he feels, or is, degraded. But the phenomenon ceases to seem unique and mysterious if we remember that for the healthy person love and true humility go together. It also is not quite as widely different from what we have seen in the expansive type as we might at first be led to believe. The latter's fear of love is mainly determined by his unconscious realization that he would have to relinquish much of his neurotic pride for the sake of love. To put it succinctly, neurotic pride is the enemy of love. Here the difference between the expansive and the self-effacing type is that the former does not need love in any vital way but, on the contrary, shuns it as a danger, while for the latter love surrender appears as a solution for everything, and hence as a vital necessity. The expansive type, too, can surrender only if his pride is broken, but then may become passionately enslaved. Stendhal has described this process in The Proud Mathilde's passion for Julian in The Red and the Black. It shows that the arrogant person's fear of love is well-founded, for him. But mostly he is too much on his guard to allow himself to fall in love. Although we can study the characteristics of a morbid dependency in any relationship, they come into clearest relief in the sexual relationship between a self-effacing and an arrogant vindictive type. The conflicts generated here are more intense, and can develop more fully, since for reasons residing in both partners the relationship is usually of longer duration. The narcissistic or detached partner more easily becomes tired of the implicit demands made upon him and is liable to quit, while the sadistic partner is more prone to fasten himself onto his victim. Cf. Flaubert's Madame Bovary. Both her lovers become tired of her and break away. For the dependent person, in turn, it is much more difficult to extricate himself from a relation with an arrogant vindictive type. With his peculiar weakness, he is as unequipped for such an involvement as a ship built for navigation in still waters is for crossing a rough, stormy ocean. Her whole lack of sturdiness, every weak spot in her structure will then make itself felt and may mean ruin. Similarly, a self-effacing person may have functioned fairly well in life, but when tossed into the conflicts involved in such a relationship, every hidden neurotic factor in him will come into operation. I shall describe the process here primarily from the standpoint of the dependent person. For the sake of simplifying the presentation, I shall assume that the self-effacing partner is a woman and the aggressive one a man. Actually, this combination seems to be more frequent in our civilization, although, as many instances show, self-effacement has nothing to do with femininity nor aggressive arrogance with masculinity. Both are exquisitely neurotic phenomena. The first characteristic to strike us is such a woman's total absorption in the relationship. The partner becomes the sole center of her existence. Everything revolves around him. Her mood depends upon whether his attitude toward her is more positive or negative. She does not dare make any plans lest she might miss a call or an evening with him. Her thoughts are centered on understanding or helping him. Her endeavors are directed toward measuring up to what she feels he expects. She has but one fear, that of antagonizing and losing him. Conversely, her other interests subside. Her work, unless connected with him, becomes comparatively meaningless. This may even be true of professional work otherwise dear to her heart, or productive work in which she has accomplished things. Naturally, the latter suffers most. Other human relations are neglected. She may neglect or leave her children, her home. Friendships serve more and more merely to fill the time when he is not available. Engagements are dropped at a moment's notice when he appears. The impairment of other relations often is fostered by the partner, because he in turn wants to make her more and more dependent upon him. Also, she starts to look at her relatives or friends through his eyes. He scorns her trust in people and instills his own suspiciousness in her. So she loses roots and becomes more and more impoverished. In addition, her self-interest, always at a low ebb, sinks. She may incur debts, risk her reputation, her health, her dignity. If she is in analysis, or used to analyzing herself, the interest in self-recognition gives way to a concern for understanding his motivations and helping him. The trouble may set in, full-fledged, right at the beginning. But sometimes things look fairly auspicious for a while. In certain neurotic ways the two seem to fit together. He needs to be the master, she needs to surrender. He is openly demanding, she complying. She can surrender only if her pride is broken, and for many reasons of his own he cannot fail to do so. But sooner or later clashes are bound to occur between two temperaments, or, more accurately, between two neurotic structures, which in all essentials are diametrically opposed. The main clashes occur on the issue of feelings, of love. She insists upon love, affection, closeness. He is desperately afraid of positive feelings. Their display seems indecent to him. Her assurances of love seem like pure hypocrisy to him, and indeed, as we know, it is actually more a need to lose herself and merge with him that motivates her than personal love for him. He cannot keep from striking out against her feelings, and hence against her. This in turn makes her feel neglected or abused, arouses anxiety, and reinforces her clinging attitudes. And here another collision occurs. Although he does everything to make her dependent upon him, her clinging to him terrifies and repels him. He is afraid and contemptuous of any weakness in himself and despises it in her. This means another rejection for her, provoking more anxiety and more clinging. Her implicit demands are felt as coercion, and he has to hit out in order to retain his feelings of mastery. Her compulsive helpfulness offends his pride in self-sufficiency. Her insistence upon understanding him likewise hurts his pride. And actually, with all her often sincere attempts, she does not really understand him, hardly can do so. Besides, in her understanding there is too much need to excuse and to forgive, for she feels all her attitudes as good and natural. He in turn senses her feeling morally superior and feels provoked to tear down the pretenses involved. There is but scant possibility for a good talk about these matters because at bottom they are both self-righteous. So she starts to see him as a brute and he her as a moral prig. The tearing down of her pretenses could be eminently helpful if it were done in a constructive way. But as it is mostly done in a sarcastic, derogatory way, it merely hurts her and makes her more insecure and more dependent. It is an idle speculation to ask whether or not, with all these clashes, they might be helpful to each other. Certainly he could stand some softening and she some toughening. But mostly they are both too deeply entrenched in their particular neurotic needs and aversions. Vicious circles which bring out the worst in both keep operating, and can result only in mutual tormenting. The frustrations and limitations to which she is exposed vary not so much in kind as in being more or less civilized, more or less intense. There is always some cat and mouse play of attracting and repulsing, binding and withdrawing. Satisfactory sexual relations may be followed by crude offenses, an enjoyable evening by forgetting a date, eliciting confidences by sarcastically using them against her. She may try to play the same game, but is too inhibited to do it well. But she is always a good instrument on which to play, since his attacks make her despondent and his seemingly positive moods throw her into fallacious hopes that from now on everything will be better. There are always plenty of things he feels entitled to do without allowing any questioning. His claims may concern financial support or gifts for himself and his friends or relatives, work to be done for him, like housework or typing, furthering his career, strict consideration of his needs. These latter may, for instance, concern time arrangements, undivided and uncritical interest in his pursuits, having or not having company, remaining unruffled when he is sulky or irritable, and so on and so forth. Whatever he demands is his self-evident due. There is no appreciation forthcoming but much nagging irritability when his wishes are not fulfilled. He feels and declares in no uncertain terms that he is not at all demanding but that she is stingy, sloppy, inconsiderate, unappreciative, and that he has to put up with all sorts of abuse. On the other hand, he is astute at spotting her claims, which he finds altogether neurotic. Her need for affection, time, or company is possessive, her wanting sex or good food, overindulgence. So when he frustrates her needs, which he must do for reasons of his own, it is in his mind no frustration at all. It is better to disregard her needs because she should be ashamed of having them. Actually, his frustrating techniques are highly developed. They include dampening joy by sulkiness, making her feel unwelcome and unwanted, withdrawing physically or psychically. The most harmful and, for her, least tangible part is his pervasive attitude of disregard and contempt. Whatever actual regard he may have for her faculties or qualities is seldom expressed. On the other hand, as I have already said, he does despise her for her softness and for her cakiness and indirectness. But in addition, because of his need for active externalization of his self-hate, he is fault-finding and derogatory. If she in turn dares to criticize him, he discards what she says in a high-handed manner or proves that she is vindictive. We find the greatest variation in sexual matters. Sexual relations may stand out as the only satisfactory contact. Or, in case he is inhibited in enjoying sex, he may frustrate her in this regard too, which is felt all the more keenly since in view of his lack of tenderness sex may mean for her the only assurance of love. Or sex may be a means of degrading and humiliating her. He may make it clear that for him she is nothing but a sexual object. He may flaunt sexual relations with other women, intermingled with derogatory comments about her being less attractive or responsive than these others. Sexual intercourse may be degrading because of the absence of any tenderness or because he uses sadistic techniques. Her attitudes toward such maltreatment are full of contradictions. As we shall see presently, it is not a static set of reactions but a fluctuating process, leading her into more and more conflicts. To begin with, she is simply helpless, as she always has been toward aggressive people. She never could assert herself against them and fight back in any effective way. Complying has always been easier for her. And, being prone to feel guilty anyhow, she rather agrees with his many reproaches, particularly since they often contain a good grain of truth. But her compliance now assumes greater proportions and also changes in quality. It remains an expression of her need to please and appease, but in addition is determined now by her longing for total surrender. This, as we have seen, she can do only when most of her pride has been broken. Thus part of her secretly welcomes his behavior and most actively collaborates with him. He is obviously, though unconsciously, out to crush her pride. She secretly has a complementary irresistible urge to immolate it. In sexual performances this urge may come into full awareness. With orgiastic lust she may prostrate herself, assume humiliating positions, be beaten, bitten, insulted. And sometimes these are the only conditions under which she can reach a full satisfaction. This urge for total surrender by means of self-degradation seems to account more fully than other explanations for the masochistic perversions. Such frank expressions of a lust to degrade herself are evidence of the enormous power such a drive can assume. It may also show in fantasies, often connected with masturbation, of degrading sexual orgies, of being publicly exposed, raped, tied, beaten. Finally, this drive may be expressed in dreams of lying destitute in a gutter and being lifted up by the partner, of being treated by him like a prostitute, of groveling at his feet. The drive toward self-degradation may be too disguised to come into clear relief. But for the experienced observer it shows in many other ways, such as her eagerness, or rather urgency, to whitewash him and to take upon herself the blame for his misdemeanor, or in her abjectness in serving and deferring to him. She is not aware of it, because in her mind such deference registers as humility or love, or humility in loving, since as a rule the urge to prostrate herself, except in sexual matters, is most deeply suppressed. Yet the urge is there and enforces a compromise, which is to let the degradation occur without being aware that it happens. This explains why for a long time she may not even notice his offensive behavior although it is flagrantly obvious to others. Or, if she takes cognizance of it, she does not experience it emotionally and does not really mind it. Sometimes a friend may call it to her attention. But even though she may be convinced of its truth and of her friend's interest in her welfare, it may merely irritate her. In fact it must do so, because it touches too closely upon her conflict in this respect. Even more telling are her own attempts at a time when she tries to struggle out of the situation. Over and over again she may then recall all his insulting and humiliating attitudes, hoping that this will help her to take a stand against him. And only after long futile attempts of this kind will she realize, with surprise, that they simply do not carry any weight. Her need for total surrender also makes it necessary to idealize the partner. Because she can find her unity only with somebody to whom she has delegated her pride, he should be the proud one and she the subdued. I have mentioned the initial fascination that his arrogance has for her. Although this conscious fascination may subside, her glorification of him persists in more subtle ways. She may see him more clearly in many details later on, but she does not get a sober total picture of him until she has actually made the break, and even then the glorification may linger on. She is meanwhile inclined to think, for instance, that notwithstanding his difficulties he is mostly right and knows better than anybody else. Both her need to idealize him and her need to surrender operate here hand in hand. She has extinguished her personal self to the extent of seeing him, others, and herself through his eyes, another factor that makes the breaking away so difficult. So far all plays in with the partner. But there is a turning point, or rather a long drawn-out turning process, as the stake she is gambling for fails to materialize. Her self-degradation is largely, although not altogether, after all a means to an end, that of finding inner unity through surrender of self and merging with the partner. In order for her to reach this fulfillment, the partner has to accept her love, surrender and return her love. But on exactly this decisive point he fails her. As we know, he is bound to do so by dint of his own neurosis. Therefore, while she does not mind, or rather secretly welcomes, his arrogance, she fears and resents bitterly the rejections as well as the implicit and explicit frustrations in matters of love. There are involved here both her deep longing for salvation and that part of her pride which demands in its service that she should be able to make him love her and to make a go of the relation. Besides, like most people, she cannot easily relinquish a goal in which she has invested so heavily. And so she responds to his maltreatment with becoming anxious, despondent, or desperate, only to regain hope soon after, clinging, against evidence to the contrary, to the belief that one day he will love her. At this very point conflicts set in, at first short-lived and quickly surmounted but gradually deepening and becoming permanent. On the one hand she tries desperately to improve the relationship. To her this appears as a commendable way of putting efforts into cultivating it, to him as increased clinging. Both are right up to a point, but both also miss the essential issue, which is her fighting for what appears to her as the ultimate good. More than ever she stands on tiptoe to please, to measure up to his expectations, to see the fault in herself, to overlook or not to resent any crudeness, to understand, to smooth over. Not realizing that all these efforts are in the service of radically wrong goals, she evaluates these efforts as improvements. Similarly, she typically adheres to the usually fallacious belief that he improves too. On the other hand, she starts to hate him. At first this is repressed altogether because it would annihilate her hopes. Then it may become conscious in flashes. She now starts to resent his offensive treatment, again hesitating to admit it to herself. With this turn vindictive trends come to the fore. There are blow-ups in which her true resentment appears, but still without her knowing how true it is. She becomes more critical, is less willing to let herself be exploited. Characteristically, most of this vindictiveness appears in indirect ways, in complaints, suffering, martyrdom, increased clinging. The vindictive elements also creep into her goal. They were always there in a latent form, but now they spread like a cancerous growth. Though the longing to make him love her persists, it becomes more strongly a matter of a vindictive triumph. This is unfortunate for her in every way. Although it remains unconscious, to be sharply divided in so crucial an issue makes for genuine unhappiness. Also, for the very reason that it is unconscious, this vindictiveness serves to tie her more closely to him because it supplies her with another strong incentive to work toward a happy ending. And even when she succeeds and he does fall in love with her after all, which he may, if he is not too rigid and she is not too self-destructive, she does not reap the benefits. Her need for triumph is fulfilled and dwindles, her pride has its due, but she is no longer interested. She may be grateful, appreciative for love given, but she feels it is now too late. Actually, she cannot love with her pride satisfied. If, however, her redoubled efforts do not essentially change the picture, she may turn more vehemently against herself and thereby come into a crossfire. Since the idea of surrender gradually loses its value, and since therefore she becomes aware of tolerating too much abuse, she feels exploited and hates herself for it. Also, she begins to realize at last that her love is in actual fact a morbid dependency, whatever term she may use. This is a healthy recognition, but at first she reacts to it with self-contempt. In addition, condemning the vindictive trends in herself, she hates herself for having them. And finally she runs herself down mercilessly for failing to elicit his love. She is aware of some of this self-hate, but usually most of it is externalized in the passive way characteristic of the self-effacing type. This means that there is now a massive and pervasive feeling of being abused by him. This makes for a new split in her attitude toward him. The increased resentment stemming from this feeling of being abused drives her away. But also the very self-hate either is so frightening that it calls for reassuring affection or reinforces on a purely self-destructive basis her receptiveness to maltreatment. The partner then becomes the executor of her own self-destruction. She is driven to be tormented and humiliated because she hates and despises herself. The self-observations of two patients, both about to extricate themselves from a dependent relationship, may illustrate the role of self-hate in this period. The first patient, a man, decided to go on a brief vacation alone in order to find out what his true feelings were toward the woman upon whom he was dependent. Attempts of this kind, although understandable, mostly prove futile, partly because compulsive factors befog the issue and partly because the individual is usually not really concerned with his own problems and their relation to the situation but only with finding out, in a vacuum, whether or not he loves the other person. In this case his very determination to go to the root of the trouble did bear fruit, although he could not of course find the answer to his question. Feelings did emerge. In fact, he got into a hurricane of feelings. First he became immersed in feeling that the woman was so inhumanly cruel that no punishment was drastic enough. Soon after, he felt just as intensely that he would give everything for a friendly move on her part. These extreme feelings alternated several times, and each of them felt so real that for the time being he forgot the opposite feeling. Only after he had gone through this process 3 times did he realize that his feelings were contradictory. Only then did he realize that none of these extremes represented his true feelings, and only then did he see clearly that both were compulsive. This realization relieved him. Instead of being swept helplessly from one emotional experience into its opposite, he could now start to regard both as a problem to be understood. The following piece of analysis brought about the surprising realization that both feelings, at bottom, had less to do with the partner than with his own inner processes. 2 questions helped to clarify the emotional upheaval. Why did he have to exaggerate her offenses to the extent of making her an inhuman monster? Why did it take him so long to recognize the apparent contradiction in his mood swings? The first question led us to see the following sequences: increased self-hate, for several reasons, increased feeling of being abused by the woman, and responding to his externalized self-hate with vindictive hate toward her. After having seen this process, the answer to the second question was easy. His feelings were contradictory only when taken at their face value as expressing love and hate for the woman. Actually, he was frightened by the vindictiveness expressed in the idea of no punishment being drastic enough, and he tried to allay this anxiety by longing for the woman in order to reassure himself. The other illustration concerns a woman patient who at the particular period wavered between feeling rather independent and feeling an almost irresistible urge to call up her partner. Once when she was about to reach for the telephone, knowing full well she only made things harder for herself by a renewed contact, she thought, "I wish somebody would tie me to a mast like Ulysses. But he needed to be tied in order to resist the lure of Circe, who turned men into swine. The patient in question confused the incident of the sirens with those about Circe. This did not of course affect the validity of her discovery. So that is what drives me, a violent urge to degrade myself and to be humiliated by him. This felt right, and the spell was broken. Being able at this time to analyze herself, she then asked herself the pertinent question, what made this urge so strong just now? She then experienced considerable self-hate and self-contempt of which she had not been aware. Incidents of previous days emerged, ones which had caused her to turn against herself. After this she felt relieved and on more solid ground, for at this period she wanted to leave him, and through this self-analysis she did get hold of one of the strings that still tied her to him. She started the next analytic session by saying, "We have to work more at my self-hate." There is thus a crescendo of inner turmoil through all the factors mentioned: the dwindling hope for fulfillment, the redoubled efforts, the emerging of hate and vindictiveness with their repercussions, and the violence against self. The inner situation becomes increasingly untenable. She is actually at the point where it becomes a proposition of sink or swim. Two moves set in now, and it all depends on which wins. The one to go under, as we have discussed before, has for this type the appeal of a final solution of all conflicts. She may contemplate suicide, threaten it, attempt it, do it. She may fall ill and succumb to her illness. She may become morally sloppy and, for instance, plunge into meaningless affairs. She may hit out vindicatively against her partner, usually injuring herself more than him. Or without knowing it, she may simply lose her zest for living, become indolent, neglect her appearance, her work, and put on weight. The other move is in the direction of health, and consists in efforts to get out of the situation. Sometimes it is the very realization of being actually in danger of going to pieces that gives her the necessary courage. Sometimes the two moves go on intermittently. The process of struggling out is eminently painful. Incentive and strength to do so come from both healthy and neurotic sources. There is an awakening constructive self-interest. There is also an increasing resentment against him, not only for actual alleged abuse but also for making her feel cheated. There is hurt pride over having played a losing game. On the other hand, she is up against terrific odds. She has cut herself off from so many things and people and, being as torn as she is petrified at the idea of being thrown on her own. Also, to break away would mean to declare herself defeated, and another kind of pride rebels against that. There are usually ups and downs, times when she feels she is able to leave him, and others when she would rather suffer any indignity than get out. It is largely as it were a struggle between one pride and another, with herself, terrified, in the middle. The outcome depends on many factors. Most of them are in herself, but many also are in her whole life situation, and, to be sure, the help of a friend or analyst may be of considerable importance. Assuming that she does manage to struggle out of her involvement, the value of her action would depend upon these questions: did she, by hook or crook, get out of the one dependency only sooner or later to rush into another one? Or did she get so wary of her feelings that she tended to deaden all of them? She may then appear normal but actually be scarred for life. Or has she changed in a more radical way and come out a really stronger person? Any of these possibilities may be realized. Naturally, an analysis offers the best chance to outgrow the neurotic difficulties which led her into distress and danger. But, provided she can mobilize sufficient constructive forces during her struggle and has matured through the real suffering involved, plain ordinary honesty with self and efforts to get on her own feet can go far toward attaining a measure of inner freedom. Morbid dependency is one of the most complicated phenomena with which we have to deal. We cannot hope to understand it as long as we are unreconciled to the complexities of human psychology and insist upon a simple formula to explain it all. We cannot explain the total picture as manifold branches of sexual masochism. If it is present at all, it is an outcome of many other factors and not their root. Nor is it all the inverted sadism of a weak and hopeless person. Nor do we grasp its essentials when focusing on the parasitic or symbiotic aspects, or on the neurotic's drive to lose himself. Nor does self-destructiveness, with the urge to inflict suffering upon self, alone suffice as an explanatory principle. Nor, finally, can we regard the whole condition as being merely an externalization of pride and self-hate. When we regard one or another factor as the deep root of the whole phenomenon, we cannot help getting a one-sided picture which fails to embrace all the peculiarities involved. Moreover, all such explanations give too static a picture. Morbid dependency is not a static condition but a process in which most of these factors come into play, coming to the fore, receding in importance, one determining or reinforcing the other or conflicting with it. And, finally, all the factors mentioned, though relevant to the total picture, are, as it were, too negative to account for the passionate character of the involvement. For a passion it is, whether it flares up or smolders. But there is no passion without the expectation of some vital fulfillment. And it makes no difference whether or not these expectations arise on neurotic premises. This factor, which in its turn cannot be isolated but may be grasped only in the framework of the whole self-effacing structure, is the drive for total surrender and the longing to find unity through merging with the partner. Chapter 11, Resignation, the Appeal of Freedom. The third major solution of the intrapsychic conflicts consists essentially in the neurotic's withdrawing from the inner battlefield and declaring himself uninterested. If he can muster and maintain an attitude of don't care, he feels less bothered by his inner conflicts and can attain a semblance of inner peace. Since he can do this only by resigning from active living, resignation seems a proper name for this solution. It is in a way the most radical of all solutions and, perhaps for this very reason, most often produces conditions that allow for a fairly smooth functioning. And, since our sense of what is healthy is generally blunted, resigned people often pass for normal. Resignation may have a constructive meaning. We can think of many older people who have recognized the intrinsic futility of ambition and success, who have mellowed by expecting and demanding less, and who through renunciation of non-essentials have become wiser. In many forms of religion or philosophy, renunciation of non-essentials is advocated as one of the conditions for greater spiritual growth and fulfillment. Give up the expression of personal will, sexual desires, and cravings for worldly goods for the sake of being closer to God. Give up cravings for things transitory for the sake of life eternal. Give up personal strivings and satisfactions for the sake of attaining the spiritual power which exists potentially in human beings. For the neurotic solution we are discussing here, however, resignation implies settling for a peace which is merely the absence of conflicts. In religious practice, the pursuit of peace does not involve giving up struggle and striving but rather directing them toward higher goals. For the neurotic it means giving up struggle and striving and settling for less. His resignation therefore is a process of shrinking, of restricting, of curtailing life and growth. As we shall see later on, the distinction between healthy and neurotic resignation is not as neat as I have just presented it. Even in the latter there is a positive value involved. But what meets the eye are certain negative qualities resulting from the process. This is clearer if we think back to the other two major solutions. In them we see a more turbulent picture, one of reaching out for something, going after something, becoming passionately engaged in some pursuit, no matter whether this concerns mastery or love. In them we see hope, anger, despair. Even the arrogant vindictive type, although cold as a result of having stifled his emotions, still ardently wants, or is driven to want, success, power, triumph. By contrast, the picture of resignation, when maintained consistently, is one of life at a constantly low ebb, of a life without pain or friction but also without zest. No wonder then that the basic characteristics of neurotic resignation are distinguished by an aura of restriction, of something that is avoided, that is not wanted or not done. There is some resignation in every neurotic. What I shall describe here is a cross-section of those for whom it has become the major solution. The direct expression of the neurotic having removed himself from the inner battlefield is his being an onlooker at himself and his life. I have described this attitude as one of the general measures to relieve inner tension. Since detachment is a ubiquitous and prominent attitude of his, he is also an onlooker at others. He lives as if he were sitting in the orchestra and observing a drama acted on the stage, and a drama which is most of the time not too exciting at that. Though he is not necessarily a good observer, he may be most astute. Even in the very first consultation he may, with the help of some pertinent questions, develop a picture of himself replete with a wealth of candid observation. But he will usually add that all this knowledge has not changed anything. Of course it has not, for none of his findings has been an experience for him. Being an onlooker at himself means just that, not actively participating in living and unconsciously refusing to do so. In analysis he tries to maintain the same attitude. He may be immensely interested, yet that interest may stay for quite a while at the level of a fascinating entertainment, and nothing changes. One thing, however, which he avoids even intellectually is the risk of seeing any of his conflicts. If he is taken by surprise and, as it were, stumbles into one, he may suffer from severe panic, but mostly he is too much on his guard to allow anything to touch him. As soon as he comes close to a conflict, his interest in the whole subject will peter out. Or he may argue himself out of it, proving that the conflict is no conflict. When the analyst perceives his avoidance tactics and tells him, "Look here, this is your life that is at stake," the patient does not quite know what he is talking about. For him it is not his life but a life which he observes, and in which he has no active part. A second characteristic, intimately connected with non-participation, is the absence of any serious striving for achievement and the aversion to effort. I put the two attitudes together because their combination is typical for the resigned person. Many neurotics set their hearts on achieving something and chafe under the inhibitions preventing them from attaining it. Not so the resigned person. He unconsciously rejects both achievement and effort. He minimizes or flatly denies his assets, and settles for less. Pointing out evidence to the contrary does not budge him. He may become rather annoyed. Does the analyst want to push him into some ambition? Does he want him to become President of the United States? If, finally, he cannot help realizing the existence of some gifts, he may become frightened. Again, he may compose beautiful music, paint pictures, write books, in his imagination. This is an alternative means of doing away with both aspiration and effort. He may actually have good and original ideas on some subject, but the writing of a paper would require initiative and the arduous work of thinking the ideas through and organizing them. So the paper remains unwritten. He may have a vague desire to write a novel or a play, but waits for the inspiration to come. Then the plot would be clear and everything would flow from his pen. Also, he is most ingenious at finding reasons for not doing things. How much good would a book be that had to be sweated out in hard labor? And are not too many uninspired books written anyhow? Would not the concentration on one pursuit curtail other interests and thus narrow his horizon? Does not going into politics, or into any competitive field, spoil the character? This aversion to effort may extend to all activities. It then brings about a complete inertia, to which we shall return later. He may then procrastinate over doing such simple things as writing a letter, reading a book, shopping. Or he may do them against inner resistance, slowly, listlessly, ineffectively. The mere prospect of unavoidable larger activities, such as moving or handling accumulated tasks in his job, may make him tired before he begins. Concomitantly, there is an absence of goal direction and planning, which may concern major and minor issues. What does he actually want to do with his life? The question has never occurred to him and is easily discarded, as if it were none of his concern. In this respect there is a remarkable contrast to the arrogant vindictive type, with the latter's elaborate planning in long-range terms. In analysis it appears that his goals are limited and again negative. Analysis he feels should rid him of disturbing symptoms, such as awkwardness with strangers, fear of blushing or of fainting in the street. Or perhaps analysis should remove one or another aspect of his inertia, such as his difficulty in reading. He may also have a broader vision of a goal which, in characteristically vague terms, he may call serenity. This, however, means for him simply the absence of all troubles, irritations, or upsets. And naturally whatever he hopes for should come easily, without pain or strain. The analyst should do the work. After all, is he not the expert? Analysis should be like going to a dentist who pulls a tooth, or to a doctor who gives an injection. He is willing to wait patiently for the analyst to present the clue that will solve everything. It would be better though if the patient didn't have to talk so much. The analyst should have some sort of X-ray which would reveal the patient's thoughts. Or perhaps hypnosis would bring things out more quickly, that is, without any effort on the part of the patient. When a new problem crystallizes, his first response may be exasperation at the prospect of so much more work to be done. As indicated before, he may not mind observing things in himself. What he always minds is the effort of changing. A step deeper and we come to the very essence of resignation, the restriction of wishes. We have seen checks on wishes in other types. But then the lid was put on certain categories of wishes, such as those for human closeness or for triumph. We are also familiar with uncertainty about wishes, mainly resulting from a person's wishes being determined by what he should wish. All of these trends operate here too. Here, too, one area is usually more affected than another. Here, too, spontaneous wishes are blurred by inner dictates. But over and beyond these, the resigned person believes, consciously or unconsciously, that it is better not to wish or to expect anything. Sometimes this goes with a conscious pessimistic outlook on life, a sense of its being futile anyhow and of nothing being sufficiently desirable to make an effort for it. More often many things appear desirable in a vague, idle way but fail to arouse a concrete, alive wish. If a wish or interest has enough zest to penetrate through the don't care attitude, it fades out soon after and the smooth surface of nothing matters or nothing should matter is re-established. Such wishlessness may concern both professional and personal life, the wish for a different job or an advancement as well as for a marriage, a house, a car, or other possessions. The fulfillment of these wishes may loom primarily as a burden, and in fact would sabotage the one wish he does have, that of not being bothered. The retraction of wishes is closely interlinked with the three basic characteristics mentioned before. He can be an onlooker at his life only if he has no strong wishes of any kind. He can hardly have aspirations or purposeful goals if he has not the motive power of wishes. And, finally, no wish is strong enough to warrant effort. Hence the two outstanding neurotic claims are that life should be easy, painless, and effortless and that he should not be bothered. He is particularly anxious not to get attached to anything to the extent of really needing it. Nothing should be so important for him that he could not do without it. It is all right to like a woman, a place in the country, or certain drinks, but one should not become dependent upon them. As soon as he becomes aware that a place, a person, or a group of people means so much to him that its loss would be painful, he tends to retract his feelings. No other person should ever have the feeling of being necessary to him or take the relationship for granted. If he suspects the existence of either attitude, he tends to withdraw. The principle of non-participation, as it is expressed in his being an onlooker at life as well as in his retraction of wishes, also operates in his human relations. They are characterized by detachment, i.e., his emotional distance from others. He can enjoy distant or transitory relationships, but he should not become emotionally involved. He should not become so attached to a person as to need his company, his help, or sexual relations with him. The detachment is all the easier to maintain since, in contrast to other neurotic types, he does not expect much, either good or bad, if anything, from others. Even in emergencies it may not occur to him to ask for help. On the other hand, he may be quite willing to help others, provided again that it does not involve him emotionally. He does not want, or even expect, gratitude. The role of sex varies considerably. Sometimes sex is for him the only bridge to others. He may then have plenty of transient sexual relations, backing out of them sooner or later. They should not, as it were, degenerate into love. He may be entirely aware of his need not to become involved with anybody. Or he may give satisfied curiosity as the reason for terminating a relationship. He will point out then that it is the curiosity for a new experience that drives him toward this or that woman, and that now that he has had this new experience she does not intrigue him anymore. In these instances he may respond to women exactly as he does to a new landscape or to a new circle of people. Now that he knows them, they no longer elicit his curiosity, and so he turns to something else. This is more than mere rationalization for his detachment. He has carried through his attitude of being an onlooker at life more consciously and more consistently than others, and this sometimes may give the deceptive appearance of a zest for living. In some instances, on the other hand, he excludes the whole area of sex from his life, to the extent of stifling all wishes in this regard. He may then not even have erotic fantasies, or, if he does, a few abortive fantasies may be all that his sex life consists of. His actual contacts with others will then stay on the level of distant friendly interest. When he does have lasting relationships, he must of course maintain his distance in them too. In this respect he is at the opposite pole from the self-effacing type, with the latter's need to merge with a partner. The way in which he maintains distance varies greatly. He may exclude sex as being too intimate for a permanent relationship, and instead satisfy his sexual needs with a stranger. Conversely, he may more or less restrict a relationship to merely sexual contacts and not share other experiences with the partner. Point 2. In marriage he may be attentive to the partner but never talk intimately about himself. He may insist on having a good deal of time strictly to himself or on taking a trip alone. He may restrict a relationship to occasional weekends or trips. I want to add here a comment, the significance of which we shall understand later. Being afraid of emotional involvement with others is not the same as an absence of positive feelings. On the contrary, he would not have to be on his guard so vigilantly if he had put a general check on tender feelings. He may have his own deep feelings, but these should stay in his inner sanctum. They are his private affair and nobody else's business. In this respect he is different from the arrogant vindictive type, who is also detached but has unconsciously trained himself not to have positive feelings. He is also different in that he does not want to be involved with others in friction or anger any more than in any other way, whereas the arrogant type is quick to anger and finds in battle his natural element. Another characteristic of a resigned person is his hypersensitivity to influence, pressure, coercion or ties of any kind. This is a relevant factor too in his detachment. Even before he enters into a personal relationship or a group activity, the fear of a lasting tie may be aroused. And the question as to how he can extricate himself may be present from the very beginning. Before marriage this fear may grow into a panic. Exactly what he resents as coercion varies. It may be any contract, such as signing a lease or any long-term engagement. It may be any physical pressure, even collars, girdles, shoes. It may be an obstructed view. He may resent anything that others expect, or might possibly expect, from him, like Christmas presents, letters, or paying his bills at certain times. It may extend to institutions, traffic regulations, conventions, government interference. He does not fight all of this because he is no fighter, but he rebels inwardly and may consciously or unconsciously frustrate others in his own passive way by not responding or by forgetting. His sensitivity to coercion is connected with his inertia and with the retraction of wishes. Since he does not want to budge, he may feel any expectation of his doing something as a coercion, even if it is obviously in his own interest. The connection with the retraction of wishes is more complex. He is afraid, and has reason to be so, that anybody with stronger wishes might easily impose upon him and push him into something by dint of his greater determination. But there is also externalization operating. Not experiencing his own wishes or preferences, he will easily feel that he yields to the wishes of another person, when he actually follows his own preferences. To illustrate with a simple example from daily life, a person was invited to a party to be held on a night on which he had a date with his girl. However, this was not the way he experienced the situation at the time. He went to see the girl, feeling that he had complied with her wishes and resenting the coercion she had exerted. A very intelligent patient characterized the whole process with these words: "Nature abhors a vacuum. When your own wishes are silent, those of others rush in." We could add, either their existing wishes, their alleged wishes, or those he has externalized to them. The sensitivity to coercion constitutes a real difficulty in analysis. The more difficult, the more the patient is not only negative but negativistic. He may harbor an everlasting suspicion that the analyst wants to influence and mold him into a preconceived pattern. This suspicion is all the less accessible the more the patient's inertia prevents him from testing out any suggestion offered, as he is repeatedly asked to do. On the grounds of the analyst's exerting undue influence, he may refute any question, statement, or interpretation that implicitly or explicitly attacks some neurotic position of his. What renders progress in this respect still more difficult is the fact that he will not express his suspicion for a long time, because he dislikes friction. He may simply feel that this or that is the analyst's personal prejudice or hobby. Hence he need not bother with it, and discards it as negligible. The analyst may suggest, for instance, that the patient's relations with people would be worth examining. He is immediately on his guard while secretly thinking that the analyst wants to make him gregarious. Lastly, an aversion to change, to anything new, goes with resignation. This too varies in intensity and form. The more prominent the inertia, the more he dreads the risk and the effort of any change. He would much rather put up with the status quo, whether this is a job, his living quarters, an employee, or a marriage partner, than change. Nor does it occur to him that he might be able to improve his situation. He might, for instance, rearrange his furniture, make more time for leisure, be more helpful to his wife in her difficulties. Suggestions of this sort are met with polite indifference. Two factors enter into this attitude besides his inertia. Since he does not expect much from any situation, his incentive to change it is small anyhow. And he is inclined to regard things as unalterable. People are just so, this is their constitution. Life is just so, it is fate. Although he does not complain about situations which would be unbearable for most people, his putting up with things often looks like the martyrdom of the self-effacing person. But the resemblance is only a superficial one, they spring from different sources. The examples of the aversion to change which I have mentioned so far all concern external matters. This is not the reason, however, that I list it. Among the basic characteristics of resignation, the hesitation to change something in the environment is conspicuous in some instances, but in other resigned people the opposite impression prevails, that of restlessness. But in all cases there is a marked aversion to inner changes. This applies in a way to all neuroses, but the aversion is usually one to the tackling and changing of special factors, mostly those pertaining to the particular main solution. This is equally true for the resigned type, but, because of the static concept of self rooted in the nature of his solution, he is averse to the very idea of change itself. The very essence of this solution is withdrawing from active living, from active wishing, striving, planning, from efforts and doing. His accepting others as unalterable is a reflection of his view of himself, no matter how much he may talk about evolution, or even intellectually appreciate the idea of it. Analysis, in his mind, should be a one-time revelation which, once received, settles things for good and all. It is at the beginning alien to him to realize that it is a process, in which we tackle a problem from ever new angles, see ever new connections, discover ever new meanings until we get to the root of it and something can change from within. The whole attitude of resignation may be conscious, in that case the person regards it as the better part of wisdom. Much more often, in my experience, a person is unaware of it but knows about some of the aspects mentioned here, although, as we shall see presently, he may think of them in other terms because he sees them in a different light. Most frequently he is aware only of his detachment and of his sensitivity to coercion. But, as always where neurotic needs are concerned, we can recognize the nature of the resigned individual's needs by observing when he reacts to frustration, when he becomes listless or fatigued, exasperated, panicky, or resentful. For the analyst, a knowledge of the basic characteristics is of great help in sizing up the whole picture quickly. When one or another of them strikes our attention, we must look for the others, and we are reasonably sure to find them. As I have been careful to point out, they are not a series of unrelated peculiarities but a closely interknit structure. It is, at least in its basic composition, a picture of great consistency and unity, looking as if it had been painted in one hue. We shall now try to arrive at an understanding of the dynamics of this picture, its meaning, and its history. All we have pointed out as yet is that resignation represents a major solution of the intrapsychic conflicts by way of withdrawing from them. At first glance we get the impression that the resigned person primarily gives up his ambition. This is the aspect which he himself often emphasizes and tends to regard as a clue to the whole development. His history too sometimes seems to confirm this impression, in so far as he may have changed conspicuously in terms of ambition. In or around adolescence he often does things which show remarkable energies and gifts. He may be resourceful, surmount economic handicaps, and make a place for himself. He may be ambitious at school, first in his class, excel in debating or some progressive political movement. At least there often is a period in which he is comparatively alive and interested in many things, in which he rebels against the tradition in which he has grown up and thinks of accomplishing something in the future. Subsequently there is often a period of distress, of anxiety, of depression, of despair about some failure or about some unfortunate life situation in which he has become involved through his very rebellious streak. After that the curve of his life seems to flatten out. People say that he got adjusted and settled down. They remark that he had his youthful flight toward the sun and came back down to earth. That, they say, is the normal course. But others, more thoughtful, are worried about him. For he also seems to have lost his zest for living, his interest in many things, and seems to have settled for much less than his gifts or opportunities warrant. What has happened to him? Certainly a person's wings can be clipped through a series of disasters or deprivations. But in the instances we have in mind, circumstances were not sufficiently unfavorable to be entirely responsible. Hence some psychic distress must have been the determining factor. This answer, however, is not satisfactory either, because we can remember others who likewise experienced inner turmoil and emerged from it differently. Actually, the change is not the result either of the existence of conflicts or of their magnitude, but rather of the way in which he has made peace with himself. What has happened is that he got a taste of his inner conflicts and solved them by withdrawing. Why he tried to solve them this way, why he could do it this way only, is a matter of his previous history, about which more later. First we need to have a clearer picture of the nature of the withdrawing. Let us look first at the major inner conflict between expansive and self-effacing drives. In the two types discussed in the previous 3 chapters, one of these drives is in the foreground and the other one is suppressed. But if resignation prevails, the typical picture we get in relation to this conflict is different. Neither expansive nor self-effacing trends seem to be suppressed. Provided we are familiar with their manifestations and implications, it is not difficult to observe them nor, up to a point, to bring them to awareness. In fact, if we insisted upon classifying all neuroses as either expansive or self-effacing, we would be at a loss to decide in which category to place the resigned type. We could only state that as a rule one or the other trend prevails, either in the sense of being closer to awareness or of being stronger. Individual differences within this whole group depend in part upon such a prevalence. Sometimes, however, there seems to be a fairly even balance. Expansive trends may show in his rather grandiose fantasies about the great things he could do in his imagination, or about his general attributes. Furthermore, he often feels consciously superior to others, and may show this in his behavior by an exaggerated dignity. In his feelings about himself he may tend to be his proud self. The attributes, though, of which he is proud, in contrast to the expansive type, are in the service of resignation. He is proud of his detachment, his stoicism, his self-sufficiency, his independence, his dislike of coercion, his being above competition. He may also be quite aware of his claims and able to assert them effectively. Their content, however, is different because they arise from the need to protect his ivory tower. He feels entitled to having others not intrude upon his privacy, to having them not expect anything of him nor bother him, to be exempt from having to make a living and from responsibilities. Lastly, expansive trends may show in some secondary developments evolving from the basic resignation, such as his cherishing prestige or being openly rebellious. But these expansive trends no longer constitute an active force, because he has relinquished his ambition in the sense of giving up any active pursuit of ambitious goals and active strivings toward them. He is determined not to want them, and not even to try to attain them. Even if he is able to do some productive work, he may do it with a supreme disdain for, or in defiance of, what the world around him wants or appreciates. This is characteristic of the rebellious group. Nor does he want to do anything active or aggressive for the sake of revenge or vindictive triumph. He has abandoned the drive for actual mastery. Indeed, in a way consistent with his detachment, the idea of being a leader, of influencing or manipulating people, is rather distasteful to him. On the other hand, if self-effacing trends are in the foreground, resigned people tend to have a low estimate of themselves. They may be timid and feel that they do not amount to much. They may also show certain attitudes which we would hardly recognize as self-effacing, if it were not for our knowledge of the full-fledged self-effacing solution. They are frequently keenly sensitive to the needs of other people, and may actually spend a good deal of their lives in helping others or serving a cause. They often are defenseless toward impositions and attacks and would rather put the blame on themselves than accuse others. They may be over-anxious never to hurt others' feelings. They also tend to be compliant. This latter tendency, however, is not determined by a need for affection, as it is in the self-effacing type, but by the need to avoid friction. And there are undercurrents of fear, indicating that they are afraid of the potential force of self-effacing trends. They may for instance express an alarmed conviction that if it were not for their aloofness others would run all over them. Similarly to what we have seen in regard to expansive trends, the self-effacing ones are more attitudes than active, powerful drives. The appeal of love, which gives these drives a passionate character, is lacking because the resigned type is determined not to want or expect anything of others and not to become emotionally involved with them. We understand now the meaning of withdrawing from the inner conflict between the expansive and the self-effacing drives. When the active elements in both are eliminated, they cease to be opposing forces, hence they no longer constitute a conflict. Comparing the three major attempts, a person hopes to reach integration by trying to exclude one of the conflicting forces. In the resigned solution he tries to immobilize both of them. And he can do so because he has given up an active pursuit of glory. He still must be his idealized self, which means that the pride system with its shoulds keeps operating, but he has given up the active drive for its actualization, i.e., to make it real in action. A similar immobilizing tendency operates also with regard to his real self. He still wants to be himself, but, with his checks on initiative, effort, alive wishes, and strivings, he also puts a check on his natural drive toward self-realization. Both in terms of his idealized and his real self he lays an emphasis on being, not on attaining or growing. But the fact that he still wants to be himself allows him to retain some spontaneity in his emotional life, and in this regard he may be less alienated from himself than any other neurotic type. He can have strong personal feelings for religion, art, nature, i.e., for something impersonal. And often, although he does not allow his feelings to involve him with other people, he can emotionally experience others and their peculiar needs. This retained capacity comes into clear relief when we compare him with the self-effacing type. The latter likewise does not stifle positive feelings, but on the contrary cultivates them. But they become dramatized and falsified, because they are all put to the service of love, that is, surrender. He wants to lose himself with his feelings, and ultimately to find a unity in merging with others. The resigned person wants to keep his feelings strictly in the privacy of his own heart. The very idea of merging is obnoxious to him. He wants to be himself although he has but a vague notion of what that means and in fact, without realizing it, is confused about it. It is this very process of immobilization that gives resignation its negative or static character. But here we must raise an important question. This impression of a static condition, characterized by negative qualities, is constantly reinforced by new observations. Yet does it do justice to the whole phenomenon? After all, nobody can live by negation alone. Is there not something missing in our understanding of the meaning of resignation? Is not the resigned person out for something positive too? Peace at any price? Certainly, but that still has a negative quality. In the other two solutions there is a motivating force in addition to the need for integration, a powerful appeal of something positive that gives meaning to life, the appeal of mastery in the one case, that of love in the other. Is there not perhaps an equivalent appeal of some more positive aim in the resigned solution? When questions like these arise during analytic work, it is usually helpful to listen attentively to what the patient himself has to say about it. There is usually something he has told us which we have not taken seriously enough. Let us do the same thing here, and examine more closely how our type looks at himself. We have seen that, like anybody else, he rationalizes and embellishes his needs so that they all appear as superior attitudes. But in this regard we have to make a distinction. Sometimes he obviously makes a virtue out of a need, such as presenting his lack of striving in terms of being above competition or accounting for his inertia by his scorn of the sweat of hard work. And as the analysis proceeds, these glorifications usually drop out without much talk about them. But there are others which are not discarded as easily because they apparently have a real meaning for him. And these concern all that he says about independence and freedom. In fact, most of the basic characteristics which we have regarded from the viewpoint of resignation also make sense when seen from the viewpoint of freedom. Any stronger attachment would curtail his freedom. So would needs. He would be dependent upon such needs, and they would easily make him dependent upon others too. If he devoted his energies to one pursuit, he would not be free to do many other things in which he might be interested. Particularly, his sensitivity to coercion appears in a new light. He wants to be free and hence will not tolerate pressure. Accordingly, when in analysis this subject comes up for discussion, the patient goes into a vigorous defense. Is it not natural for man to want freedom? Does not anybody become listless when he does things under pressure? Did not his aunt or his friend become colorless, or lifeless, because they always did what was expected of them? Does the analyst want to domesticate him, to force him into a pattern, so that he will be like one house in a row of settlement houses, each indistinguishable from the others? He hates regimentation. He never goes to the zoo because he simply cannot stand seeing animals in a cage. He wants to do what he pleases when he pleases. Let us look at some of his arguments, leaving others for later. We learn from them that freedom means to him doing what he likes. The analyst observes here an obvious flaw. Since the patient has done his best to freeze his wishes, he simply does not know what he wants. And as a result he often does nothing, or nothing that amounts to anything. This, however, does not disturb him because he seems to see freedom primarily in terms of no interference by others, whether people or institutions. Whatever makes this attitude so important, he means to defend it to the last ditch. Granted that his idea of freedom seems again to be a negative one, freedom from and not freedom for, it does have an appeal for him which, to this degree, is absent in the other solutions. The self-effacing person is rather afraid of freedom, because of his needs for attachment and dependence. The expansive type, with his craving or mastery of this or that sort, tends to scorn this idea of freedom. How can we account for this appeal of freedom? Which are the inner necessities from which it arises? What is its meaning? In order to arrive at some understanding we must go back to the early history of those people who later on solved their problems by resignation. There were often cramping influences against which the child could not rebel openly, either because they were too strong or too intangible. There may have been so tight a family atmosphere, so closed an emotional corporation that it did not leave room for his individual ways and threatened to crush him. On the other hand, he may have received affection, but in a way that more repelled than warmed him. There may have been, for instance, a parent who was too egocentric to have any understanding of the child's needs yet made great demands for the child to understand him or give him emotional support. Or he may have had a parent so erratic in his mood swings that he gave effusive demonstrative affection at one time and at others could scold or beat him in a fit of temper without any reason that the child could understand. In short, there was an environment which made explicit and implicit demands for him to fit in this way or that way and threatened to engulf him without sufficient regard for his individuality, not to speak of encouraging his personal growth. So the child is torn for a longer or shorter time between futile attempts to get affection and interest and resenting the bonds put around him. He solves this early conflict by withdrawing from others. By putting an emotional distance between himself and others, he sets his conflict out of operation. He no longer wants others' affection nor does he want to fight them. Hence he is no longer torn by contradictory feelings toward them and manages to get along with them on a fairly even keel. Moreover, by withdrawing into a world of his own, he saves his individuality from being altogether cramped and engulfed. His early detachment thus not only serves his integration, but has a most significant positive meaning, the keeping intact of his inner life. The freedom from bondage gives him the possibility of inner independence. But he must do more than put a check on his feelings for or against others. He must also retract all those wishes and needs which would require others for their fulfillment, his natural needs for understanding, for sharing experiences, for affection, sympathy, protection. This, however, has far-reaching implications. It means that he must keep his joys, his pains, his sorrows, his fears to himself. He often makes, for instance, pathetic and desperate efforts to conquer his fears, of the dark, of dogs, etc., without letting anybody know about them. He trains himself, automatically, not only not to show suffering but also not to feel it. He does not want sympathy or help, not only because he has reasons to suspect their genuineness but because even if they are temporarily given they have become alarm signals for threatening bondage. Over and beyond putting a lid on these needs, he feels it safer not to let anybody know that anything matters to him lest his wishes either be frustrated or used as a means to make him dependent. And so the general retraction of all wishes, so characteristic of the process of resignation, begins. He still knows that he would like a garment, a kitten, or some toy, but he does not say so. But gradually, just as with his fears, here too he comes to feel it safer not to have wishes at all. The fewer wishes he actually has, the safer he is in his retreat, the more difficult it will be for anybody to have a hold on him. The resulting picture so far is not yet resignation, but it contains the germs from which it may develop. Even if the condition remained unchanged, it involves grave dangers for future growth. We cannot grow in a vacuum, without closeness to and friction with other human beings. But the condition can hardly remain static. Unless favorable circumstances change it for the better, the process grows by its own momentum, in vicious circles, as we have seen in other neurotic developments. We have already mentioned one of these circles. To maintain detachment, it is necessary for a person to put a check on wishes and strivings. The retraction of wishes, however, is double-edged in its effect. It does make him more independent of others, but it also weakens him. It saps his vitality and maims his sense of direction. He has less to set against the wishes and expectations of others. He must be doubly vigilant against any influence or interference. To use a good expression of Harry Stack Sullivan's, he must elaborate his distance machinery. The main reinforcements of the early development come from the intrapsychic processes. The very needs which drive others on the search for glory operate here too. His early detachment removes his conflicts with others, if he can carry it through consistently. But the reliability of his solution depends upon the retraction of wishes, and at an early age this process is fluctuating, it has not yet matured into a determined attitude. He still wants more things from life than is good for his peace of mind. When sufficiently tempted, he may for instance be drawn into a close relationship. Hence his conflicts are easily mobilized and he needs more integration. But the early development leaves him not only divided but also alienated from himself, lacking in self-confidence and feeling unequipped for actual life. He can deal with others only when at a safe emotional distance, thrown into closer contact. He is inhibited in addition to being handicapped by his recoil from fighting. Hence he too is driven to find an answer to all these needs, in self-idealization. He may try to realize ambitions in actuality, but for many reasons in himself tends to give up the pursuit in the face of difficulties. His idealized image, chiefly, is a glorification of the needs which have developed. It is a composite of self-sufficiency, independence, self-contained serenity, freedom from desires and passions, stoicism, and fairness. Fairness for him is less a glorification of vindictiveness, as is the justice of the aggressive type, than an idealization of non-commitment and of not infringing upon anybody's rights. The shoulds corresponding to such an image bring him into a new danger. While originally he had to protect his inner self against the outside world, he now must protect it against this much more formidable inner tyranny. The outcome depends on the degree of inner aliveness he has safeguarded so far. If it is strong and he is, as it were, unconsciously determined to preserve it come hell or high water, he can still maintain some of it, although only at the price of enforcing the restrictions we discussed at the beginning, only at the cost of resigning from active living, of checking his drives toward self-realization. There is no clinical evidence pointing to the inner dictates being more stringent here than in other types of neurosis. The difference lies rather in his chafing more under them because of his very need for freedom. He tries to cope with them in part by externalizing them. Because of his taboos on aggression, he can do so only in a passive way, which means that the expectations of others, or what he feels as such, acquire the character of commands to be obeyed without question. Moreover, he is convinced that people would coldly turn against him if he did not comply with their expectations. In essence, this means that he has not only externalized his shoulds but also his self-hate. Others would turn as sharply against him as he would himself for not measuring up to his shoulds. And because this anticipation of hostility is an externalization, it cannot be remedied by experiences to the contrary. A patient, for instance, may have had a long experience with the analyst's patience and understanding and yet, under duress, may feel that the analyst would drop him at a moment's notice in case of open opposition. Hence his original sensitivity to outside pressure is greatly reinforced. We understand now why he keeps experiencing external coercion, even though the latter environment may exert very little pressure. In addition, the externalization of his shoulds, while relieving inner tension, brings a new conflict into his life. He should comply with the expectations of others, he should not hurt their feelings, he must appease their anticipated hostility, but he also should maintain his independence. This conflict is reflected in his ambivalent way of responding to others. In many variations it is a curious mixture of compliance and defiance. He may, for instance, politely comply with a request but forget about it or procrastinate in doing it. The forgetting may reach such disturbing proportions that he can keep a fair order in his life only by the help of a notebook in which he jots down appointments or jobs to be done. Or he may go through the motions of complying with the wishes of others but sabotage them in spirit, without in the least being aware of doing so. In analysis, for instance, he may comply with the obvious rules, such as being on time or saying what is on his mind, but assimilate so little of what is discussed that the work is rendered futile. It is unavoidable that these conflicts make for a strain in his associations with others. He may at times feel this strain consciously. But, whether or not he is aware of it, it does reinforce his tendency to withdraw from others. The passive resistance which he sets against the expectations of others also operates in regard to those shoulds which are not externalized. The mere feeling that he should do something is often sufficient to make him listless. This unconscious sit-down strike would not be so important if it were restricted to activities which he at bottom dislikes, such as participating in social gatherings, writing certain letters, or paying his bills, as the case may be. But the more radically he has eliminated personal wishes, the more anything he does, good, bad, or indifferent, may register as something he should do: brushing his teeth, reading the newspaper, taking a walk, doing his work, eating his meals, or having sexual relations with a woman. Everything then meets with a silent resistance, resulting in a pervasive inertia. Activities therefore are restricted to a minimum or, more frequently, are performed under a strain. Hence he is unproductive, tires easily, or suffers from a chronic fatigue. When in analysis this inner process becomes clear, two factors appear which tend to perpetuate it. As long as the patient has no recourse to his spontaneous energies, he may fully realize that this way of living is wasteful and unsatisfactory, but will see no possibility for change because, as he feels it, he would simply not do anything if it were not for his driving himself. The other factor resides in the important function his very inertia has assumed. His psychic paralysis may have turned in his mind into an unalterable affliction, and he uses it to stave off self-accusations and self-contempt. The premium which is thus put on inactivity is also reinforced from another source. Just as his way of solving his conflicts was to immobilize them, so he also tries to set his shoulds out of operation. He does so by trying to avoid situations in which they would start harassing him. Here then is another reason that he avoids contacts with others as well as a serious pursuit of anything. He follows the unconscious motto that as long as he does not do anything he will not violate any shoulds and taboos. Sometimes he rationalizes these avoidances by thinking that any pursuits of his would impinge on the rights of others. In these many ways the intrapsychic processes keep reinforcing the original solution of detachment and gradually create the entanglements which constitute the picture of resignation. This condition would be inaccessible to therapy, because of the minimal incentive to change, if it were not for the positive elements in the appeal of freedom. Patients in whom these prevail often have a more immediate understanding of the harmful character of the inner dictates than do others. If conditions are favorable, they may quickly recognize them for the yoke they actually are and may take an unequivocal stand against them. Certainly such a conscious attitude does not in itself dispel them, but it is a considerable help in overcoming them gradually. Looking back now at the total structure of resignation from the viewpoint of the preservation of integrity, certain observations fall in line and gain significance. To begin with, the integrity of truly detached people has always struck an alert observer. I for one have always been aware of it, but what I did not realize earlier was that it is an intrinsic and nuclear part of the structure. Detached, resigned people may be impractical, inert, inefficient, difficult to deal with because of their defiant wariness of influences and closer contact, but they possess, to a greater or lesser extent, an essential sincerity, an innocence in their innermost thoughts and feelings which are not to be bribed or corrupted by the lure of power, success, flattery, or love. Furthermore, we recognize in the need to maintain inner integrity another determinant for the basic characteristics. We saw first that avoidances and restrictions were put to the service of integration. Then we saw them also being determined by a need for freedom, not yet knowing its meaning. Now we understand that they need freedom from involvement, influence, pressure, from the shackles of ambition and competition, for preserving their inner life unsoiled and untarnished. We may feel puzzled that the patient does not talk about this crucial matter. Actually, he has indicated in many indirect ways that he wants to remain himself, that he is afraid of losing his individuality through analysis, that analysis would make him like everybody else, that the analyst inadvertently might mold him according to his, the analyst's, pattern, etc. But the analyst often does not grasp the full implications of such utterances. The context in which they were made suggests the patient's wanting to remain either his actual neurotic self or his idealized grandiose self. And the patient meant indeed to defend his status quo. But his insistence on being himself also expresses an anxious concern about preserving the integrity of his real self, although he is not yet able to define it. Only through analytic work can he learn the old truth that he must lose himself, his neurotic glorified self, in order to find himself, his true self. From this basic process, three most different forms of living result. In a first group, persistent resignation, and all it entails, is carried through fairly consistently. In a second, the appeal of freedom turns the passive resistance into a more active rebellion, the rebellious group. In a third, deteriorating processes prevail and lead to shallow living. Individual differences in the first group are related to the prevalence of expansive or self-effacing trends and to the degree of retiring from activities. In spite of a cultivated emotional distance from others, some are capable of doing things for their families, their friends, or for those with whom they come in contact through their work. And, perhaps because of being disinterested, they often are effective in the help they give. In contrast to both the expansive and the self-effacing types, they do not expect much in return. In contrast to the latter, it rather exasperates them if others mistake their willingness to help for personal affection, and want more of it in addition to the help given. In spite of a restriction of activities, many such people are capable of doing their daily work. It is, though, usually felt as a strain because it is done against the inner odds of inertia. The inertia becomes more noticeable as soon as the work accumulates, requires initiative, or involves fighting for or against something. The motivations for doing routine work usually are mixed. Besides economic necessity and the traditional shoulds, There also is often a need to be useful to others despite being themselves resigned. Besides, daily work may also be a means of getting away from the feeling of futility they possess when left to their own resources. They often do not know what to do with their leisure time. Contacts with others are too much of a strain to be enjoyable. They like being by themselves, but they are unproductive. Even reading a book may meet with inner resistance. So they dream, think, listen to music, or enjoy nature if it is available without effort. They are mostly unaware of the lurking fear of futility but may automatically arrange their work in a way that leaves little free time by themselves. Finally, the inertia and the accompanying aversion to regular work may prevail. If they have no financial means, they may take occasional jobs or else sink down to a parasitic existence, or, if moderate means are available, they rather restrict their needs to the utmost in order to feel free to do as they please. The things they do, however, often have the character of hobbies. Or they may succumb to a more or less complete inertia. This outcome is presented in a masterly fashion in Goncharov's unforgettable Oblomov, who resents even having to put on his shoes. His friend invites him on a trip to some other countries and makes all the preparations for him, down to the last detail. Oblomov sees himself in his imagination in Paris and in the Swiss mountains, and we are kept in suspense. Will he or won't he go? Of course he backs down. The prospect of what seems to him a turbulent moving around and ever new impressions is too much. Even if not carried to such extremes, a pervasive inertia bears within it the danger of deterioration, as is shown in Oblomov's and his servant's later fate. Here then would be a transition to the shallow living of the third group. It is also dangerous because it may extend beyond a resistance against doing to one against thinking and feeling as well. Both thinking and feeling may then become purely reactive. Some train of thought may be set in motion by a conversation or by the analyst's comments, but since no energies are mobilized by it, it peters out. Some feeling, positive or negative, may be stimulated by a visit or a letter, but it likewise fades out soon after. A letter may evoke an impulse to answer it, but if not acted upon right away it may be forgotten. The inertia in thinking can be well observed in analysis and often is a great hindrance to work. Simple mental operations become difficult. Whatever is discussed during 1 hour may then be forgotten, not because of any specific resistance but because the patient lets the content lie in his brain like a foreign body. Sometimes he feels helpless and confused in analysis, as well as in reading or discussing somewhat difficult matters, because the strain of connecting data is too great. One patient expressed this aimless confusion in a dream, in which he found himself in various places all over the world. He had no intention of going to any of them, he did not know how he got there, or how he would go on from there. The more the inertia spreads, the more the person's feelings are affected by it. He needs stronger stimuli to respond at all. A group of beautiful trees in a park no longer arouses any feelings, he requires a riotous sunset. Such an inertia of feelings entails a tragic element. As we have seen, the resigned type largely restricts his expansiveness in order to maintain intact the genuineness of his feelings. But if carried to extremes, the process chokes off the very aliveness it was meant to preserve. Hence, when his emotional life becomes paralyzed, he suffers under the resulting deadness of his feelings more than other patients, and this may be the one thing which he does want to change. As the analysis proceeds, he may at times have the experience of his feelings being more alive as soon as he is generally more active. Even so, he hates to realize that his emotional deadness is but one expression of his pervasive inertia, and hence that it can change only as the latter is lessened. If some activity is maintained and living conditions are fairly appropriate, this picture of persistent resignation may remain stationary. Many attributes of the resigned type combine to make it so: his check on strivings and expectations, his aversion to change and inner struggle, his capacity to put up with things. Against all of this, however, militates one disquieting element: the appeal freedom has for him. Actually, the resigned person is a subdued rebel. So far in our study we have seen this quality expressed in a passive resistance against internal and external pressure. But it might turn at any time into an active rebelliousness. Whether it actually does, depends on the relative strength of expansive and self-effacing trends and on the degree of inner aliveness a person has managed to salvage. The stronger his expansive tendencies and the more alive he is, the more easily will he become discontented with the restrictions of his life. The discontentment with the external situation may prevail, then it is primarily a rebellion against /9, or, if his discontent with himself prevails, it is primarily a rebellion for the environmental situation, home, work, may become so unsatisfactory that the person finally stops putting up with it any longer and in some form or other rebels openly. He may leave his home or his job and become militantly aggressive toward everybody with whom he associates as well as toward conventions and institutions. His attitude is one of "I don't give a damn what you expect of me or think of me." This may be expressed in more or less urbane ways, or in more or less offensive forms. It is a development of great interest from the social point of view. If such a rebellion is directed mainly outward, it is in itself not a constructive step and may drive a person further away from himself, although it releases his energies. However, the rebellion may be more an inward process and be directed primarily against the inner tyranny. Then, within limits, it can have a liberating effect. In this latter case it is more often a gradual development than a turbulent rebellion, more of an evolution than a revolution. A person then suffers increasingly under his shackles. He realizes how hemmed in he is, how little to his liking his way of living is, how much he does merely to conform with rules, how little he actually cares for the people around him, for their standards of living or their moral standards. He becomes more and more bent on being himself, which, as we said before, is a curious mixture of protest, conceit, and genuine elements. Energies are liberated and he can become productive in whatever way he is gifted. In his The Moon and Sixpence Somerset Maugham has described such a process in the character of the painter Strickland. And it seems that Gauguin, after whom Strickland is roughly patterned, as well as other artists went through such an evolution. Naturally the value of what is created depends on existing gifts and skills. Needless to say, this is not the only way to become productive. It is one way in which creative faculties, stifled before, can become free for expression. The liberation in these instances nevertheless is a limited one. People who have achieved it still bear many earmarks of resignation. They still must carefully guard their detachment. Their whole attitude toward the world is still defensive or militant. They still are largely indifferent toward their personal lives, except in matters pertaining to their productivity, which hence may have a hectic character. All of this points to their not having solved their conflicts but to having found a workable compromise solution. This process can also occur under analysis. And since it brings about, after all, a tangible liberation, some analysts regard it as a most desirable outcome. We must not forget, however, that it is a partial solution only. By working through the whole structure of resignation, not only may creative energies be freed but the person as a whole may find a better relation to himself and to others. Theoretically, the outcome of active rebellion demonstrates the crucial significance which the appeal of freedom has within the structure of resignation, and its connection with the preservation of an autonomous inner life. Conversely, we shall see now that the more a person becomes alienated from himself, and in the degree to which he does, the more meaningless freedom becomes. Withdrawing from his inner conflicts, from active living, from an active interest in his own growth, the individual incurs the danger of moving away also from the depths of his feelings. The feeling of futility, already a problem in persistent resignation, then produces a dread of emptiness that calls for unceasing distractions. The check on strivings and goal-directed activity leads to a loss of direction, with the resultant drifting or floating with the stream. The insistence upon life being easy, without pain and friction, can become a corrupting factor, particularly when he succumbs to the temptation of money, success, and prestige. Persistent resignation means a restricted life, but it is not hopeless. People still have something to live by. But when they lose sight of the depth and autonomy of their own lives, the negative attributes of resignation remain while the positive values fade out. Only then does it become hopeless. They move to the periphery of life. This characterizes that last group, that of shallow living. A person thus moving away from himself in a centrifugal way loses the depth and intensity of his feelings. In his attitude toward people he becomes indiscriminate. Anyone can be a very good friend, such a nice fellow, or such a beautiful girl. But out of sight, out of mind. He may lose interest in them at the slightest provocation without even going to the trouble of examining what is happening. Detachment deteriorates into unrelatedness. Similarly, his enjoyments become shallow. Sexual affairs, eating, drinking, gossip about people, plays, or politics form a large content of his life. He loses the sense for essentials. Interests become superficial. He no longer forms his own judgment or convictions, instead he takes over current opinions. He generally is overawed by what people think. With all that, he loses faith in himself, in others, in any values. He becomes cynical. We can distinguish three forms of shallow living, each differing from the others merely in the emphasis upon certain aspects. In one, the emphasis is on fun, on having a good time. This may superficially look like a zest for living, in contrast to a basic characteristic of resignation, a not wanting. But the motive force here is not a reaching out for enjoyment but the necessity to push down a gnawing feeling of futility by means of distracting pleasures. The following poem, entitled Palm Springs, which I found in Harper's Magazine, characterizes such fun-seeking in the leisure class. Oh, give me a home where the millionaires roam, and the dear little glamour girls play, where never is heard an intelligent word, and we round up the dollars all day. From the article Palm Springs, Wind, Sand, and Stars by Cleveland Amory. It is, however, by no means restricted to the leisure class but goes far down the social scale to people with small incomes. It is after all merely a question of money whether fun is found in expensive nightclubs and cocktail and theater parties or in getting together in homes for drinking, playing cards, and chatting. It may also be more localized through collecting stamps, becoming a gourmet, or going to the movies, all of which would be all right if they were not the only real content of life. It is not necessarily socialized, but may consist of reading mystery stories, listening to the radio, looking at television, or daydreaming. If fun is socialized, two things are strictly avoided: being alone for any length of time and having serious talk. The latter is regarded as rather bad manners. The cynicism is thinly covered up by tolerance or broad-mindedness. In the second group, the emphasis is on prestige or opportunistic success. The check on strivings and efforts which is characteristic for resignation is here undiminished. The motivations are mixed. It is in part the wish for a life made easier by the possession of money. In part it is a need to give an artificial lift to self-esteem, which in this whole group of shallow living sinks to zero. This, however, with the loss of inner autonomy, can be done only by lifting oneself up in the eyes of others. One writes a book because it might be a bestseller, one marries for money, one joins a political party which is likely to offer advantages. In social life there is less emphasis on fun and more on the prestige of belonging to certain circles or going to certain places. The only moral code is to be smart, to get by and to not be caught. George Eliot has given us in Romola an excellent picture of such an opportunistic person in the figure of Tito. We see in him the evasion of conflicts, the insistence on an easy life, the non-commitment, and the gradual moral deterioration. The latter is not accidental but is bound to happen with the moral fiber becoming weaker and weaker. The third form is the well-adapted automaton. Here the loss of authentic thinking and feeling leads to a general flattening out of the personality, ably described by Marquand in many of his characters. Such a person then fits in with the others and takes over their codes and conventions. He feels, thinks, does, believes in what is expected or considered right in his environment. The emotional deadness here is not greater, but more obvious, than in the other two groups. Erich Fromm has well described this over-adaptation and has seen its social significance. If we include, as we must, the other two forms of shallow living, this significance is all the greater because of the frequency of such ways of living. Fromm saw correctly that the picture is different from the common run of neuroses. Here are people not obviously driven as the neurotic usually is, not obviously disturbed by conflicts. Also, they often have no particular symptoms like anxiety and depression. The impression is in short that they do not suffer from disturbances but that they lack something. Fromm's conclusion is that these are conditions of defect rather than neuroses. He does not regard the defect as innate but as a result of being crushed by authority early in life. His speaking of defect and my speaking of shallow living may seem like mere difference in terminology. But, as so often, the difference in terminology results from significant differences as to the meaning of the phenomenon. Actually, Fromm's contention raises two interesting questions. Is shallow living a condition which has nothing to do with neurosis, or is it the outcome of a neurotic process as I have presented it here? And, do people indulging in shallow living actually lack depth, moral fiber, and autonomy? The questions are interrelated. Let us see what analytic observation has to say about them. Observations are available because people belonging to this group may come to be analyzed. If the process of shallow living is fully developed, there is of course no incentive for therapy. But, when not far advanced, they may want it because they are disturbed either by psychosomatic disorders or by repeated failures, inhibitions in work, and an increasing feeling of futility. They may sense that they are going downhill and be disquieted about it. Our first impression in analysis is that already described from the point of view of general curiosity. They stay on the surface, seem to lack psychological curiosity, are ready with glib explanations, are interested only in external matters connected with money or prestige. All that makes us think that there is more than meets the eye in their history. As described before in terms of the general movement toward resignation, there were periods earlier, in or after adolescence, in which they had active strivings and went through some emotional distress. This would not only put the onset of the conditions later than Fromm assumes but point to its being an outcome of a neurosis which at some time was manifest. As the analysis proceeds, a baffling discrepancy appears between their waking lives and their dreams. Their dreams unequivocally show emotional depth and turbulence. These dreams, and often they only, reveal a deeply buried sadness, self-hate and hate for others, self-pity, despair, anxiety. In other words, there is a world of conflicts and passionate feelings under the smooth surface. We try to awaken their interest in their dreams, but they tend to discard them. They seem to live in two worlds, entirely disconnected. More and more we realize that here is not a given superficiality but that they are anxious to stay away from their own depth. They get a fleeting glimpse of it and close up tightly as if nothing had happened. A little later feelings may suddenly emerge in their waking life from the abandoned depth. Some memory may make them cry, some nostalgia or some religious feeling may appear, and vanish. These observations, confirmed by the later analytic work, contradict the concept of a defect and point to a determined flight from their interpersonal life. Considering shallow living as an unfortunate outcome of a neurotic process gives us a less pessimistic outlook, both for prophylaxis and therapy. The frequency of shallow living at the present time makes it highly desirable to recognize it as a disturbance and to prevent its development. Its prophylaxis coincides with preventive measures concerning neuroses in general. Much work is being done in this regard, but much more is necessary and apparently can be done, particularly in schools. For any therapeutic work with resigned patients, the first requisite is to recognize the condition as a neurotic disturbance and not to discard it as either a constitutional or a cultural peculiarity. The latter concepts imply that it is unalterable or that it does not belong in the range of problems to be tackled by a psychiatrist. As yet it is less well known than other neurotic problems. It has probably aroused less interest for two reasons. Many disturbances occurring in this process, although they may cramp a person's life, are rather inconspicuous and therefore call less urgently for therapy. On the other hand, gross disturbances that may arise from this background have not been connected with the basic process. The only factor in it with which psychiatrists are thoroughly familiar is the detachment. But resignation is a much more encompassing process, presenting specific problems and specific difficulties in therapy. These can be tackled successfully only with a full knowledge of its dynamics and its meaning. Chapter 12. Neurotic Disturbances in Human Relationships. While the emphasis in this book has been on intrapsychic processes, we could not in our presentation separate them from the interpersonal ones. We could not do so because there is in fact a constant interaction between the two. Even at the beginning, when introducing the search for glory, we saw elements like the need to be superior to others, or to triumph over them, which directly concerned interpersonal relations. Neurotic claims, while growing from inner needs, are mainly directed toward others. We could not discuss neurotic pride without the effect its vulnerability has on human relations. We have seen that every single intrapsychic factor can be externalized, and how radically this process modifies our attitudes toward others. Finally, we have discussed the more specific form human relations assume in each of the major solutions of the inner conflicts. In this chapter I want to return from the specific to the general and make a brief systematic survey of how in principle the pride system influences our relations to others. To begin with, the pride system removes the neurotic from others by making him egocentric. To avoid misunderstandings, by egocentricity I do not mean selfishness or egotism in the sense of considering merely one's own advantage. The neurotic may be callously selfish or too unselfish. There is nothing in this regard that is characteristic for all neuroses. But he is always egocentric in the sense of being wrapped up in himself. This need not be apparent on the surface. He may be a lone wolf or live for and through others. Nevertheless, he lives in any case by his private religion, his idealized image, abides by his own laws, his shoulds, within the barbed wire fence of his own pride and with his own guards to protect him against dangers from within and without. As a result, he not only becomes more isolated emotionally, but it also becomes more difficult for him to see other people as individuals in their own right, different from himself. They are subordinated to his prime concern, himself. The picture of others, thus far, is blurred but not yet distorted. But there are other factors operating in the pride system which even more drastically prevent him from seeing others as they are and make for positive distortions in his picture of them. We cannot do away with this problem by saying glibly that of course our concept of others is blurred to the same extent as is our concept of ourselves. Although this is roughly true, it is nevertheless misleading, because it suggests a simple parallel between a distorted view of others and that of ourselves. We can obtain a more accurate and a more comprehensive picture of the distortions if we examine the factors in the pride system bringing them about. In part, the actual distortions come in because the neurotic sees others in the light of the needs engendered by the pride system. These needs may be directed toward others or affect his attitudes toward them indirectly. His need for admiration turns them into an admiring audience. His need for magic help endows them with mysterious magic faculties. His need to be right makes them faulty and fallible. His need for triumph divides them into followers and scheming adversaries. His need to hurt them with impunity makes them neurotic. His need to minimize himself turns them into giants. He sees others, finally, in the light of his externalizations. He does not experience his own self-idealization, instead he idealizes others. He does not experience his own tyranny, but others become tyrants. The most relevant externalizations are those of self-hate. If this is prevailingly an active trend, he tends to see others as contemptible and blameworthy. If anything goes wrong, it is their fault. They should be perfect. They are not to be trusted. They should be changed and reformed. Since they are poor, erring mortals, he must assume a godlike responsibility for them. In case passive externalizations prevail, others sit in judgment, ready to find fault with him, to condemn him. They keep him down, they abuse him, they coerce and intimidate him. They do not like him, they do not want him. He must appease them and measure up to their expectations. Among all the factors which distort the neurotic's view of others, externalizations probably rank first in effectiveness. And they are the ones which are most difficult to recognize in himself. For, according to his own experience, others are as he sees them in the light of his externalizations, and he merely responds to their being that way. What he does not feel is the fact that he responds to something which he himself has put into them. Externalizations are the more difficult to recognize since they are often mixed up with his reactions to others on the grounds of his needs or the frustrations of those needs. It would be an untenable generalization, for instance, to say that all irritability against others is at bottom an externalization of our rage at ourselves. Only a careful analysis of a particular situation allows us to discern whether, and to what extent, a person is really furious at himself or actually angry at others for, say, a frustration of his claims. Finally, of course, his irritability may stem from both sources. When we analyze ourselves or others, we must always pay impartial attention to both possibilities, i.e., we must not tend exclusively to the one or the other kind of explanation. Only then do we gradually see the ways and the extent to which they influence our relations to others. But even if we realize that we carry something into our relations with others which does not belong there, such a realization does not keep the externalization from operating. We can relinquish them only to the extent that we take them back to ourselves and are able to experience the particular process in ourselves. We can roughly distinguish three ways in which the picture of others can be distorted by externalization. Distortions may result from endowing others with characteristics they do not have or have only to a negligible degree. The neurotic may see them as completely ideal persons, endowed with godlike perfection and power. He may see them as contemptible and guilty. He may turn them into giants or into dwarfs. Externalizations may also make a person blind toward the existing assets or drawbacks of others. He may transfer to them his own, unrecognized, taboos on exploiting and lying, and hence may fail to see in them even flagrant intents at exploitation and deception. Or, having stifled his own positive feelings, he may be incapable of recognizing in others an existing friendliness or devotion. He would then be prone to regard them as hypocrites and be on his guard not to be taken in by such maneuvers. Finally, his externalizations may make him clear-sighted toward certain trends which others actually have. Thus, one patient who in his mind had monopolized all the Christian virtues, and who was blind toward pronounced predatory trends in himself, was quick to spot hypocritical attitudes in others, especially pretenses of goodness and love. Another patient, with considerable unavowed propensities toward disloyalty and treachery, was alert to such tendencies in others. Such occurrences seem to contradict my assertion of the distorting power of externalization. Would it perhaps be more correct to say that externalization can do both, make a person particularly blind or particularly clear-sighted? I do not believe so. The perspicacity he may gain in discerning certain attributes is marred by the personal significance they have for him. This makes them loom so large that the individual having them almost disappears as an individual and turns into a symbol for the particular externalized trend or trends. Hence the perspective on the total personality is so one-sided that it is decidedly distorted. Naturally, these last kinds of externalization are most difficult to recognize as such because the patient himself can always take refuge in the fact that after all his observations are correct. All the factors mentioned, the neurotic's needs, his reactions to others, and his externalizations, make it difficult for others to deal with him, at least in any close relationship. The neurotic himself does not see it this way. Since in his eyes his needs, or the claims resulting from them, are all legitimate, if at all conscious, since his reactions to others likewise are warranted, since his externalizations are merely a response to given attitudes in the others, he usually is aware of no such difficulty, feels indeed that he is easy to live with. While most understandable, this is nevertheless an illusion. As far as their own difficulties permit it, others often try hard to live in peace with the most obviously neurotic member of the family. And here again his externalizations are the greatest impediment to such efforts. Since externalizations, by their very nature, have little if anything to do with the actual behavior of the others, they are helpless against them. They may try for instance to come to terms with a militantly righteous person by not contradicting or criticizing him, by taking care of his clothes or his meals exactly as he desires, etc. But their very endeavors may arouse his self-accusations, and he may start to hate the others in order to ward off his own guilt feelings, to wit, Mr. Hicks in The Iceman Cometh. As a result of all these distortions, the insecurity which the neurotic feels with regard to others is considerably reinforced. Although in his mind he may be convinced that he is an astute observer of others, that he knows them, that indeed his estimate of others is always right, all of this can at best be only partially true. Observation and critical intelligence are no substitute for that inner certainty with reference to others which is possessed by a person who is realistically aware of himself as himself and others as themselves, and who is not swayed in his estimate of them by all kinds of compulsive needs. Even with a pervasive uncertainty about others, a neurotic person may be able to give a fairly accurate description of their behavior and even of some neurotic mechanisms if he is trained in intelligent observation of other people. But the existing insecurity is bound to show in his actual dealings with them, if he is subject to the insecurity caused by all these distortions. It appears then that the picture he has arrived at by dint of observations and conclusions, and the estimate based upon them, has no staying power. There are too many subjective factors which somebody else may suddenly rise in his estimation. Among the many ways in which such inner uncertainty manifests itself two seem to be present fairly regularly and to be rather independent of the particular neurotic structure. The individual does not know where he stands with regard to another person and where the latter stands with regard to him. He may call him a friend, but the word has lost its deep meaning. Any argument, any rumor, any misinterpretation he puts on something the friend is saying, doing, or omitting may arouse not only temporary doubts but shake the very foundation of the relationship. The second rather ubiquitous uncertainty about others is an uncertainty of confidence or trust. It shows not only in trusting too much or too little but also in not knowing with his heart in what regard another person is trustworthy and where his limits lie. If this uncertainty becomes more intensive, he has no feeling for either the decent or the mean things another person is capable of doing, or utterly incapable of doing, even though he may have been closely associated with him for years. In his fundamental uncertainty about others he will as a rule tend to expect the worst, consciously or unconsciously, because the pride system also increases his fear of people. His uncertainty is closely interwoven with his fears because, even though others do in fact represent a greater threat to him, his fears would not skyrocket as easily as they do if it were not that his picture of others is distorted anyway. Our fear of others is, generally speaking, dependent both upon their power to hurt us and upon our own helplessness. And both of these factors are hugely reinforced by the pride system. No matter how blustering self-assurance may be on the surface, intrinsically the system does weaken a person. It does so primarily by the alienation from self, but also by the self-contempt and the inner conflicts it entails, which make him divided against himself. The reason lies in his increased vulnerability. And he becomes vulnerable on many scores. It takes so little to hurt his pride or to elicit his guilt feelings or his self-contempt. His claims are of such a nature that they are bound to be frustrated. His equilibrium is so precarious that it can be easily disturbed. Finally, his externalizations and his own hostility against others, aroused by the externalization as well as by many other factors, make others more formidable than they actually are. All these fears account for his main attitude toward others being a defensive one, no matter whether it takes more aggressive or more appeasing forms. When surveying all the factors mentioned hitherto, we are struck by the similarity with the constituents of the basic anxiety which, to repeat, is one of feeling isolated and helpless toward a world potentially hostile. And this indeed is in principle the influence of the pride system on human relationships. It reinforces the basic anxiety. What in adult neurotics we identify as basic anxiety is not basic anxiety in its original form but rather modified by the accretions acquired through the years from the intrapsychic processes. It has become a composite attitude toward others which is determined by more complex factors than those involved at first. Just as, because of his basic anxiety, the child had to find ways to cope with others, so the adult neurotic must in his turn find such ways. And he finds them in the major solutions which we have described. Although these again bear similarities to the earlier solutions of moving toward, against, or away from people, and in part follow from them. Actually, the new solutions of self-effacement, expansiveness, and resignation are different in their structure from the old ones. While they also determine the form of human relationships, they are principally solutions for the intrapsychic conflicts. To complete the picture, while the pride system reinforces the basic anxiety, at the same time it lends to other people an overimportance through the needs it generates. Others become overimportant, or indeed indispensable, for the neurotic in the following ways. He needs them for a direct confirmation of the fictitious values he has arrogated to himself: admiration, approval, love. His neurotic guilt feelings and his self-contempt make for a stringent need for his vindication. But the very self-hate that engendered these needs renders it close to impossible to find this vindication in his own eyes. He can find it only through others. He must prove to them that he has whatever special values have become important for him. He must show them how good he is, how fortunate, how successful, how capable, how intelligent, how powerful, and what he can do for or to them. Furthermore, whether for his active pursuit of glory or for his vindication, he needs and does derive a great deal of his incentive for his activities from others. This is most pronounced in the self-effacing type, who can hardly do anything on his own and in his own behalf. But how active and energetic would a more aggressive type be if it were not for the incentive to impress, to fight, or to defeat others? Even the rebellious type still needs others against whom to rebel, in order to free his energies. Last but not least, the neurotic needs others to protect him against his own self-hate. As a matter of fact, the confirmation he gets from others for his idealized image, as well as the possibilities of vindicating himself, also fortify him against his self-hate. Besides, in many obvious and subtle ways he needs others to allay the anxiety arising from an onrush of self-hate or avail himself of his most powerful means of self-protection, his externalizations. Thus it happens that the pride system brings a fundamental incongruity into his human relations. He feels remote from other people, is most uncertain with regard to them, is afraid of them, hostile to them, and yet needs them in ways vital to him. All the factors disturbing human relationships in general also unavoidably operate in a love relationship as soon as it becomes one of more than short duration. This statement is self-evident from our point of view but needs to be said nevertheless, because many people have the fallacious notion that any love relationship is good if only the partners have satisfaction in sexual relations. Actually, sexual relations may help to ease tensions temporarily, or even to perpetuate a relationship if it is based essentially on neurotic foundations, but they do not make it any healthier. To discuss therefore the neurotic difficulties which may arise in a marriage or in an equivalent relationship would not add anything to the principles presented thus far. But the intrapsychic processes also have a particular influence on the meaning and the functions which love and sex assume for the neurotic. And I want to conclude this chapter by presenting some general viewpoints on the nature of this influence. The meaning and significance which love has for the neurotic person varies too much with his kind of solution to allow for generalizations. But one disturbing factor is regularly present, his deeply ingrained feeling of being unlovable. I am not referring here to his not feeling loved by this or that particular person but to his belief, which may amount to an unconscious conviction, that nobody does or ever could love him. Oh, he may believe that others love him for his looks, his voice, for his help, or for the sexual satisfaction he gives them. But they do not love him for himself, because he simply is unlovable. If evidence seems to contradict such a belief, he tends to discard it on various grounds. Perhaps that particular person is lonely, or needs somebody to lean on, or is charitably inclined anyway, etc. But instead of tackling this problem concretely, if he is aware of it, he deals with it in two vague ways, not noticing that the two are contradictory. He tends on the one hand to hold on to the illusion, even if he does not particularly care for love, that sometime, somewhere he will meet the right person who will love him. On the other hand, he assumes the same attitude he has toward self-confidence. He regards lovableness as an attribute which is independent of existing likable qualities. And because he disconnects it from personal qualities, he does not see any possibility of its changing with his future development. He tends therefore to assume a fatalistic attitude and to regard his unlovableness as a mysterious but unalterable fact. The self-effacing type becomes most easily aware of his disbelief in being lovable and, as we have seen, is the one who tries hardest to cultivate in himself likable qualities, or at least the appearance thereof. But even he, with his absorbing interest in love, does not spontaneously go to the root of the question, what exactly is it that gives him the conviction of unlovableness? It springs from three main sources. One of them is the impairment of the neurotic's own capacity to love. This capacity is bound to be impaired because of all the factors we discussed in this chapter, his being too wrapped up in himself, his being too vulnerable, too afraid of people, etc. This connection between feeling lovable and being ourselves able to love, although fairly often recognized intellectually, has a deep, vital meaning to very few of us. Yet in fact, if our capacity to love is well developed, we are not bothered about the question of whether or not we are lovable. Nor is it then of crucial importance whether or not we are actually loved by others. The second source of the neurotic's feeling of being unlovable is his self-hate and its externalization. As long as he is unacceptable to himself, indeed hate-worthy or contemptible, he cannot possibly believe that anybody else could love him. These two sources, both strong and omnipresent in neurosis, account for the feeling of unlovableness not being easily removed in therapy. We can see its existence in a patient and can examine its consequences for his love life. But it can diminish only to the extent that these sources become less potent. A third source contributes less directly but is important to mention for other reasons. It lies in the neurotic's expecting more of love than it can at best give, the perfect love, or expecting something different from what it can give. It cannot, for instance, relieve him of his self-hate. And since no love he does get can fulfill his expectations, he tends to feel that he is not really loved. The particular kind of expectations of love varies. Generally speaking, it is the fulfillment of many neurotic needs, often in themselves contradictory, or, in the case of the self-effacing type, of all his neurotic needs. And this fact of love being put into the service of neurotic needs makes it not only desirable but badly needed. Thus we find in love life the same incongruity that exists with regard to human relations in general, an increased need and a decreased capacity for it. It is probably as little accurate to make a too neat distinction between love and sex as it is to link them up too closely, Freud. Since, however, in neuroses sexual excitement or desires more often than not are separate from a feeling of love, I want to make a few special comments on the role which sexuality plays in them. Sexuality retains in neuroses the functions it naturally has as a means of physical satisfaction and of intimate human contact. Also, sexual well-functioning adds in many ways to the feeling of self-confidence. But in neuroses all these functions are enlarged and take on a different coloring. Sexual activities become not only a release of sexual tensions but also of manifold non-sexual psychic tensions. They can be a vehicle to drain self-contempt, in masochistic activities, or a means to act out self-torment by sexual degrading or tormenting of others, sadistic practices. They form one of the most frequent ways of allaying anxiety. The individuals themselves are unaware of such connections. They may not even be aware of being under a particular tension, or of having anxiety, but merely experience a rising sexual excitement or desire. But in analysis we can observe these connections accurately. A patient may for instance come closer to experiencing his self-hate, and suddenly there emerge plans or fantasies of sleeping with some girl. Or he may talk about some weakness in himself which he profoundly despises, and have sadistic fantasies of torturing somebody weaker than he is. Also, the natural sexual functions of establishing an intimate human contact frequently assume greater proportions. This is a well-known fact about detached people for whom sexuality may be the only bridge to others, but it is not restricted to being an obvious substitute for human closeness. It shows also in the haste with which people may rush into sexual relations, without giving themselves a chance to find out whether they have anything in common or a chance to develop a liking and understanding. It is possible, of course, that an emotional relatedness may evolve later on. But more often than not it does not do so because usually the initial rush itself is a sign of their being too inhibited to develop a good human relationship. Lastly, the normal relation between sexuality and self-confidence shifts to one between sexuality and pride. Sexual functioning, being attractive or desirable, the choice of a partner, the quantity or variety of sexual experiences, all become a matter of pride more than of wishes and enjoyment. The more the personal factor in love relations recedes and the purely sexual ones ascend, the more does the unconscious concern about lovableness shift to a conscious concern about attractiveness. These increased functions which sexuality assumes in neuroses do not necessarily lead to more extensive sexual activities than in the comparatively healthy person. They may do so, but they may also be responsible for greater inhibitions. A comparison with the healthy individual is difficult anyway because of the great variations, even within the range of the normal, in sexual excitability, in intensity and frequency of sexual desires, or in forms of sexual expressions. There is, however, one significant difference. In a way similar to that which we discussed with regard to imagination, sexuality is put in the service of neurotic needs. For this reason it often assumes an undue importance, in the sense of an importance stemming from non-sexual sources. Furthermore, for the same reason, sexual functions can be easily disturbed. There are fears, there is a whole host of inhibitions, there is the intricate problem of homosexuality, and there are perversions. Finally, because sexual activities, including masturbation and fantasies, and their particular forms are determined, or at least partly determined, by neurotic needs or taboos, they are often compulsive in nature. All of these factors may result in the neurotic patient's having sexual relations not because he wants them but because he should please his partner, because he must have a sign of being wanted or loved, because he must allay some anxiety, because he must prove his mastery and potency, etc. Sexual relations, in other words, are less determined by his real wishes and feelings than by the drive to satisfy some compulsive needs. Even without any intention to degrade the partner, the latter ceases to be an individual and becomes a sexual object. Freud. Approaching the subject from the viewpoint of sex morality, the English philosopher John McMurray in his Reason and Emotion, 1935, makes emotional sincerity the criterion for the value of sexual relations. How in detail the neurotic deals with these problems varies within such a wide range that I cannot even try here to outline the possibilities. The special difficulties existing toward love and sex are after all only one expression of his total neurotic disturbances. The variations in addition are so manifold because in kind they depend not only upon the individual's neurotic character structure but also on the particular partners he has had or still has. This may seem like a superfluous qualification because we have learned through our analytic knowledge that there is more often than formerly was assumed an unconscious choice of partners. The validity of this concept can indeed be shown over and over again. But we have tended to go to the other extreme and assume that every partner is of the individual's choosing, and this generalization is not valid. It needs qualifications in two directions. We must first raise the question as to who does the choosing. Properly speaking, the word choice presupposes a capacity to choose and a capacity to know the partner who is chosen. Both capacities are curtailed in the neurotic. He is able to choose only to the extent to which his picture of others is not distorted by the many factors we have discussed. In this strict sense there is no choice worth the name, or at least very little of it. What is meant by the term choice of a partner is the person's feeling attracted on the ground of his outstanding neurotic needs, his pride, his needs to dominate or to exploit, his need to surrender, etc. But even in this qualified sense the neurotic has not much chance to choose a partner. He may marry because it is the thing to do, and he may be so remote from himself and so detached from others that he marries a person whom he just happens to know a little better than others or who happens to want to marry him. His estimate of himself may be so low, because of his self-contempt, that he simply cannot approach those persons of the other sex who, if only for neurotic reasons, would appeal to him. Adding to these psychological restrictions the factual ones of his often knowing very few available partners, we realize how much is left to incidental circumstances. Instead of trying to do justice to the endless variations of erotic and sexual experiences resulting from these manifold factors involved, I shall merely indicate certain general tendencies operating in the neurotic's attitudes toward love and sex. He may tend to exclude love from his life. He may minimize or deny its significance or even its existence. Love then does not appear to him as desirable but is rather to be avoided or to be despised as a self-deceptive weakness. Such a tendency to exclude love operates in a quiet but determined fashion in the resigned, detached type. Individual differences within this group mostly concern his attitude toward sexuality. He may have removed the actual possibility not only of love, but also of sex, so far from his personal life that he lives as if they did not exist or had no meaning for him personally. Toward the sexual experiences of others he feels neither envy nor disapproval, but may have considerable understanding for them if they are in some trouble. Others may have had a few sexual relations in their younger years. But these did not penetrate through the armor of their detachment, were not too meaningful, and faded out without leaving a desire for further experiences. For another detached person, sexual experiences are important and enjoyable. He may have had them with many different people but always, consciously or unconsciously, was on his guard not to form any attachment. The nature of such transient sexual contacts depends on many factors. Among others, the prevalence of expansive or self-effacing trends is relevant. The lower his estimate of himself, the more will these contacts be restricted to persons beneath his own social or cultural level, as for instance to prostitutes. Again, others may happen to get married and may even be able to maintain a decent though distant relationship, provided the partner is likewise detached. If such a person marries somebody with whom he has not much in common, he may characteristically put up with the situation and try to abide by his duties as a husband and father. Only if the partner is too aggressive, violent, or sadistic to allow the detached person to withdraw inwardly may the latter either try to get out of the relationship or go to pieces under it. The arrogant vindictive type excludes love in a more militant and destructive way. His general attitude toward love usually is a derogating, debunking one. With respect to his sexual life there seem to be two principal possibilities. Either his sexual life is strikingly poor, he may merely have occasional sexual contacts for the main purpose of releasing physical or psychic tensions, or sexual relations may be important to him, provided he can give free range to his sadistic impulses. In this case he may either engage in sadistic sexual activities, which may be most exciting to him and give him satisfaction, or he may be stilted and over-controlled in his sexual relations but treat his partner in a general sadistic fashion. Another general tendency with regard to love and sex is also in the direction of excluding love, and sometimes also sex, from the actual life but giving it a prominent place in his imagination. Love then becomes a feeling so exalted and so celestial that any realistic fulfillment seems by comparison shallow and indeed despicable. E.T.A. Hoffmann, who has masterly described this aspect in the Tales of Hoffmann, calls love that longing for infinity which weds us to heaven. It is a delusion planted in our soul through the cunning of man's hereditary enemy that through love, through the pleasure of the flesh, there could be achieved on earth that which exists in our hearts as a heavenly promise only. Love therefore can be realized in fantasy only. Don Juan, in his interpretation, is destructive to women because every betrayal of a loved bride, every joy destroyed by a fierce blow struck at the lover represents an exalted triumph over that hostile monster and raises the seducer forever above our narrow life, above nature, above the Creator. A third and last possibility to be mentioned here is an overemphasis placed on love and sex in actual life. Love and sex then constitute the main value of life and are glorified accordingly. We can distinguish here roughly between the conquering and the surrendering love. The latter evolves logically from the self-effacing solution and was described in that context. The former occurs in the narcissistic type, if for particular reasons his drive for mastery has focused upon love. His pride then is invested in being the ideal lover and in being irresistible. Women who are easily available do not appeal to him. He must prove his mastery by conquering those who, for whatever reasons, are difficult to attain. The conquest may consist in the consummation of the sexual act or he may aim at complete emotional surrender. When these aims are achieved, his interest recedes. I am not sure that this brief presentation, condensed as it is into a few pages, conveys the extent and the intensity of the influence which intrapsychic processes have on human relations. When we realize its full impact, we must modify certain expectations, commonly harbored, as to the beneficial effect which better human relations can exercise on neurosis, or, in a broader sense, on a person's development. The expectations consist of the anticipation that a change of human environment, marriage, sexual affairs, or participation in any kind of group activity, in the community, in religious, professional groups, etc., will help a person to outgrow his neurotic difficulties. In analytic therapy, this expectation is expressed in the belief that the principal curative factor lies in the possibility of the patient's establishing a good relationship with the analyst, i.e., one in which the factors that were injurious in childhood are absent. Janet M. Ryuk, The Transference Phenomenon in Psychoanalytic Therapy, Psychiatry, 1943. What is curative in the process is that the patient discovers that part of himself which had to be repressed at the time of the original experience. He, and only do this in an interpersonal relationship with the analyst which is suitable to such a discovery. The reality gradually becomes undistorted, the self found, in the personal relationship between the analyst and the patient. This belief follows from the premise held by certain analysts that neurosis primarily is and remains a disturbance in human relations, and hence can be remedied by the experience of a good human relationship. The other expectations mentioned are not based on so precise a premise but rather on the realization, in itself correct, that human relations are a crucial factor in all our lives. All these expectations are justified with regard to the child and adolescent. Even though he may show definite signs of grandiose notions about himself, of claims for special privileges, of feeling easily abused, etc., he may be sufficiently flexible to respond to a favorable human environment. It may make him less apprehensive, less hostile, more trusting, and may still reverse the course of vicious circles driving him deeper into the neurosis. We must of course add the qualification of more or less depending upon the extent of the disturbance in the individual and on the duration, quality, and intensity of the good human influence. Such a beneficial effect upon the person's inner growth may also take place in adults, provided the pride system and its consequences are not too deeply ingrained or, to state it positively, provided the idea of self-realization, in whatever individual terms, still has some meaning and vitality. We have seen often, for instance, that one marriage partner may take strides ahead in his development when the other partner is being analyzed and is changing for the better. In such cases several factors operate. Usually the analyzed partner will talk about the insights he has gained and the other one may pick up some valuable information for himself. Seeing with his own eyes that change in fact is possible, he will be encouraged to do something in his own behalf. And, seeing the possibility of a better relationship, he will have an incentive to outgrow his own troubles. A similar change may occur also without analysis playing any part, when a neurotic comes into close and prolonged contact with relatively healthy persons. Here again multiple factors may stimulate his growth, a reorientation in his sets of values, a feeling of belonging and of being acceptable, the possibility of externalizations being lessened and thereby of his being confronted with his own difficulties, a possibility of accepting and benefiting from serious and constructive criticism, etc. But these possibilities are much more limited than is usually assumed. Granted that an analyst's experience is restricted through his seeing primarily instances where such hopes did not materialize, I would venture to say on theoretical grounds that the chances are too limited to warrant in any way the blind faith placed in them. We see over and over again that a person set in his particular solution of his inner conflicts enters a relationship with his rigid set of claims and shoulds, with his particular righteousness and vulnerability, with his self-hate and his externalizations, with his needs for mastery, surrender, or freedom. Hence, instead of a relationship being a medium in which both can enjoy each other and grow with each other, it becomes a means of satisfying his own neurotic needs. The effect which such a relationship has on the neurotic is primarily one of decreasing or increasing inner tensions, according to a satisfaction or a frustration of his needs. An expansive type, for instance, may both feel better and function better when he is in command of a situation or is surrounded by admiring disciples. The self-effacing type may blossom when he is less isolated and feels needed and wanted. Anybody who knows neurotic suffering certainly will appreciate the subjective value of such improvements. But they are not necessarily a sign of the person's inner growth. More often than not, they merely indicate that a suitable human environment may allow him to feel comparatively at ease even though his neurosis has not changed at all. The same viewpoints apply to expectations, of a more impersonal kind, based on changes in institutions, economic conditions, forms of political regimes. Certainly a totalitarian regime can successfully prevent individual growth and by its very nature must aim at stunting it. And no doubt only that political regime which gives as many individuals as possible the freedom to strive toward their self-realization is worth striving for. But even the best changes in the external situation do not in themselves bring about individual growth. They cannot do more than supply it with a better environment in which to grow. The error involved in all these expectations does not lie in overrating the importance of human relations but in underrating the power of intrapsychic factors. Although human relations are of signal importance, they do not have the power to uproot a firmly planted pride system in a person who keeps his real self out of communication. In this crucial matter, the pride system again proves to be the enemy of our growth. Self-realization does not exclusively, or even primarily, aim at developing one's special gifts. The center of the process is the evolution of one's potentialities as a human being, hence it involves, in a central place, the development of one's capacities for good human relations. Chapter 13, Neurotic Disturbances in Work. A few paragraphs of this chapter are taken from a paper on the same subject published in the American Journal of Psychoanalysis, 1948, under the title Inhibitions in Work. Disturbances in our work life may arise from many sources. They may result from external conditions, such as economic or political pressures, lack of quiet, solitude, or time, or the difficulties, to take a more specific frequent example of our modern times, facing a writer who must learn to express himself in a new language. Difficulties may spring also from cultural conditions, such as that pressure of public opinion on a man which may drive him to increase his earning capacities well beyond his actual needs, as exemplified by our urban businessmen. On the other hand, such an attitude makes no sense to the Mexican Indian. In this chapter I shall not discuss external difficulties, however, but neurotic disturbances as they are carried into work. To limit the subject still further, many neurotic impairments of work are linked up with our attitudes toward other people, superiors, subordinates, and equals. And although we cannot in fact separate these neatly from the difficulties concerning work itself, we shall omit them here as much as possible and focus on the influence of intrapsychic factors upon the process of work and the individual's attitude toward it. Lastly, neurotic disturbances are comparatively unimportant in any kind of routine work. They increase to the extent that the work requires personal initiative, vision, responsibility, self-reliance, ingenuity. I shall therefore restrict my comments to those kinds of work for which we have to tap our personal resources, to creative work in the broadest sense of the word. What is said in illustrations taken from artistic work or scientific writing applies just as well to the work of a teacher, a housewife and mother, a businessman, a lawyer, a doctor, a union organizer. The range of neurotic disturbances in work is great. As we shall see presently, not all of these disturbances are consciously felt, many show instead in the quality of the work produced or in the lack of production. Others are expressed in various kinds of psychic distress connected with work, such as inordinate strain, fatigue, exhaustion, fears, panic, irritability, or conscious suffering under inhibitions. There are only a few general and rather obvious factors which all kinds of neuroses have in common on this score. Difficulties beyond those inherent in the particular piece of work are never missing, even though they may not be apparent. Self-confidence, probably the most crucial prerequisite for creative work, is always on a shaky basis, no matter how self-assured or realistic a person's attitude seems to be. There is rarely an adequate appraisal of what is entailed in a particular job, but rather an underrating or overrating of given difficulties. Nor is there as a rule an adequate estimate of the value of the work done. The conditions under which work may be done are mostly too rigid. They are more peculiar in kind and more rigid in degree than the working habits which people usually develop. The interrelatedness to the work itself is tenuous because of the neurotic's egocentricity. Questions as to how he made out or how he should perform are of greater concern to him than the work itself. The joy or satisfaction that can be found in congenial work is usually impaired because the work is too compulsive, too laden with conflicts and fears, or too devaluated subjectively. But as soon as we leave such generalities, and consider in detail how disturbances in work manifest themselves, we are struck much more by differences in different kinds of neurosis than by similarities. I have already mentioned differences in the awareness of existing difficulties, and in suffering under them. But the special conditions under which work can be done, or cannot be done, also vary. So does the capacity for making consistent effort, for taking risks, for planning, for accepting help, for delegating work to others, etc. These differences are determined mainly by the major solutions a person has found for his intrapsychic conflicts. We shall discuss each group separately. The expansive types, regardless of their special characteristics, tend to overrate their capacities or their special gifts. Also, they tend to regard the particular work they are doing as uniquely significant, and to overrate its quality. Others, not sharing their overvaluation of their activities, seem to them either incapable of understanding them, they have thrown pearls before swine, or too jealous to give them due credit. Any criticism, no matter how seriously or conscientiously given, is eo ipso felt as a hostile attack. And, because of their necessity to choke off any doubts about themselves, they tend not to examine the validity of the criticism but to focus primarily upon warding it off in this way or that. For the same reason, their need for recognition of their work, in whatever form, is boundless. They tend to feel entitled to such recognition and to be indignant if it is not forthcoming. Concomitantly, their capacity to give credit to others is extremely limited, at least within their field and age group. They may frankly admire Plato or Beethoven but may find it difficult to appreciate any contemporary philosopher or composer, the more so, the more he seems a threat to their own unique significance. They may be hypersensitive to having anybody's achievement praised in their presence. Finally, the appeal of mastery, characteristic of this group, entails the implicit belief that there is simply no obstacle which they cannot overcome through their willpower or superior faculties. I gather it must have been an expansive type who first designed the motto to be found in some American offices: the difficult we do right away, the impossible a little later. At any rate, he would be the one to take it literally. The need for proving his mastery often makes him resourceful and gives him the incentive to have a try at tasks which others might be wary of tackling. It entails, however, the danger of underrating the difficulties involved. There simply is no business deal he could not bring about quickly, no illness he could not diagnose at first sight, no paper or lecture he could not deliver on short notice, no trouble with his car that he could not fix better than any mechanic. All these factors together, the overrating of his capacities and of the quality of his work, the underrating of others and of given difficulties, and his relative imperviousness to criticism, account for his often being oblivious of existing disturbances with regard to work. These disturbances vary according to a prevalence of narcissistic, perfectionistic, or arrogant vindictive trends. The narcissistic type, being most likely to be swayed by his imagination, shows all the above criteria in a flagrant manner. Assuming approximately equal gifts, he is the most productive among the expansive types. But he may run up against various difficulties. One of them is the scattering of interests and energies in many directions. There is the woman, for instance, who has to be the perfect hostess, housewife, mother, who also has to be the best-dressed woman, to be active on committees, to have her hand in politics, and who must also be a great writer. Or there is the businessman, who, besides having his hands in too many enterprises, pursues extensive political and social activities. When in the long run such a person becomes aware that he never gets around to doing certain things, he usually ascribes it to the multitude of his gifts. With an ill-concealed arrogance he may express his envy of those less fortunate fellow beings who are endowed with just one gift. Actually, the diversity of faculties may be real, but it is not the source of his troubles. The background is an insistent refusal to recognize that there are any limits to what he can accomplish. Hence, a temporary resolution to restrict his activities usually has no lasting effect. Against all evidence to the contrary, he soon bounces back to his conviction that others may not be able to do so many things, but he can, and can do them all to perfection. To restrict his activities would to him smack of defeat and contemptible weakness. The prospect of being a human being like others, with limitations like others, is degrading and hence intolerable. Other narcissistic persons may scatter their energies not by too many simultaneous activities but by successively starting and dropping one pursuit after the other. In gifted youngsters this still may look simply as though they needed time and experimenting in order to find out where their greatest interest lies. And only a closer examination of their whole personality can show whether so simple an explanation is valid. They may, for instance, develop a passionate interest in the stage, try out at dramatics, show promising beginnings, and give it up in a short time. Thereafter they may pursue the same course with the writing of poetry or with farming. Then they may take to nursing or the study of medicine, with the same steep curve from enthusiasm to loss of interest. But the identical process may occur also in adults. They may make outlines for a big book, set an organization going, have vast business projects planned, work at an invention, but time and time again their interest peters out before anything is accomplished. Their imagination has painted a glowing picture of quick and glamorous achievement, but they withdraw interest at the very first real difficulty with which they are confronted. Their pride, however, does not permit them to admit that they are shirking difficulties. Therefore the loss of interest is a face-saving device. Two factors contribute to the hectic swings which are characteristic of the narcissistic type in general: his aversion to attending to details in work and to consistent efforts. The former attitude may already be conspicuous in neurotic school children. They may, for instance, have quite imaginative ideas for a composition but put in a determined unconscious resistance to neat writing or correct spelling. The same sloppiness may mar the quality of work in adults. They may feel it behooves them to have brilliant ideas or projects but that the detail work should be done by the ordinary run of people. Hence they have no difficulty in delegating work to others, if this can be done. And, provided they have employees or co-workers who can carry their ideas into action, it may turn out well. If they have to do the work themselves, such as writing a paper, designing a dress, drawing up a legal document, they may regard the job as finished to their own supreme satisfaction before the real work of thinking through the ideas and checking, rechecking, and organizing them has even started. The same thing may happen with the patient in analysis. And here we see another determinant besides the general grandioseness: their fear of looking at themselves in concrete detail. Their incapacity for making consistent efforts stems from the same roots. Their special brand of pride resides in effortless superiority. It is the glory of the dramatic, of the unusual, that captivates their imagination, while the humble tasks of daily living are resented as humiliating. Conversely, they can make sporadic efforts, be energetic and circumspect in an emergency, swing a big party, in a sudden onrush of energy write letters which have accumulated for months, etc. Such sporadic efforts feed their pride, but consistent efforts insult it. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry can get somewhere with plodding work. Moreover, as long as no efforts are made, there is always the reservation that they would have accomplished something great if they had put in real efforts. The most hidden aversion to consistent effort lies in the threat to the illusion of unlimited powers. Let us assume that somebody wants to cultivate a garden. Whether he wants it or not, he will soon become aware that the garden does not turn into a blossoming paradise overnight. It will progress exactly to the extent that he has put in work on it. He will have the same sobering experience when consistently working at reports or papers, when doing publicity work or teaching. There is a factual limit to time and energies and to what can be achieved within these limits. As long as the narcissistic type holds on to his illusions of unlimited energies and unlimited achievements, he must by necessity be wary of exposing himself to such disillusioning experiences. Or, when he does, he must chafe under them as under an undignified yoke. Such resentment will in turn make him tired and exhausted. Summarizing, we could say that the narcissistic type, despite good qualifications, often is disappointing in the quality of the work he actually produces because, in accordance with his neurotic structure, he simply does not know how to work. The difficulties of the perfectionistic type are in some ways opposite. He works methodically and attends rather too meticulously to details. But he is so cramped by what he should do and how he should do it that there is no room left for originality and spontaneity. He is therefore slow and unproductive. Because of his exacting demands on himself, he is easily overworked and exhausted, as is well known of the perfectionistic housewife, and lets others suffer as a result. Also, since he is as exacting on others as he is on himself, his influence on others is often cramping, especially if he is in an executive position. The arrogant vindictive type too has his own assets and liabilities. Among all neurotics he is the most prodigious worker. If it were not so inappropriate to speak of passion with regard to an emotionally cold person, we could say that he has a passion for work. Because of his relentless ambition and the comparative emptiness of his life outside his work, every hour not spent on work is deemed lost. This does not mean that he enjoys work. He is mostly incapable of enjoying anything, but neither does work tire him. In fact, he seems indefatigable, like a well-oiled machine. Nevertheless, with all his resourcefulness, efficiency, and his often keen, critical intelligence, the work he produces is likely to be sterile. I am not thinking here of the deteriorated variety of this type, who has become opportunistic and is merely interested in the external result of his work. Success, prestige, triumph, no matter whether he produces soap, portraits, or scientific papers. But even if he is interested in the work itself, in addition to his own glory, he will often stay at the fringes of his field and not go into the heart of the matter. As a teacher or social worker, he will for instance be interested in methods of teaching or social work rather than in children or clients. He may write critical reviews rather than contribute something of his own. He may be anxious to cover completely all possible questions that may arise so that he has the final say in the matter without, however, having added anything of his own. In short, his concern seems to be to master the particular subject matter rather than to enrich it. Because his arrogance does not allow him to give credit to others, and because of his own lack of productivity, he may easily, without being aware of it, appropriate the ideas of others. But even these turn, in his hands, into something mechanical and lifeless. In contrast to most neurotics, he has the capacity for careful and minute planning and may have a fairly clear vision of future developments. In his own mind, his predictions are always correct. He may therefore be a good organizer. There are, however, several factors detracting from this capacity. He has difficulties in delegating work. Because of his arrogant contempt for people, he is convinced that he is the only one who can do things properly. Also, in organizing he tends to employ dictatorial methods, to be intimidating and exploiting rather than stimulating, to kill incentive and joy rather than to kindle it. Because of his long-range planning, he can stand temporary setbacks comparatively well. In serious test situations, however, he may become panicky. When one lives almost exclusively in the categories of triumph or defeat, a possible defeat is of course frightening. But since he should be above fear, he gets violently angry at himself for being afraid. Besides, in such situations, i.e., an examination, he also gets violently angry at those who presume to sit in judgment over him. All these emotions are usually suppressed, and the results of the inner upheaval may be such psychosomatic symptoms as headaches, intestinal cramps, palpitations of the heart, etc. The difficulties which the self-effacing type has with regard to work are almost point for point opposite to those of the expansive types. He tends to set his aims too low and to underrate his gifts as well as the importance and the value of his work. He is plagued by doubts and self-berating criticisms. Far from believing that he can do the impossible, he tends to be easily overwhelmed by a feeling of I can't. The quality of his work does not necessarily suffer, but he himself always does. The self-effacing types may feel fairly at ease and in fact work well as long as they work for others, as a housewife or housekeeper, as a secretary, as a social worker or teacher, as a nurse, as a pupil, for an admired teacher. In this case either one of two frequently observed peculiarities may point to an existing disturbance. There may be marked differences between their working alone and their working with others. An anthropological field worker, for instance, can be most resourceful in making contact with the natives but utterly lost when it comes to formulating his findings. The social worker may be competent with clients or as a supervisor but get panicky over making a report or an evaluation. An art student may paint fairly well with his teacher present but forget all he has learned when alone. Secondly, these types may stay at a level of work which is actually beneath their given faculties. And it may never occur to them that they may have hidden a talent in the earth. Yet for various reasons they may start to do something on their own. They may advance to a position which requires writing or public speaking. Their own, unavowed, ambition may push them forward toward more independent activities, or, last but not least, the most healthy and most irresistible reason of all may pertain, their existing gifts may finally urge them toward adequate expression. And it is at this point, when they try to reach beyond the narrow confines set by the shrinking process in their structure, that the real troubles start. On the one hand, their demands for perfection are just as high as those of the expansive types. But, while the latter easily basks in the smug satisfaction of excellency attained, the self-effacing types with their unceasing self-berating trends are always alert to flaws in their work. Even after a good performance, perhaps in giving a party or delivering a lecture, they still will emphasize the fact that they forgot this or that they did not emphasize clearly what they meant to say, that they were too subdued or too offensive, etc. They thus are pushed into an almost hopeless battle in which they struggle for perfection while at the same time they beat themselves down. In addition, the demands for excelling are reinforced from a peculiar source. Their taboos on ambition and pride make them feel guilty if they reach out for personal achievements, and only the ultimate attainment is a redemption for this guilt. If you are not the perfect musician, you had better scrub floors. On the other hand, they turn self-destructive if they trespass against these very taboos, or at least if they become aware of. When in the paper on inhibitions in work I cited these two examples. I mentioned only the response to not having attained the expected excellency. Doing so, it is the same process I have described with regard to competitive games. As soon as this type becomes aware of winning, he cannot play anymore. He thus is constantly between the devil and the deep sea, between having to reach the peak and having to keep himself down. The dilemma is most conspicuous when the conflict between expansive and self-effacing drives is close to the surface. A painter, for instance, struck by the beauty of a certain object, visualizes a glorious composition. He starts to paint. The first statement on the canvas looks superb. He feels elated. But then, whether this beginning is too good for what he could stand, or whether it has not yet reached the perfection of his first vision, he turns against himself. He tries to improve the statement. It turns out worse. At this point he gets frantic. He keeps improving, but the colors become duller and deader. And in no time the picture is destroyed. He gives up in utter despair. After a while he starts another picture, only to go through the same agonizing process. Similarly, a writer may write fluently for a while, until he becomes aware that things have proceeded very well indeed. At this point, without of course knowing that his very satisfaction was the point of danger, he becomes fault-finding. Perhaps he really has run up against a difficulty as to how his main character should act in a particular situation. Perhaps, however, the difficulty merely appeared great because he was already hampered by a destructive self-contempt. At any rate, he becomes listless, cannot get himself to work for some days, and in a fit of rage tears the last pages to shreds. He may have a nightmare in which he is caught in a room with a maniac who is out to kill him, a pure and simple expression of murderous rage against himself. Point 2. In these two instances, which could easily be multiplied, we see two distinct moves, a forward creative mood and a self-destructive one. Turning now to the persons in whom expansive drives are suppressed and self-effacing ones prevail, clear forward moves become extremely rare in the self-destructive. Ones are less violent and dramatic. The conflicts are more hidden, the whole inner process going on during work is more chronic and more intricate, which makes it more difficult to disentangle the factors involved. Although in these cases the disturbances in work may be the outstanding complaint, they may not be directly accessible to understanding. Their nature may only gradually become clearer, after the whole structure has loosened up. What the person himself notices while doing creative work is his lack of concentration. He easily loses his trend of thought or his mind goes blank, his thoughts wander off to all kinds of daily occurrences. He becomes fidgety, restless, doodles, plays solitaire, makes some phone calls which could just as well wait, files his fingernails, catches flies. He gets disgusted with himself, makes heroic efforts to work, but in a short time is so deadly fatigued that he has to give up. Without being aware of it, he is up against two kinds of chronic handicaps, his self-minimizing and his inefficiency in tackling the subject matter. His self-minimizing largely results, as we know, from his need to keep himself down in order not to trespass against the taboo on anything presumptuous. It is a subtle undermining, berating, doubting, which saps the energies without his being aware of what he is doing to himself. One patient visualized himself with two ugly vicious dwarfs hunched one on each shoulder and incessantly making nagging, derogatory comments. He may forget what he has read, observed, thought, or even what he himself has previously written on the subject. He may forget what he was going to write. All the materials out of which to build a paper are there, and they may reappear after much fumbling work, but they may not be available at the moment he needs them. Similarly, when called upon to speak in a discussion, he may start with a crushing feeling of having nothing to say. And only gradually will it turn out that he has many pertinent comments to contribute. His need to keep himself down, in other words, prevents him from tapping his resources. As a result, he works with the oppressive feeling of impotence and insignificance. While for the expansive type everything he does assumes a general importance, even though its objective importance may be negligible. The self-effacing type is rather apologetic about his work even though it may have a greater objective importance. Characteristically, he will merely say that he has to work. In his case, this is not an expression of being supersensitive to coercion, as it would be in the resigned type. But he would feel too presumptuous, too ambitious if he admitted that he wished to achieve something. He cannot even feel that he wants to do a good job, not only because in fact he is driven by his exacting demands for perfection, but also because to own up to such an intention seems to him like an arrogant and reckless challenging of fate. His inefficiency in tackling the subject matter is caused mainly by his taboos on all that implies assertion, aggression, mastery. As a rule, when speaking of his taboos on aggression, we think of his being not demanding, not manipulating, not dominating toward other people. But the same attitudes also prevail toward inanimate objects or mental problems. Just as he may feel helpless with a flat tire, or with a zipper that is stuck, so he feels helpless toward his own ideas. His difficulty is not in being unproductive. Good original ideas may emerge, but he is inhibited in taking hold of them, tackling them, grappling with them, wrestling with them, checking them, shaping them, organizing them. We are not usually aware of these mental operations as being assertive, aggressive moves, although the language indicates it, and we may realize this fact only when they are inhibited by a pervasive check on aggression. The self-effacing type may not lack the courage to express an opinion whenever, in the first place, he gets far enough to have one. The inhibition usually sets in at an earlier point. In his not daring to realize that he has arrived at a conclusion, or has an opinion, of his own. These handicaps in themselves make for slow, wasteful, inefficient work or for not accomplishing anything at all. We might remember in this context Emerson's saying that we do not accomplish because we minimize ourselves. But the torment involved, and also the possibility of achieving something, for that matter, occurs because the person is at the same time driven by his need for ultimate perfection. Not only should the quality of the work produced satisfy his exacting work methods, also should be perfect. A music student F. Stance is asked if she works systematically. She becco degree R asterisk degree Barasid and answers with an I don't know. For her CM systematically means to sit fixed before die piano FT0. Trademark OI hours, working intently all the time, hardly taking Tim R lunch. Since she cannot give this ultimate of degree R sustained attention, she turns against herself and calls /a tech a dilettante who will never get anywhere. Actually she won $F hard at a piece of music, studies the reading, the movements to the right and the left hand, in other words she might W in degree asterisk been entirely satisfied with the seriousness of her work UVC in mind exorbitant shoots like these, we can easily NS the amount of self-contempt produced by the self-efface 1116 son's usually ineffectual ways of working. Lastly, to see CR asterisk the picture of his difficulties, even if he works well, or accomplished something worthwhile, he should not be at it. His left hand, as it were, must not know what his R asterisk U degree is doing. Mimed. He is particularly helpless when initiating some kind of work, for instance, beginning the writing of a pan-aversion to mastering a subject prevents him from thoroughly in advance. Hence, instead of first making an S-line or fully organizing the material in his mind, he degree UT to write. Actually this may be a feasible way for other state S people. They expansive type for instance may be able to degree without hesitation, and his first draft may impress high degree S degree wonderful that he fails to do any further work on it. Our S degree self-effacing type is utterly incapable of simply jotting a first draft with all the unavoidable imperfections in F0RW a dawn of thought, style, and organization. He becomes aware of any awkwardness, lack of clarity or continuity. ETMR asterisk criticisms may be pertinent in content but the unconscious contempt they evoke is so disturbing that he cannot calm asterisk he may tell himself, now, for heaven's sake, put it down. One can always work it over later on, but it is of no avail. He make a fresh start, write a sentence or two, put down loose thoughts on the subject. Only then, after much wasp work and time, may he finally ask himself, now what actually do you want to write? Only then will he make a rough outline, then a second with more details, a third, a fourth, etc. Each time the subdued anxiety stemming from his conflicts subsides a little. But when it comes to giving the paper its final shape, ready for delivery or print, the anxiety may again increase, because now it should be flawless. During this painful process acute anxiety may be aroused for two opposite reasons. He becomes disturbed when things become more difficult and he becomes disturbed when they go too well. Running up against a knotty problem, he may respond with a reaction of shock, become faint and nauseated, or he may feel paralyzed. When on the other hand he becomes aware of proceeding well he may start to sabotage his work more drastically than usual. Let me illustrate so self-destructive a repercussion from the case of a patient whose inhibitions had started to diminish. While about to finish a paper he noticed that some paragraphs at which he had worked had a familiar ring, and he suddenly realized that he must have written them already. Looking over his desk he found indeed a perfectly good draft of the paragraphs, which he had written only the previous day. He had spent almost 2 hours in formulating ideas which he had already formulated without realizing it. Startled by this forgetting and thinking about the reasons for it, he remembered that he had written these passages fairly fluently, that he had taken it for a hopeful sign of now overcoming his inhibitions and of being able to finish the particular paper in a short time. Although these thoughts had a solid foundation in reality, they were more than he could take, and he reacted therefore with self-sabotage. When we realize the terrific odds against which this type works, several peculiarities in his relation to work become clearer. One of them is his being apprehensive or even panicky before starting a piece of work that is difficult for him, a piece of work that, in view of the conflicts involved, presents him with an unrealizable task. One patient, for instance, regularly got colds before having to give a lecture or attend a conference, another felt sick before first performances on the stage, still another was completely exhausted before doing her Christmas shopping. Also, we come to understand why he can usually work only in installments. The inner tension under which he works is so great and tends so to increase while he works that he cannot stand it for a long time. This applies not only to mental work but may occur in any other work he does on his own. He may put one drawer in order and leave the others for a later date. He may do a little weeding or digging in the garden and then stop. He writes for half an hour, or an hour, but has to interrupt it. The same person, however, may be able to work consistently when he does it for or with others. Finally, we understand why he is so easily distracted from his work. He often accuses himself of not having any real interest in his work, which is understandable enough because he often behaves like a resentful schoolboy working under duress. Actually, his interest may be entirely genuine and serious, but the process of work is even more exasperating than he realizes. I mentioned already the minor distractions, such as making a phone call or writing a letter. Moreover, in accordance with his need to please others and to win their affection, he is too easily available for any request which his family or his friends may make. The result sometimes is that, for reasons entirely different from the narcissistic type, he too may scatter his energies in too many directions. And there is lastly, particularly in younger years, the compelling appeal that love and sex have for him. While a love relation does not usually make him happy either, it promises the fulfillment of all his needs. No wonder, then, that he often plunges into a love affair when his difficulties in work become unbearable. Sometimes he goes through a repetitious cycle, he works for a while and may even accomplish something, then gets absorbed in a love relation, sometimes of the dependent type, work recedes or becomes impossible, he struggles out of the love relation, starts again to work, and so forth. To summarize, any creative work which the self-effacing type does on his own is done against often insurmountable odds. He works not only under fairly permanent handicaps but also, more often than not, under the stress of anxiety. The degree of suffering linked up with such a creative process of course varies. But there are usually only brief intervals in which it is absent. He may enjoy the time when he first conceives of a project and, as it were, plays around with the ideas involved in it, without yet being caught in the pushes and pulls of contradictory inner dictates. He also may have a short-lived glow of satisfaction when the particular work is close to completion. Later on, however, he tends to lose not only the satisfaction of having done it but even the feeling that he was the one who did it, regardless of external success or acclaim. It is humiliating for him to think of it, or look at it, because he does not give himself credit for having accomplished it in spite of the inner difficulties. For him, to remember the very existence of these difficulties is plain humiliation. Naturally, with all these harassing difficulties, the danger of not accomplishing anything is great. He may not dare to start doing something on his own in the first place. He may give up in the course of work. The quality of the work itself may suffer from the handicaps under which it was produced. But the chances are that, with sufficient gifts and stamina, he may turn out something substantially good because, notwithstanding his often staggering inefficiency, he has put in a great deal of consistent work. The shackles hampering the work of the resigned type are distinctly different in nature from those of the expansive and the self-effacing types. The individual belonging to the group of persistent resignation may also settle for less than his faculties warrant, and in this way resemble the self-effacing type. But the latter does it because he feels safer in a work situation in which he can lean on somebody, feel liked and needed, in addition to abiding by his taboos on pride and aggression. The resigned person settles for less because to do so is part and parcel of his general resigning from active living. The conditions under which he can work productively are also diametrically opposite to those of the self-effacing person. Because of his detachment he can work better alone, and his sensitivity to coercion makes it difficult for him to work for a boss or in an organization with definite rules and regulations. He may, however, adjust himself to such a situation because of the check he has put on wishes and aspirations, and also because of his aversion to 8c/ Chapter 11, Resignation. Change. He may put up with conditions which are not congenial to him. And, because of his lack of competitiveness and his anxious avoidance of friction, he may be able to get along with most people although in his feelings he keeps strictly apart. But he is neither happy nor productive. By preference he would be a freelance worker, if work he must, although here too he feels easily coerced by the expectations of others. A deadline for instance for a publication or the delivery of a design or address may be welcome to the self-effacing type because the external pressure relieves his inner pressure. Without a deadline he may feel impelled to improve his product ad infinitum. The deadline makes it permissible to be less exacting and also makes it possible to put his own wish to achieve something, or get something done, on the basis of working for somebody else who expects it. For the resigned type the deadline is coercion which he plainly resents and which may arouse so much unconscious opposition that it makes him listless and inert. His attitude on this score is but one illustration of his general sensitivity to coercion. This applies to anything that is suggested to him, that is expected, required, or requested of him, or to any necessity confronting him, such as having to put in work if he wants to accomplish something. Probably the greatest handicap is his inertia, the meaning and manifestations of which we have discussed. Point 3. The more pervasive it is, the more he tends to do things only in his imagination. The ineffectualness in work resulting from inertia is different from that of the self-effacing type, not only in its determinants but also in its manifestations. The self-effacing person, driven hither and thither by contradictory shoulds, displays a fluttering activity like a bird caught in a cage. The resigned type instead appears listless, without initiative, slow in physical or mental action. He may procrastinate or may have to jot down in a notebook everything he has to do in order not to forget it. But again, in full contrast to the self-effacing type, this picture may be reversed as soon as he does things on his own. A doctor for instance was able to attend to his duties in a hospital only with the help of a notebook. He had to make a note of every patient to be examined, every conference to be attended, every letter or report to be written, every medicine to be prescribed. But in his free time he was most active in reading books that interested him, in playing the piano, and in doing some writing on philosophical subjects. He did all of this within a live interest and could enjoy it. Here in the privacy of his room, so he felt, he could be himself. And he had indeed preserved a good deal of the integrity of his real self, yet characteristically had been able to do so only by keeping it out of touch with the world around him. He did the same with his activities in his free time. He did not expect to become an accomplished pianist nor did he plan to publish his writings. The more such a type comes to rebel against conforming to expectations, the more he tends to cut down any work which is done with or for people or which puts him on a regular schedule. He rather restricts his living standards to a minimum in order to do what he pleases. Such an evolution may give him the possibility of constructive work, provided his real self is sufficiently alive to grow under the condition of greater freedom. He may then find the possibility for creative expression. This would depend however on existing gifts. Not everybody, breaking up his family ties and going to the South Seas, becomes a Gauguin. Without such favorable inner conditions, the danger is that he will merely become a rugged individualist who takes a certain delight in doing the unexpected or in living in a way that is different from the common run of people. In the group of shallow living, work presents no problem. It partakes of the deteriorating processes which go on generally. Both the striving toward self-realization and the drive to actualize his idealized self are not only checked but abandoned. Hence work becomes meaningless, because he neither has an incentive to develop his given potentials nor one to pursue exalted goals. Work may become a necessary evil, interrupting the good time in which one has fun. It may be done because it is expected, without any personal participation. It may sink to a mere means of procuring money or prestige. Freud saw the frequency of neurotic disturbances in work and recognized their importance by making the capacity to work one of his aims in therapy. But he considered this capacity separately from motivations, aims, attitudes toward work, from conditions under which it can be done and from the quality of the work produced. He recognized therefore only obvious interferences in the process of work. It is one of the general conclusions evolving from the discussion presented here that this way of looking at difficulties in work is far too formalistic. We can grasp the wide range of existing disturbances only when we consider all the factors mentioned. This is but another way of saying that peculiarities and disturbances in work are, and cannot but be, an expression of the total personality. Still another factor comes into clear relief when we consider in detail all the factors involved in work. We realize that it is not valid to think of neurotic disturbances in work in a general way, i.e., of disturbances occurring in neurosis per se. As I mentioned at the beginning, there are but a few general statements which with caution, reservations, and qualifications can be made for all neuroses. We can have an accurate picture of particular disturbances only when discerning the kinds of difficulty that arise on the basis of different neurotic structures. Each neurotic structure produces its peculiar assets and difficulties in work. This relation is so definite that when we know a particular structure we can, almost, predict the nature of probable disturbances. And, since in therapy we do not deal with the neurotic but with a particular neurotic individual, such an exactness helps us not only to spot the particular difficulties more quickly but also to understand them more thoroughly. It is difficult to convey the amount of suffering engendered by many neurotic disturbances in work. However, disturbances in work do not always entail conscious suffering. Many people are not even aware of having any difficulties in their work. What these disturbances invariably do entail is a waste of good human energies, a waste of energies in the process of work, a waste in not daring to do the work that is commensurate with existing abilities, a waste in not tapping existing resources, and a waste in the impairment of the quality of work produced. For the individual this means that he cannot fulfill himself in an essential area of his life. Multiplying such individual losses by the thousands, disturbances in work become a loss to mankind. While not disputing the fact of such losses, many people are nevertheless disquieted by the relation between art and neurosis or, more precisely, by that between the creative ability of an artist and his neurosis. Granted, they will say, that neurosis makes for suffering in general, and for hardships in work in particular. Is it not, however, the indispensable condition for artistic creativity? Are not most artists neurotic? Would it not, conversely, curtail or even destroy his creativity if an artist were analyzed? We can arrive at least at some clarification if we take these questions apart and examine the elements involved. To begin with, there is little if any doubt that the existing gifts themselves are independent of neurosis. Recent educational ventures have shown that most people can paint when properly encouraged, but even so not everybody can become a Rembrandt or a Renoir. This does not mean that a gift, if sufficiently great, will always express itself. As these same experiments demonstrate, there is no doubt that neurosis has a considerable share in preventing their expression. The less self-conscious, the less intimidated, the less a person tries to comply with expectations of others, the less his need to be right or perfect, the better he can express whatever gifts he has. Analytic experiences show in still greater detail the neurotic factors which can be a hindrance to creative work. Thus far, the concern about artistic creativity entails either unclear thinking or an underrating of the weight and power of existing gifts, i.e., of the faculties of artistic expression in a particular medium. However, here a second question sets in: granted that the gifts themselves are independent of neurosis, is not the artist's faculty to work creatively tied up to certain neurotic conditions? The path to an answer lies in discerning more clearly exactly which neurotic conditions may be favorable to artistic work. Prevailing self-effacing trends are distinctly unfavorable. And in fact, people having these trends are not among those harboring any concern on this score. They know too well, in their blood and bones, that their neurosis clips their wings, that it prevents them from daring to express themselves. Only people with prevailing expansive drives and those belonging to the rebellious group of the resigned type are afraid of losing their faculty for creative work through analysis. Of what are they really afraid? Putting it into my terminology, they feel that, even though the need for mastery may be neurotic, it is the driving force that gives them the courage and ebulliency to do creative work, and that enables them to overcome all the difficulties involved in it. Or they feel that they can create only when rigorously shaking off any bonds tying them to others and refusing to be bothered by others' expectations. Their unconscious fear is that budging an inch from the feeling of godlike mastery would flood them with self-doubts and plunge them into self-contempt. Or in the case of rebellion, they feel that, in addition to succumbing to self-doubts, they would become conforming automatons and in this way lose their creative power. These fears are understandable because the other extremes of which they are afraid are present in them, in the sense of being an actual possibility. Nevertheless, the fears are based on false reasoning. We see such oscillating between the extremes in many patients at a time when they are still so caught in neurotic conflicts that they can think only in terms of either or and cannot yet visualize a real resolution of their conflicts. Provided analysis proceeds properly and benefits them, they will have to see and experience self-contempt or the tendency to comply, but will certainly not stay with such attitudes for good. They will overcome the compulsive components of both extremes. At this point, a further argument is raised, which is more thoughtful and more relevant than the others. Assuming analysis can resolve neurotic conflicts and make a person happier, would it not also remove so much inner tension that he would simply be content with being and would lose the inner urge to create? This argument may have two meanings, neither of which can be discarded lightly. It contains the general contention that an artist needs inner tension or even distress in order to elicit his urge to create. I do not know whether this is generally true, but, even if it is, must all distress necessarily stem from neurotic conflicts? It would seem to me that there is enough distress in life even without them. This is particularly true for an artist, with his greater than average sensitivity to beauty and harmony, but also to discords and suffering, and with his greater capacity for emotional experiences. The argument moreover contains the specific contention that neurotic conflicts may constitute a productive force. The reason for taking this contention seriously lies in our experience with dreams. We know that in dreams our unconscious imagination can create solutions for an inner conflict that is disquieting us for the time being. And the images used in dreams are so condensed, so pertinent, so concisely express the essentials that in these regards they resemble artistic creations. Therefore, why should not a gifted artist, who commands the forms of expression in his medium and can put in the necessary work, create a poem, a painting, or a piece of music in an equivalent way? Personally, I am inclined to believe in such a possibility. Yet we must qualify such an assumption by the following considerations. In dreams, a person can arrive at different kinds of solution. They may be constructive or neurotic ones, with a great range of possibilities in between. This fact cannot be irrelevant for the value of an artistic creation either. We could say that, even if an artist presents only his particular neurotic solution well, he may still find a powerful resonance because there will be many others tending toward the same solution. But I wonder if the general validity of, for instance, what the paintings of Dali or the novels of Sartre have to say is not thereby, despite superb artistic facility and astute psychological understanding, diminished. To avoid misunderstandings, I do not mean that a play or a novel should not present neurotic problems. On the contrary, at a time when most people suffer from them, artistic presentation can help many to wake up to their existence and significance and to clarify them in their minds. Nor do I of course mean that plays or novels dealing with psychological problems should have a happy ending. Death of a Salesman, for instance, has no happy ending. But it does not leave us confused. It is, in addition to being an indictment of a society and a way of living, a clear statement of what may logically happen to a person going off in his imagination, in the sense of a narcissistic solution, instead of ever squaring himself with his problems. A work of art leaves us confused if we do not sense where the author stands, or if he presents or advocates a neurotic solution as the only one. Perhaps in the consideration just presented there lies an answer to another problem involved. Since neurotic conflicts or their neurotic solutions may paralyze or impair artistic creativity, we could certainly not say without qualifications that they are inducive to it at the same time. Probably by far the majority of such conflicts and solutions has an untoward effect on the artist's work. But where should we draw the line between those conflicts which still may provide a constructive impetus to create and those which stifle or curtail his faculties, or which impair the value of the product of his work? Is the line determined by a mere quantitative factor? We could certainly not say that the more conflicts the artist has, the better it is for his work. Is it good for him to have some but not good to have too many? But then where is the line between some and too many? Apparently, when thinking in terms of quantity, we are left hovering in the air. The considerations about constructive and neurotic solutions, and what is implied in them, point in another direction. Whatever the nature of the artist's conflicts, he must not be lost in them. Something in him must be sufficiently constructive to inspire him with a wish to struggle out of them and to take a stand toward them. This, however, is identical with saying that his real self must be sufficiently alive to operate, notwithstanding his conflicts. It follows from these considerations that the frequently expressed conviction of the value of neurosis for artistic creativity is unfounded. The only tangible possibility that remains is that the artist's neurotic conflicts may contribute to an incentive for his doing creative work. Also, his conflicts and his search for a way out of them may be the subject of his work. Just as a painter may, for instance, express his personal experience of a mountain scene, he may express his personal experience of his inner struggle. But he can create only to the extent to which his real self is alive, giving him the capacity for deep personal experiences and the spontaneous desire as well as the ability to express them. These very faculties, however, are jeopardized in neurosis through alienation from self. And here we come to see the flaw in the contention that neurotic conflicts are an indispensable moving force for the artist. They may at best mobilize a temporary incentive, but the creative urge itself and the creative power can stem only from his desire for self-realization and the energies in its service. To the extent to which these energies are shifted from the simple and direct experiencing of life to having to prove something, that he is something he is not, his creative abilities are bound to be impaired. Conversely, an artist may retrieve his productivity when in analysis his desire for, his drive toward, self-realization is liberated. And if the power of this drive had been recognized, the whole argument of the value of neurosis for the artist would never have arisen in the first place. An artist then creates not because of his neurosis but in spite of it. The spontaneity of art is personal creativeness, is self-expression. Chapter 14, The Road of Psychoanalytic Therapy. Although neurosis may produce acute disturbances or may at times remain fairly static, it implies in its nature neither the one condition nor the other. It is a process that grows by its own momentum, that with a ruthless logic of its own envelopes more and more areas of personality. It is a process that breeds conflicts and a need for their solution. But, since the solutions the individual finds are only artificial ones, new conflicts arise which again call for new solutions, which may allow him to function in a fairly smooth way. It is a process which drives him farther and farther away from his real self and which thus endangers his personal growth. We must be clear about the seriousness of the involvement in order to guard against false optimism, envisioning quick and easy cures. In fact, the word cure is appropriate only as long as we think of a relief of symptoms, like a phobia or an insomnia, and this, as we know, can be affected in many ways. But we cannot cure the wrong course which the development of a person has taken. We can only assist him in gradually outgrowing his difficulties so that his development may assume a more constructive course. We cannot discuss here the many ways in which the aims of psychoanalytic therapy have been defined. Naturally, for any analyst, the aims evolve from what, according to his convictions, he considers the essentials of neurosis. As long, for instance, as we believed that a disturbance in human relations was the crucial factor in neurosis, we aimed in therapy to help patients to establish good relations with others. Having seen the nature and the importance of intrapsychic processes, we are now inclined to formulate the aim in a more inclusive way. We want to help the patient to find himself, and with that the possibility of working toward his self-realization. His capacity for good human relations is an essential part of his self-realization, but it also includes his faculty for creative work and that of assuming responsibility for himself. The analyst must keep in mind the aim of his work from the very first session to the last, because the aim determines the work to be done and the spirit in which it is done. In order to arrive at a rough estimate of the difficulties of the therapeutic process, we must consider what it involves for the patient. Briefly, he must overcome all those needs, drives, or attitudes which obstruct his growth. Only when he begins to relinquish his illusions about himself and his illusory goals has he a chance to find his real potentialities and to develop them. Only to the extent to which he gives up his false pride can he become less hostile to himself and evolve a solid self-confidence. Only as his shoulds lose their coercive power can he discover his real feelings, wishes, beliefs, and ideals. Only when he faces his existing conflicts has he the chance for a real integration, and so forth. But while this is undeniably true, and clear to the analyst, it is not what the patient feels. He is convinced that his way of life, his solution, is right, and that in this way alone can he find peace and fulfillment. He feels that his pride gives him inner fortitude and worth, that without his shoulds his life would be chaotic, etc. It is easy for the objective outsider to say that all these values are spurious ones. But as long as the patient feels that they are the only ones he has, he must cling to them. Moreover, the patient must hold on to his subjective values because not to do so would endanger his whole psychic existence. The solutions he has found for his inner conflicts, briefly characterized by the words mastery, love, or freedom, not only appear to him as right, wise, and desirable ways but as the only safe ones. They give him a feeling of unity. Coming face to face with his conflicts entails for him the terrifying prospect of being split apart. His pride not only gives him a feeling of worth or significance but also safeguards him against the equally terrifying danger of being delivered over to his self-hate and self-contempt. The particular means by which a patient in analysis wards off the realization of conflicts or of self-hate are those which, in accordance with his whole structure, are available to him. The expansive type steers clear of the realization of having any fears, of feeling helpless, of a need for affection, care, help, or sympathy. The self-effacing type most anxiously averts his eyes from his pride or his being out for his own advantage. The resigned type may present an imperturbable front of polite uninterestedness and inertia in order to prevent his conflicts from being mobilized. In all patients, the avoidance of conflicts has a double structure. They do not let conflicting trends come to the surface and they do not let any insight into them sink in. Some will try to escape the comprehension of conflicts by intellectualizing or by compartmentalizing. In others, the defense is even more diffuse and shows in an unconscious resistance toward thinking anything through clearly or in holding onto an unconscious cynicism, in the sense of a denial of values. Both the muddled thinking and the cynical attitudes in these cases so befog the issue of conflicts that they are indeed unable to see them. The central issue in the patient's endeavors to ward off an experience of self-hate or self-contempt is to avoid any realization of unfulfilled shoulds. In analysis, he must therefore fight off any real insight into those shortcomings which according to his inner dictates are unpardonable sins. Therefore any suggestion of these shortcomings is felt by him as an unfair accusation and puts him on the defensive. And whether in his defense he becomes militant or appeasing, the effect is the same. It prevents him from a sober examination of the truth. All these stringent needs of the patient to protect his subjective values and to ward off dangers, or the subjective feeling of anxiety and terror, account for the impairment of his ability to cooperate with an analyst despite good conscious intentions. They account for the necessity of his being on the defensive. His defensive attitude so far aims at maintaining the status quo. This was the definition of resistance that I propounded in Self-Analysis, Chapter 10, Dealing with Resistances, 1959. And for most periods of the analytic work this is its outstanding characteristic. For instance, in the beginning phase of work with a resigned type, the patient's need to preserve intact every bit of his detachment, of his freedom, of his policy of not wanting or not fighting entirely determines his attitudes toward analysis. But in the expansive and the self-effacing types there is, particularly at the beginning, still another force obstructing analytic progress. Just as in their lives they are out for the positive goals of attaining the absolute mastery, triumph, or love, they are out for attaining these very goals in and through analysis. Analysis should remove all impediments to their having an undiluted triumph or a never-failing, magic willpower, an irresistible attractiveness, an unruffled saintliness, etc. Hence here it is not simply a question of the patient's being on the defensive but of patient and analyst pulling actively in opposite directions. Although both may talk in terms of evolution, growth, development, they mean entirely different things. The analyst has in mind the growth of the real self, the patient can think only of perfecting his idealized self. All these obstructive forces operate already in the patient's motivations for seeking analytic help. People want to be analyzed because of some disturbance like a phobia, a depression, a headache, an inhibition in work, sexual difficulties, repeated failures of some kind or other. They come because they cannot cope with some distressing life situation like the infidelity of the marriage partner or his leaving home. They may also come because in some vague way they feel stuck in their general development. All these disturbances would seem to be sufficient reasons for considering analysis and would not seem to require further examination. But for reasons to be mentioned presently we had better ask, who is disturbed? The person himself, with his real wishes for happiness and growth, or his pride? Certainly we cannot make too neat a distinction, but we must be cognizant that pride plays an overwhelming part in making some existing distress intolerable. A street phobia, for instance, may be unbearable for a person because it hurts his pride in mastering every situation. Being deserted by a husband becomes a catastrophe if it frustrates a neurotic claim for a fair deal. I have been such a good wife and hence am entitled to his lasting devotion. The very sexual difficulty which does not disquiet one person is unbearable to him who must be the utmost of normality. Being stuck in one's development may be so distressing because the claims for effortless superiority do not seem to be working out. The role of pride also shows in the fact that a person may seek help for a minor disturbance which hurts his pride, like blushing, fear of public speaking, the trembling of his hands, while much more handicapping disturbances are passed over lightly and in fact play but a vague part in his resolution to be analyzed. On the other hand, pride may prevent people from going to an analyst, people who need help and could be helped. Their pride in self-sufficiency and independence may render it humiliating to consider the prospect of any help. To do so would be an unpermissible indulgence. They should be able to cope with their disturbance by themselves. Or their pride in self-mastery may even prohibit an admission of having any neurotic troubles. They may at best come for a consultation to discuss the neurosis of some friend or relative. And the analyst must in these instances be alert to the possibility that this is the only way for them to talk indirectly about their own difficulties. Pride may thus prevent a realistic appraisal of their difficulties and the attaining of help. Of course, it is not necessarily a special pride that prohibits their considering analysis. They may be inhibited by any factor stemming from one of the solutions of the inner conflicts. Their resignation, for instance, may be so great that they would rather reconcile themselves to their disturbances. I am made this way. Or their self-effacement may prohibit them from selfishly doing something for themselves. The obstructive forces also operate in what the patient secretly expects of analysis, which I mentioned when discussing the general difficulties of analytic work. To repeat, he expects in part that analysis should remove some disturbing factors without changing anything in his neurotic structure, in part that it should actualize the infinite powers of his idealized self. Furthermore, these expectations concern not only the goal of analysis but also the way in which it should be attained. There is rarely, if ever, a sober appreciation of the work to be done. Several factors are involved here. It is of course difficult for anybody to appraise the work who knows analysis only from reading or from occasional attempts to analyze others or himself. But, just as in any other new work, the patient would in time learn what is entailed if his pride did not interfere. The expansive type underrates his difficulties and overrates his capacity to overcome them. With his master mind, or his omnipotent willpower, he should be able to straighten them out in no time. The resigned type, paralyzed by his lack of initiative and his inertia, instead expects the analyst to supply miraculous clues while he waits patiently, an interested bystander. The more the self-effacing elements prevail in a patient, the more will he expect the analyst to wave a magic wand simply because of his suffering and his pleading for help. All these beliefs and hopes are of course hidden beneath a layer of rational expectations. The retarding effect of such expectations is fairly obvious. No matter whether the patient expects the analyst's or his own magic powers to bring about the desired results, his own incentive to muster the energies necessary for the work is impaired and analysis becomes a rather mysterious process. Needless to say, rationalized explanations are ineffective because they do not remotely touch the inner necessities determining the shoulds and claims behind them. As long as these tendencies operate, the appeal of short therapies is enormous. Patients overlook the fact that publications about these therapies refer merely to symptomatic changes, and they are fascinated by what they mistake for an easy leap into health and perfection. The forms in which these obstructive forces show during the analytic work vary infinitely. Although a knowledge of them is important for the analyst for the sake of quick recognition, I shall mention only a few of them. And I shall not discuss them at any length, for we are not interested here in analytic technique but in the essentials of the therapeutic process. The patient may become argumentative, sarcastic, assaultive, he may take shelter behind a facade of polite compliance, he may be evasive, drop the subject, forget about it, he may talk about it with sterile intelligence as if it did not concern himself, he may respond with spells of self-hate or self-contempt, thus cautioning the analyst not to proceed any further, and so on. All these difficulties may appear in the direct work on the patient's problem or in his relationship with the analyst. Compared with other human relationships, the analytic one is in one regard easier for the patient. The analyst's responses to him come comparatively less into play because he is concentrating on understanding the patient's problems. In other regards it is more difficult, because the patient's conflicts and anxieties are stirred up. Nevertheless, it is a human relationship, and all the difficulties the patient has with regard to other people operate here too. To mention only a few outstanding ones, his compulsive need for mastery, love, or freedom largely determines the tenor of the relationship and makes him hypersensitive to guidance, rejection, or coercion. Because his pride is bound to be hurt in the process, he tends easily to feel humiliated. Because of his expectations and claims, he often feels frustrated and abused. The mobilization of his self-accusations and his self-contempt makes him feel accused and despised. Or, when under the impact of a self-destructive rage, he will quickly become vituperative and abusive toward the analyst. Lastly, patients regularly overrate the analyst's significance. He is for them not simply a human being who by dint of his training and his self-knowledge may help them. No matter how sophisticated they are, they secretly do regard him as a medicine man endowed with superhuman faculties for good and evil. Both their fears and their expectations combine to produce this attitude. The analyst has the power to hurt them, to crush their pride, to arouse their self-contempt, but also to effect a magic cure. He is in short the magician who has the power to plunge them into hell or to lift them into heaven. We can appraise the significance of these defenses from several viewpoints. When working with a patient, we are impressed with the retarding effect they have on the analytic process. They make it difficult, and sometimes impossible, for the patient to examine himself, to understand himself, and to change. On the other hand, as Freud has recognized, speaking of resistance, they are also road signs directing our inquiries. To the extent that we gradually understand the subjective values the patient needs to protect or to enhance, and the danger he is fending off, we learn something about the significant forces operating in him. Moreover, while the defenses make for manifold perplexities in therapy and, naively speaking, the analyst sometimes wishes that there were fewer of them, they also render the procedure much less precarious than it would be without them. The analyst strives to avoid premature interpretations, but since he has no godlike omniscience, he cannot prevent the fact that at times more disquieting factors are stirred up in a patient than he is able to cope with. The analyst may make a comment which he considers harmless, but the patient will interpret it in an alarmed way. Or, even without such comments, the patient through his own associations or dreams may open up vistas which are frightening without as yet being instructive. Hence, no matter how obstructive in effect the defenses are, they also entail positive factors insofar as they are an expression of intuitive self-protective processes, necessary because of the precarious inner condition created by the pride system. Any anxiety that does arise during analytic therapy is usually alarming to the patient because he tends to regard it as a sign of impairment. But more often than not this is not so. Its significance can be evaluated only in the context in which it appears. It may mean that the patient has come closer to facing his conflicts or his self-hate than he could stand at the given time. In that case, his customary ways of allaying anxiety usually will help him to cope with it. The avenue that seemed to open up closes again, he fails to benefit from the experience. On the other hand, an emergent anxiety also may have an eminently positive meaning. For it may indicate that the patient now feels strong enough to take the risk of facing his problems more squarely. The road of analytic therapy is an old one, advocated time and again throughout human history. In the terms of Socrates and the Hindu philosophy, among others, it is the road to reorientation through self-knowledge. What is new and specific about it is the method of gaining self-knowledge, which we owe to the genius of Freud. The analyst helps the patient to become aware of all the forces operating in him, the obstructive and the constructive ones. He helps him to combat the former and to mobilize the latter. Though the undermining of the obstructive forces goes on simultaneously with the eliciting of the constructive ones, we shall discuss them separately. When giving a series of lectures on the subjects presented in this book, I was asked after the 9th lecture when I was finally going to talk about therapy at the New School for Social Research, in 1917 and 1948. My answer was that everything I had said pertained to therapy. All information about possible psychic involvements gives everyone a chance to find out about his own troubles. When similarly we ask here what must the patient become aware of in order to uproot his pride system and all its entails, we can simply say that he must become aware of every single aspect of what we have discussed in this book: his search for glory, his claims, his shoulds, his pride, his self-hate, his alienation from self, his conflicts, his particular solution, and the effect of all these factors have on his human relations and his capacity for creative work. Moreover, the patient must not become aware only of these individual factors but also of their connections and interactions. Most relevant on this score is his recognizing that self-hate is pride's inseparable companion and that he cannot have one without the other. Every single factor must be seen in the context of the whole structure. Phi must realize, for instance, that his shoulds are determined by his kinds of pride, that their non-fulfillment elicits his self-accusations, and that these in turn account for the need to protect himself from their onslaughts. Becoming aware of all these factors does not mean having information about them, but having a knowledge of them. As McMurray says, this concentration on the object, this indifference to the persons concerned, which is characteristic of the information attitude, is often called objectivity. It is really only impersonality. Information is always information about something, not knowledge of it. Science cannot teach you to know your dog, it can only tell you about dogs in general. You can only get to know your dog by nursing him through distemper, teaching him how to behave about the house and playing ball with him. Of course you can use the information that science gives you about dogs in general to get to know your dog better, but that is another matter. Science is concerned with generalities, with more or less universal characteristics of things in general, not with anything in particular. And anything real is always something in particular. In some queer way things depend for the knowledge of them upon our personal interest in them. John McMurray. Reason and Emotion, London, 1935. But such a knowledge of self implies two things. It is of no help for the patient to have a general idea of his having quite a lot of false pride, or of his being hypersensitive to criticism and failures, or of his tendency to reproach himself, or of his having conflicts. What counts is his becoming aware of the specific ways in which these factors operate within him and how in concrete detail they manifest themselves in his particular life, past and present. It may seem self-evident that it does not help anybody to know, for instance, about shoulds in general or even about the general fact of their operating in himself, and that instead he must recognize their particular content, the particular factors in him making them necessary, and the particular effects they have on his particular life. But the emphasis on the specific and the particular is necessary because for many reasons, his alienation from self, his need to camouflage unconscious pretenses, the patient tends to be either ambiguous or impersonal. Furthermore, his knowledge of himself must not remain an intellectual knowledge, though it may start this way, but must become an emotional experience. Both of these factors are closely interwoven because nobody can experience, for instance, pride in general. He can only experience his particular pride in something definite. In the history of psychoanalysis, intellectual knowledge at first seemed to be the curative agent. At that time it meant the emergence of childhood memories. The overrating of intellectual mastery also showed at that time in the expectation that the mere recognition of the irrationality of some trend would suffice to set things right. Then the pendulum swung to the other extreme. The emotional experiencing of a factor became all-important and has since been stressed in various ways. As a matter of fact, this shift in emphasis seems to be characteristic of the progress of most analysts. Each one seems to need to rediscover for himself the importance of emotional experience. Otto Rank and Sander Ferenczt, The Development of Psychoanalysis, Nervous and Mental Disease Publ No. 40, Washington, 1925. Theodore Reich, Surprise and the Psychoanalyst, Kegan Paul, London, 1936. J. G. Auerbach, Change of Values Through Psychotherapy Personality, Vol. I, 1950. Why then is it important that the patient not only think about the forces in himself but feel them? Because the mere intellectual realization is in the strict sense of the word no realization at all. It does not become real to him, it does not become his personal property, it does not take roots in him. According to Webster, realization is the act or process of becoming real. What in particular he sees with his intellect may be correct, yet, like a mirror that does not absorb a ray of light but can only reflect it, he may apply such insights to others, not to himself. Or his pride in intellect may take over with the speed of lightning in several ways. He becomes proud of having made a discovery which other people shun and shirk. He starts to manipulate the particular problem, to turn and twist it so that in no time his vindictiveness, or his feeling abused, for instance, has become an entirely rational response. Or finally, the power of his intellect alone may seem to him sufficient to dispel the problem. Seeing is solving. Moreover, only when experiencing the full impact in its irrationality of a hitherto unconscious or semi-conscious feeling or drive do we gradually come to know the intensity and the compulsiveness of unconscious forces operating within ourselves. It is not enough for a patient to admit the probability that his despair over unrequited love is in reality a feeling of being humiliated because his pride in irresistibility, or in possessing the partner body and soul, is hurt. He must feel the humiliation and, later on, the hold which his pride has on him. It is not enough to know vaguely that his anger or self-reproach is probably greater than warranted by the occasion. He must feel the full impact of his rage or the very depths of his self-condemnation. Only then does the force of some unconscious process, and its irrationality, stare him in the face. Only then may he have an incentive to find out more and more about himself. It is also important to feel feelings in their proper context and to try to experience those feelings or drives which as yet are merely seen, not felt. To come back for instance to the example of the woman who was afraid of a dog when she had not been able to climb to the mountain top, the fear itself was felt in its full intensity. What helped her over this particular fear was the realization that it resulted from self-contempt. Although the latter was barely experienced, her discovery meant all the same that the fear was felt in its proper context. But other kinds of fear kept occurring as long as she did not feel the depth of her self-contempt. And the experience of self-contempt in turn helped only when she felt it in the context of her irrational demands on herself for mastering every difficulty. The emotional experiencing of some hitherto unconscious feeling or drive may occur suddenly and then impress us as a revelation. More often it occurs gradually, in the process of seriously working at a problem. A patient may become cognizant first, for instance, of an existing irritability containing vindictive elements. He may spot a connection between this condition and hurt pride. But at some point he must experience the whole intensity of his feeling hurt and the emotional impact of the vindictiveness. Again he may first spot feeling more indignant or abused than the occasion warrants. He may recognize that these feelings were his responses to being disappointed in some expectation. He takes cognizance of the analyst's suggestion that they may be unreasonable, but he himself considers them entirely legitimate. Gradually he will spot expectations which strike even him as unreasonable. Later on he realizes that they are not harmless wishes but rather rigid claims. He will discover in time their scope and their fantastic nature. Then he will experience how utterly crushed or how furiously indignant he is when they are frustrated. At last their inherent power dawns on him. But all of this is still a far cry from feeling that he would rather die than give them up. A last illustration, he may know that he regards it as most desirable to get by, or that sometimes he likes to fool or cheat others. As his awareness on this score widens, he may realize how envious he is of others who get by with something better than he does, or how furious he is when he is the one who is fooled or cheated. He will increasingly recognize how proud he actually is of his capacity to cheat or bluff. And at some point he must also feel in his very bones that it actually is an absorbing passion. What, however, if the patient simply does not feel certain emotions, urges, longings, or whatever? We cannot after all induce feelings artificially. It is of some help, however, if both patient and analyst are convinced of the desirability of letting feelings emerge, whatever they may concern, and letting them emerge in their given intensity. This will alert both of them to the differences between mere brainwork and emotional participation. Besides, it will arouse their interest in analyzing the factors interfering with emotional experiences. These may vary in extent, intensity, and kind. It is important for the analyst to ascertain whether they prevent the experiencing of all feelings or only of particular ones. Outstanding among them is the patient's inability or scant ability to experience anything with suspended judgment. It dawned upon one patient who believed himself the ultimate of considerateness that he could be unpleasantly domineering. Then he rushed in with a value judgment, that this attitude was wrong and that he must stop it. Such responses look like taking a square stand against a neurotic trend and wanting to change it. Actually, in such instances patients are caught between the wheels of their pride and their fear of self-condemnation, and therefore try to erase the particular trends hastily before they have had time to realize and experience them in their intensity. Another patient, who had a taboo on accepting or taking advantage of others, discovered that buried under his overmodesty was a need to look out for his own advantage, that in fact he was furious if he did not get something out of a situation, that he got sick every time he was with people who in some ways important for him were better off than he. Then again, with the swiftness of lightning, he jumped to the conclusion that lie was utterly obnoxious, and thereby nipped in the bud a possible experience and a subsequent understanding of suppressed aggressive trends. The door also was closed to a realization of an existing conflict between a compulsive unselfishness and an equally greedy acquisitiveness. People who have thought about themselves and perceived quite a few inner problems and conflicts often say, "I know so much, or even all, about myself, and it has helped me to get myself under better control, but at bottom I still feel just as insecure or miserable. Usually in such instances it turns out that their insights were both too one-sided and too superficial, i.e., it was not an awareness in the deep and comprehensive sense just presented. But assuming that a person has really experienced some important forces operating in himself and has seen their effects on his life, how and to what an extent do these insights in themselves help to liberate him? They may of course at times upset him and at others relieve him, but what do they actually change in a personality? Offhand, this question may seem too general to allow for a satisfactory answer. But I suspect that we all tend to overrate their therapeutic effect. And, since we want to make clear exactly what the therapeutic agents are, let us examine the changes which are brought about by such realizations, their possibilities, and their limitations. Nobody can acquire knowledge of his pride system and his solutions without some reorientation going on within him. He begins to realize that certain ideas he has had about himself were fantastic. He begins to doubt whether his demands upon himself are not perhaps impossible of attainment for any human being, whether his claims on others, besides resting on shaky foundations, are not simply unrealizable. He begins to see that he was inordinately proud of certain attributes which he does not possess, or at least not to the extent he believed, that for instance his independence, of which he was so proud, is rather a sensitivity to coercion than a real inner freedom, that in fact he is not so immaculately honest as he saw himself because he is shot through with unconscious pretenses, that with all his pride and mastery he is not even master in his own house, that a good deal of his love for people, which made him so wonderful, results from a compulsive need to be liked or admired. Finally he begins to question the validity of his set of values and of his goals. Perhaps his self-reproaches are not simply a sign of his moral sensitivity. Perhaps his cynicism is not an indication of his being above common prejudice but merely an expedient escape from squaring himself with his beliefs. Perhaps it is not sheer worldly wisdom to regard everybody else as a crook. Perhaps he loses a great deal through his detachment. Perhaps mastery or love not the ultimate answer to everything. All such changes can be described as a gradual work of reality testing and value testing. Through these steps the pride system is increasingly undermined. They are all necessary conditions for the reorientation which is the aim of therapy. But so far they are all disillusioning processes. And they alone could not and would not have a thorough and lasting liberating effect, if any, if constructive moves did not set in simultaneously. When in the early history of psychoanalysis psychiatrists began to consider analysis as a possible form of psychotherapy, some advocated the point of view that a synthesis would have to follow the analysis. They granted, as it were, the necessity to tear something down. But, after this was done, the therapist must give his patient something positive by which he could live, in which he could believe, or for which he could work. While such suggestions probably arose out of a misunderstanding of analysis and contained many fallacies, they were nevertheless prompted by good intuitive feelings. Actually, these suggestions are more pertinent for the analytic thinking of our school than for that of Freud, because he did not see the curative process as we see it, as concerning something obstructive to be relinquished in order to give something constructive the possibility to grow. The main fallacy in the old suggestions was in the role they ascribed to the therapist. Instead of trusting the patient's own constructive forces, they felt that the therapist should in a rather artificial way, like a deus ex machina, provide for a more positive way of living. We have come back to the ancient medical wisdom that curative forces are inherent in the mind as they are in the body, and that in cases of disorders of body or mind the physician merely gives a helping hand to remove the harmful and to support the healing forces. The therapeutic value of the disillusioning process lies in the possibility that, with the weakening of the obstructive forces, the constructive forces of the real self have a chance to grow. The task of the analyst in supporting this process is rather different from that in analyzing the pride system. The latter work requires, besides a training in technical skills, an extensive knowledge of possible unconscious complexities and personal ingenuity in discovering, understanding, connecting. To help the patient to find himself, the analyst also needs a knowledge, to be gained by experience, of the ways in which, through dreams and other channels, the real self may emerge. Such knowledge is desirable because these ways are not at all obvious. He must also know when and how to enlist the patient's conscious participation in this process. But more important than any of these factors is that of the analyst himself being a constructive person and having a clear vision of his ultimate goal as that of helping the patient to find himself. There are healing forces operating in the patient from the very beginning. But at the onset of analysis they are usually deficient in vigor and must be mobilized before they can provide any real help in combating the pride system. Hence at the beginning the analyst must simply work with the goodwill or positive interest in analysis that is available. For whatever reasons the patient is interested in getting rid of certain disturbances. Usually, again for whatever reasons, he does want to improve this or that, his marriage, his relation with his children, his sexual functions, his reading, his capacity for mental concentration, his social ease, his earning capacity, etc. He may have an intellectual curiosity about analysis or even about himself. He may want to impress the analyst with the originality of his mind or the swiftness with which he gains insight. He may want to please, or be the perfect patient. Also the patient may initially be willing or even eager to cooperate in the analytic work because of his expectations of his or the analyst's power to bring about a magic cure. He may for instance realize the mere fact of his being overcompliant or overgrateful for any attention paid him, and he is cured of it right away. These kinds of incentive would not carry him through upsetting periods of analytic work, but they are sufficient for the initial phase, which mostly is not too difficult anyway. In the meantime he learns a few things about himself and develops an interest on more solid grounds. It is as necessary for the analyst to make use of these motivations as it is to be clear about their nature, and to decide upon the proper time to make these unreliable incentives themselves an object of analysis. It would appear most desirable to start mobilizing the real self early in the analytic work. But whether such attempts are feasible and meaningful depends, as does everything, on the patient's interest. As long as his energies are bent on consolidating his self-idealization, and consequently on keeping down his real self, these attempts are liable to be ineffective. However, our experience on this score is brief and there may be many more roads accessible than we now envision. The greatest help at the beginning, as well as later on, comes from the patient's dreams. I cannot develop here our theory of dreams. It must suffice to mention briefly our basic tenets, that in dreams we are closer to the reality of ourselves, that they represent attempts to solve our conflicts, either in a neurotic or in a healthy way, that in them constructive forces can be at work, even at a time when they are hardly visible otherwise. From dreams with constructive elements the patient can catch a glimpse, even in the initial phase of analysis, of a world operating within him which is peculiarly his own and which is more true to his feelings than the world of his illusions. There are dreams in which the patient expresses in symbolic form the sympathy he feels for himself because of what he is doing to himself. There are dreams which reveal a deep well of sadness, of nostalgia, of longing, dreams in which he is struggling to come alive, dreams in which he realizes that he is imprisoned and wants to get out, dreams in which he tenderly cultivates a growing plant or in which he discovers a room in his house of which he did not know before. The analyst will of course help him to understand the meaning of what is expressed in symbolic language. But in addition he may emphasize the significance of the patient's expressing in his dreams feelings or longings which he does not dare to feel in waking life. And he may raise the question of whether, for instance, the feeling of sadness is not more truly what the patient does feel about himself than the optimism he displays consciously. In time other approaches are possible. The patient himself may start to wonder about how little he knows about his feelings, his wishes, or his beliefs. The analyst will then encourage such puzzled feelings. In whatever way he does it, the much misused word natural seems appropriate. For it is indeed natural for man, it is in his nature, to feel his feelings, to know his wishes or beliefs. And there is reason to wonder when these natural capacities do not function. And if the wonder is not volunteered, the analyst may initiate such questioning at the proper time. All of this may seem very little. But not only does the general truth that wondering is the beginning of wisdom obtain here, it is, to be more specific, important that the patient become aware of his remoteness from himself instead of being oblivious to it. The effect is to be compared with the moment when a youngster who has grown up under a dictatorship learns of a democratic way of living. The message may penetrate immediately, or it may be received with skepticism because democracies have been discredited. Nevertheless, it may gradually dawn on him that he is missing out on something desirable. For a while, such occasional comments may be all that is necessary. Only when the patient has become interested in the question, "Who am I?" will the analyst more actively try to bring to his awareness how little he does know or care about his real feelings, wishes, or beliefs. As an illustration, a patient is frightened when he sees even a minor conflict in himself. He is afraid of being split apart and of going insane. The problem has been tackled from several angles, such as his feeling safe only when everything is under the control of reason, or his fear that any minor conflict will weaken him for his fight against the outside world, which he perceives as hostile. By focusing on the real self, the analyst can point out that a conflict may either be frightening because of its magnitude, or because there is as yet too little of the patient's real self operating for him to cope with even a minor conflict. Or let us say that a patient cannot decide between two women. As the analysis proceeds, it becomes increasingly clear that he has the greatest difficulty in committing himself in any situation, no matter whether it concerns women or ideas, jobs, or living quarters. Again, the analyst can approach the problem from various angles. At first, as long as the general difficulty is not apparent, he has to find out what is involved in the particular decision. As the pervasiveness of the indecision comes into relief, he may uncover the patient's pride in managing to have everything, to have his cake and eat it too, and hence his feeling that the necessity for a choice is a disgraceful come down. From the standpoint of the real self, on the other hand, he would suggest that the patient cannot commit himself because he is too remote from himself to know his preferences and his directions. Again, a patient complains about his compliance. Day in and day out he promises or does things he does not care for simply because others want or expect them. Here too, according to the context at the given time, the problem may be tackled from many vantage points: his having to avoid friction, his placing no value on his own time, his pride in being able to do everything. However, the analyst can simply raise the question: has it never occurred to you to consult yourself about what you want or deem right? Besides mobilizing the real self in such indirect ways, the analyst will not lose an opportunity to encourage explicitly any sign the patient gives of greater independence in his thinking or feeling, of assuming responsibility for himself, of being more interested in the truth about himself, of catching on by himself to his pretenses, his shoulds, his externalizations. This would include the encouraging of every attempt at self-analysis in between analytic sessions. Moreover, the analyst will show, or underline, the specific influence such steps have upon the patient's human relations, his being less afraid of others, less dependent upon them, and hence being better able to have friendly or sympathetic feelings for them. Sometimes the patient needs hardly any encouragement because he feels freer and more alive anyway. Sometimes he tends to minimize the importance of the steps taken. The tendency to make light of them must be analyzed because it may indicate a fear concerning the emergence of the real self. In addition, the analyst will raise the question as to what made it possible at this point to be more spontaneous, to make a decision, or to be active in his own behalf. For this question may open up an understanding of the factors relevant to the patient's courage to be himself. As the patient comes to have a little firm ground on which to stand, he becomes more capable of grappling with his conflicts. This does not mean that the conflicts only now become visible. The analyst has seen them long before, and even the patient has perceived signs of them. The same is true as for any other neurotic problem. The process of becoming aware of it, with all the steps it entails, is a gradual one, and the work at it goes on throughout analysis. But without a diminution of the alienation from self, the patient cannot possibly experience such conflicts as his and wrestle with them. As we have seen, many factors contribute to make the realization of conflicts a disruptive experience. But among them, the alienation from self is outstanding. The simplest way of understanding this connection is to visualize a conflict in terms of interpersonal relations. Let us assume that a person is intimately associated with two people, father and mother, or two women, who try to pull him in opposite directions. The less he knows his own feelings and beliefs, the more easily will he be swayed back and forth, and he may go to pieces in the process. And, vice versa, the more firmly he is rooted in himself, the less wear and tear will he suffer from such opposite poles. The ways in which patients gradually become aware of their conflicts vary greatly. They may be or become aware of divided feelings with regard to particular situations, such as ambivalent feelings toward a parent or a marriage partner, or of contradictory attitudes with regard to sexual activities, or to schools of thought. A patient may, for instance, become aware of both hating his mother and being devoted to her. It looks as if he were aware of a conflict, even though merely with regard to one particular person. But actually this is the way he visualizes it. On the one hand, he feels sorry for his mother because, being the martyr type, she is always unhappy. On the other hand, he is furious at her on account of her stifling demands for exclusive devotion. Both would be most understandable reactions for the kind of person he is. Next, what he has conceived as love or sympathy becomes clearer. He should be the ideal son and should be able to make her happy and contented. Since this is impossible, he feels guilty and makes up with redoubled attention. This should, as next appears, is not restricted to this one situation. There is no situation in life where he should not be the absolute of perfection. Then the other component of his conflict emerges. He is also quite a detached person, harboring claims to have nobody bother him or expect things of him and hating everybody who does so. The progress here is from attributing his contradictory feelings to the external situation, the character of the mother, to realizing his own conflict in the particular relationship, finally to recognizing a major conflict within himself which, because it is within him, operates in all spheres of his life. Other patients may at first have mere flashes of citing contradictions of their main philosophy of life. A self-effacing type, for instance, may suddenly realize that there is in him quite a lot of contempt for people, or that he rebels against having to be nice to others. Or he may have a fleeting recognition of having extravagant claims for special privileges. While at first these have not struck him even as contradictions, to say nothing of conflicts, he gradually realizes that they are indeed contradictory to his overmodesty and to his liking everybody. Then he may have transient experiences of a conflict, such as a blinding rage at himself for being a sucker when the returns of love for his compulsive helpfulness fail to come. He is completely stunned, and the experience submerges. Next, his taboo on pride and advantages may come into clear relief, so rigid and so irrational that he starts to wonder about it. As his pride in goodness and saintliness is undermined, he may begin to recognize his envy of others, to see some calculating greediness for self-gain, or the way he grudges giving. In part, the process going on in him can be described as a growing familiarity with the existence of contradictory trends within himself. This alone accounts to some extent for the way in which the shock of seeing them is gradually mitigated. More important dynamically is his growing so much stronger through all the analytic work that he can gradually face these trends without being basically shaken, and hence is able to work at them. Again, other patients may become cognizant of a conflict within themselves so vague in its contours, so unsettled in its meaning that at first it remains incomprehensible. They may speak of a conflict between reason and emotion, or of one between love and work. It is inaccessible in this form because love is not incompatible with work, nor is reason with emotion. The analyst cannot tackle it directly in any way. He merely takes cognizance of the fact that some conflict must be operating in these spheres. He keeps it in mind and tries to understand gradually what is involved for the particular patient. Again, patients may not at first feel it as a personal conflict but may relate it to existing situations. Women, for instance, may put the conflict between love and work on the basis of cultural conditions. They may point out that it is in fact difficult for a woman to combine a career with being a wife and a mother. Gradually it may come home to them that they have a personal conflict on this score and that it is more relevant than existing external difficulties. To make a long story short, in their love life they may tend toward a morbid dependency, while in their career they may show all the earmarks of neurotic ambition and a need for triumph. These latter trends are usually suppressed but sufficiently alive to allow them a measure of productivity, or at least of success. In theoretical terms, they have tried to relegate their self-effacing trends to their love life and their expansive drives to their work. In actual fact, so neat a division is not feasible. And it will become apparent in analysis that, roughly, a drive for mastery also operates in their love relations, as do self-abnegating trends in their careers, with the result that they have become increasingly unhappy. Patients may also frankly present what appears to the analyst as blatant contradictions in their ways of life or in their sets of values. They may first show an aspect of themselves that is all sweetness and light, overcompliance, even abjectness. Then a drive for power and prestige may come to the fore, showing for instance in a craving for social prestige or for conquering women, with distinct undercurrents of sadism and callousness. At times they may express a belief that they cannot sustain a grudge and at others, without being disquieted by the contradiction, have rather savage spells of vindictive rage. Or on the one hand they may want to attain through analysis a capacity for revenge that is undisturbed by any emotions, and on the other the saintly detachment of a hermit. But they simply have no understanding whatever that these attitudes, drives, or beliefs constitute conflicts. They are instead proud of being capable of a wider range of feelings or beliefs than people following the narrow path of virtue. The compartmentalization is carried to extremes. But the analyst cannot tackle it directly because the need to maintain this fragmentation requires an unusual amount of dulling of the sense of truth and of value, of discarding the evidence of reality, of shunning any responsibility for self. Here too the meaning and the power of expansive and self-effacing drives will gradually come into clearer relief. But this alone is of no avail unless much work is done at their evasiveness and their unconscious dishonesty. This usually entails work at their extensive and tenacious externalizations, at their fulfilling their shoulds in imagination only, and at their ingenuity in finding and believing in flimsy excuses as a protection against their self-accusations. I have tried so hard, I am sick, I am harassed by so many troubles, I don't know, I am helpless, it is already much better, etc. All these measures allow them a kind of inner peace but also tend to weaken their moral fiber as life goes on, and thus to make them more incapable of facing their self-hate and their conflicts. These problems require long drawn-out work, but thereby the patients may gradually gain sufficient solidity to dare to experience and to grapple with their conflicts. To summarize, conflicts, because of their disrupting nature, are blurred at the beginning of analytic work. Provided they are seen at all, it may be only in relation to specific situations, or they may be visualized in too vague, general forms. They may emerge in flashes, too short-lived to acquire new meaning. They may be compartmentalized. Changes on this score take place in these directions. They come closer home as conflicts and as their particular conflicts, and they come down to essentials. Instead of seeing only remote manifestations, patients start to see exactly what is conflicting in them. While this work is hard and upsetting, it is also liberating. Instead of a rigid solution, there are now conflicts accessible to analytical work. The particular main solution, the value of which has been in process of deflation all along, finally collapses. Furthermore, unfamiliar or little developed aspects of the personality have been uncovered and given an opportunity to develop. To be sure, what emerge first are still more neurotic drives. But this is useful, for the self-effacing person must first see his self-seeking egocentricity before he has a chance for healthy assertiveness. He must first experience his neurotic pride before he can approximate a real self-respect. Conversely, the expansive type must first experience his abjectness and his need for people before he can develop genuine humility and tender feelings. With all this work well underway, the patient now can tackle more directly the most comprehensive conflict of all, that between his pride system and his real self, between his drive to perfect his idealized self and his desire to develop his given potentials as a human being. A gradual line-up of forces occurs, the central inner conflict comes into focus, and it is the foremost task of the analyst in the ensuing time to see to it that it stays in sharp focus, because the patient himself is liable to lose sight of it. With this line-up of forces, a most profitable but also most turbulent period of analysis sets in, varying in degree and duration. The turbulence is a direct expression of the violence of the inner battle. Its intensity is commensurate with the basic importance of the issue at stake. It is at bottom this question: does the patient want to keep whatever is left of the grandeur and glamour of his illusions, his claims, and his false pride, or can he accept himself as a human being with all the general limitations this implies, and with his special difficulties, but also with the possibility of his growth? There is, I gather, no more fundamental crossroads situation in our life than this one. This period is characterized by ups and downs, often in rapid succession. At times the patient is on the forward move, which may show in a great variety of ways. His feelings are more alive, he can be more spontaneous, more direct, he can think of constructive things to do, he feels more friendly or sympathetic to others. He becomes more alert to the many aspects of his alienation and catches on to them on his own. He may, for instance, quickly recognize when he is not in a situation, or when, instead of facing something in himself, he is blaming others. He may realize how little he has actually done on his own behalf. He may remember incidents in the past when he has been dishonest or cruel with a more somber judgment and with regret, but without crushing guilt feelings. He begins to see something good in himself, to become aware of certain existing assets. He may give himself due credit for the tenacity of his strivings. This more realistic appraisal of himself may also appear in dreams. In one of these a patient appeared in the symbol of summer cottages, which were dilapidated because they had not been lived in for a long time, but which were nevertheless of good material. Another dream indicated attempts to get out of assuming responsibility for self, but in the end a forthright recognition of it. The patient saw himself as an adolescent boy who, just for fun, folded up another boy in a suitcase. He did not mean to hurt him, nor did he feel any hostility toward him, but he simply forgot him and the boy died. The dreamer tried to make a half-hearted escape, but then an official talked to him and showed him in a very human way the plain facts and consequences. These constructive periods are followed by repercussions in which the essential element is a renewed onrush of self-hate and self-contempt. These self-destructive feelings may be experienced as such, or they may be externalized through becoming vindictive, feeling abused, or having sadistic or masochistic fantasies. Or the patient may but vaguely recognize his self-hate but sharply feel the anxiety with which he responds to the self-destructive impulses. Or finally not even the anxiety appears as such, but his customary defenses against it, such as drinking, sexual activities, a compulsive need for company, or being grandiose or arrogant, become active again. All these upsets follow real changes for the better, but in order to evaluate them accurately we must consider the solidity of the improvement and the factors precipitating the relapses. There is the possibility that the patient will overrate the progress that he has made. He forgets, as it were, that Rome was not built in a day. He goes on what I jokingly call a binge of health. Now that he can do many things he could not do before, he should be, and is, in his imagination, the perfectly adjusted specimen, the perfectly healthy specimen. While on the one hand more ready to be himself, he also seizes his very improvement as the last chance to actualize his idealized self in the shining glory of perfect health. And the appeal of this goal is still sufficiently powerful to throw him out of gear, temporarily. A mild elation carries him for a while over still existing difficulties and makes him all the more certain of now being over all his troubles. But with his general awareness of himself being much greater than before, this condition cannot possibly last. He is bound to recognize that, notwithstanding his actually dealing better with many situations, plenty of old difficulties still persist. And, just because he has believed himself to be on the peak, he strikes out against himself all the harder. Other patients seem to be sober and cautious in admitting, to themselves and to the analyst, that they have progressed. They rather tend to minimize their improvements, often in a very subtle way. Nevertheless, a similar relapse may set in when they run up against a problem in themselves or an external situation with which they cannot cope. Here the same process is going on as in the first group, but without the glorifying work of imagination. Both sorts are not yet ready to accept themselves with difficulties and limitations or without unusual assets. Their reluctance may be externalized. I would be ready to accept myself, but people loathe me if I am not perfect. They only like me when I am the utmost in generosity, productivity, etc. The factor precipitating an acute impairment so far is a difficulty with which the patient cannot yet cope. In a last kind of repercussion, the precipitating factor is not a difficulty not yet outgrown but, on the contrary, a definite move forward in a constructive direction. This is not necessarily a spectacular action. The patient may simply feel sympathetic toward himself and experience himself for the first time as being neither particularly wonderful nor despicable but as the struggling and often harassed human being which he really is. It has dawned upon him that this self-loathing is an artificial product of pride, or that he need not necessarily be a unique hero or genius in order to have any self-respect. A similar change of attitude may also occur in dreams. One patient dreamed of a thoroughbred racehorse which now limped and looked bedraggled. But he thought, I can love him this way too. But after such experiences the patient may become despondent, be unable to work, and feel generally discouraged. It turns out that his pride has rebelled and gotten the upper hand. He has been suffering from an acute spell of self-contempt and resented it as despicable to set his aims so low and to indulge in self-pity. Often such repercussions occur after a patient has made a well-considered decision and done something constructive in his own behalf. For one patient, for instance, it meant a step ahead that he was able to refuse a request on his time without feeling irritated or guilty, because he considered the work he was doing more important. Another patient could end a love relationship because she arrived at a square recognition that the relationship had been based mainly on neurotic needs operating in herself and her lover, that it had lost meaning for her and held no promise for the future. She carried out this decision in a firm way and with as little hurt to her partner as possible. In both instances the patients first felt good about their ability to handle the particular situations but soon afterward became panicky. They were scared of their independence, scared of becoming unlikable and aggressive, called themselves down for being selfish brutes and were, for a while, all for retrieving shelter within the safe confines of a self-abnegating overmodesty. A last illustration requires fuller treatment since it involves a further positive step than these others. The example worked with a considerably older brother in a concern which they had taken over together from their father and had developed successfully. The brother was capable, righteous, dominating, and had many typically arrogant vindictive trends. My patient had always stood in his shadow, was intimidated by him, adored him blindly and, without knowing it, went out of his way to appease him. During analysis the reverse side of his conflict came to the fore. He became critical of the brother, openly competitive and at times quite belligerent. The brother responded in kind. One reaction reinforced the other and soon they were hardly on speaking terms. The atmosphere in the office became tense. Co-workers and employees took sides with one or the other. My patient was glad at first that he could at last assert himself against the brother, but he recognized gradually that he was also vindicatively out to get him off his high horse. After some months of productive analytic work at his own conflicts, he finally got a broader perspective of the whole situation and could realize that bigger issues were at stake than personal fights and grudges. He saw not only his share in the general tension, but what was considerably more, was ready to assume an active responsibility. He decided to have a talk with the brother, knowing full well that it would not be easy. And in the ensuing talk he was neither intimidated nor vindictive but held his own. Thereby he opened the possibility of a future cooperation on a healthier basis than before. He knew he had done well and was glad about it. But that very same afternoon he became panicky and felt so nauseated and faint that he had to go home and lie down. He was not exactly suicidal, but thoughts flashed through his mind that he could understand why people committed suicide. He tried to understand this condition, re-examined his motives for having the talk and his behavior during it, but could not find anything objectionable. He was entirely bewildered. Nevertheless he was able to sleep and felt much calmer the next morning. Yet he woke up remembering all kinds of insults he had suffered from his brother, with a renewed resentment against him. When we analyzed the upset we saw that he had been hit in two ways. The spirit in which he had requested the talk with his brother and in which he had carried it through was diametrically opposite to all the unconscious values by which he had lived hitherto. From the viewpoint of his expansive drives, he should have been vindictive and attained a vindictive triumph. On this score he had hurled at himself vituperative accusations for being an appeaser and taking things lying down. On the other hand, from the viewpoint of his remaining self-effacing trends, he should have been meek and self-subordinating. So on this score he attacked himself with ridicule, little brother wanting to be superior to big brother. If now in actual fact he had been either arrogant or appeasing, he also might have been upset afterward, though in a lesser degree, and it would not have been in the least puzzling, because any person just struggling out of such a conflict will for a long time to come be very sensitive to residuals of either vindictive or self-effacing trends, i.e., to respond with self-reproaches if they make themselves felt. The point here, to make it unmistakably clear, is that these self-accusations operated without his having been vindictive or appeasing. But he had taken a decisive and positive step away from both tendencies. He had not only acted realistically and constructively but had also gained a real sense of himself in the context of his life. That is, he had come to see and feel his responsibilities in this difficult situation, not as a burden or pressure but as an integral part of the pattern of his individual life. There he was and there the situation was, and he dealt with it honestly. He had accepted his place in the world and the responsibility that goes with that acceptance. He had then already acquired sufficient strength to take an actual step toward self-realization, but he had not even begun to square himself with the conflict between the real self and the pride system, which such a step must inevitably stir up. It was the severity of this conflict into which he was suddenly plunged that accounted for the intense repercussion of the previous day. When in the grip of a repercussion, the patient naturally does not know what is going on. He feels simply that he is getting worse. He may feel desperate. Perhaps his improvements were illusory. Perhaps he is too far gone to be helped. He may have fleeting impulses to quit analysis, thoughts which he may never have had before, even in upsetting times. He feels bewildered, disappointed, discouraged. Actually, these are in all instances constructive signs of the patient's grappling with the decision between self-idealization and self-realization. And perhaps nothing else shows so clearly that these two drives are incompatible as the inner struggle going on during the repercussions and the spirit of the constructive moves precipitating them. They do not occur because he sees himself more realistically but because he is willing to accept himself with limitations, not because he can make a decision and do something in his own behalf but because he is willing to heed his real interests and assume responsibility for himself, not because he can assert himself in a matter-of-fact way but because he is willing to assume his place in the world. To put it briefly, they are growing pains. But they yield their full benefits only when the patient becomes aware of the significance of his constructive moves. It is hence all the more important that the analyst does not get bewildered by the seeming relapses but recognizes the swings of the pendulum for what they are and helps the patient to see them. Since the repercussions often set in with predictable regularity, it seems advisable after they have occurred a few times to forewarn the patient when he is on the upward move. This may not forestall the coming repercussions, but the patient may not be quite so helpless before them if he too realizes the predictability of the forces operating at a given time. It helps him to become more objective toward them. It is more relevant than at any other time for the analyst to be an unambiguous ally of the endangered self. If his vision and his stand are clear, then he can give patients the support they so badly need in these trying times. The support consists mostly not of general assurances but of conveying to the patient the fact that he is engaged in a final battle and in showing him the odds against which, and the aims for which, he is fighting. Each time the meaning of a repercussion is understood by the patient, he comes out of it stronger than before. The repercussions gradually become shorter and less intense. Conversely, the good periods become more definitely constructive. The prospect of his changing and growing becomes a tangible possibility, within his reach. But whatever work is still to be done, and there will always be plenty, the time has come close at hand when the patient can try to do it on his own. Just as vicious circles were at work to entangle him more and more deeply in his neurosis, now there are circles working in the reverse direction. If for instance the patient lessens his standards of absolute perfection, his self-accusations also decrease. Hence he can afford to be more truthful about himself. He can examine himself without becoming frightened. This in turn renders him less dependent upon the analyst and gives him confidence in his own resources. At the same time, his need to externalize his self-accusations decreases too. So he feels less threatened by others, or less hostile toward them, and can begin to have friendly feelings for them. Besides, the patient's courage and confidence in his ability to take charge of his own development gradually increase. In our discussions of the repercussions, we focused upon the terror that results from the inner conflicts. This terror diminishes as the patient becomes clear about the direction he wants to take in his life. And his sense of direction alone gives him a greater feeling of unity and strength. Yet there is still another fear attached to his forward moves, one which we have not yet fully appreciated. This is a realistic fear of not being able to cope with life without his neurotic props. The neurotic is after all a magician living by his magic powers. Any step toward self-realization means relinquishing these powers and living by his existing resources. But as he realizes that he can in fact live without such illusions, and even live better without them, he gains faith in himself. Moreover, any move toward being himself gives him a sense of fulfillment which is different from anything he has known before. And while such an experience is at first short-lived, it may in time recur more and more often and for periods of longer duration. Even at first it gives him a greater conviction of being on the right path than anything else he may think or the analyst can say. For it shows him the possibility of feeling in accord with himself and with life. It is probably the greatest incentive for him to work at his own growth, toward a greater self-realization. The therapeutic process is so fraught with difficulties of manifold kinds that the patient may not attain the stage described. When carried through successfully, it will of course bring about observable improvements in his relation to himself, to others, to his work. These improvements, however, are not the criteria for terminating regular analytic work, for they are but the tangible expressions of a deeper change. And only the analyst and the patient himself are aware of this one, a beginning change of values, of direction, of goals. The fictitious values of the patient's neurotic pride and of the phantoms of mastery, surrender, and freedom have lost much of their fascination, and he is more strongly bent on realizing his given potentials. He still has ahead of him much work at hidden kinds of pride, of claims, of pretenses, of externalizations, etc., but, being more firmly grounded in himself, he can recognize them for what they are, a hindrance to his growth. Hence he is willing to discover them and to overcome them in time. And this willingness is now not, or, at least, is less, the frantic impatience to remove imperfections by magic. Having begun to accept himself as he is, with his difficulties, he also accepts the work at himself as an integral part of the process of living. Putting the work to be done in positive terms, it concerns all that is involved in self-realization. With regard to himself, it means striving toward a clearer and deeper experiencing of his feelings, wishes, and beliefs, toward a greater ability to tap his resources and to use them for constructive ends, toward a clearer perception of his direction in life, with the assumption of responsibility for himself and his decisions. With regard to others, it means his striving toward relating himself to others with his genuine feelings, toward respecting them as individuals in their own right and with their own peculiarities, toward developing a spirit of mutuality, instead of using them as a means to an end. With regard to work, it means that the work itself will become more important to him than the satisfaction of his pride or vanity, and that he will aim at realizing and developing his special gifts and at becoming more productive. While evolving in these ways, he also will sooner or later take a step that goes beyond his merely personal interests. Outgrowing his neurotic egocentricity, he will become more aware of the broader issues involved in his particular life and in the world at large. From having been in his own mind the uniquely significant exception, he will gradually experience himself as part of a bigger whole. And he will be willing and able to assume his share of responsibility in it and contribute to it constructively in whatever way he is best able. This may concern, as in the example of the young businessman, the awareness of general issues in the group with which he is working. It may concern his place in the family, in the community, or in a political situation. This step is important not only because it widens his personal horizon but because the finding or accepting of his place in the world gives him the inner certainty which comes from the feeling of belonging through active participation. Chapter 15. Theoretical Considerations. The theory of neurosis presented in this book has evolved gradually from the concepts discussed in earlier publications. We have discussed in the previous chapter the implications which this evolution has for therapy. It remains to take stock of the theoretical changes that have occurred in my thinking with regard to individual concepts as well as the whole perspective on neurosis. Together with many others like Erich Fromm, Adolf Meyer, James S. Plant, H. S. Sullivan, who had discarded Freud's theory of instincts, I first saw the core of neurosis in human relations. Generally, I pointed out, these were brought about by cultural conditions, specifically, through environmental factors which obstructed the child's unhampered psychic growth. Instead of developing a basic confidence in self and others, the child developed basic anxiety, which I defined as a feeling of being isolated and helpless toward a world potentially hostile. In order to keep this basic anxiety at a minimum, the spontaneous moves toward, against, and away from others became compulsive. While the spontaneous moves were compatible, each with the others, the compulsive ones collided. The conflicts generated in this way, which I called basic conflicts, were therefore the result of conflicting needs and conflicting attitudes with regard to other people. And the first attempts at solution were largely attempts at integration, through giving full rein to some of these needs and attitudes and suppressing others. This is a somewhat streamlined summary because the intrapsychic processes are too closely interwoven with those going on in interpersonal relations for me to have left them out altogether. They were touched upon at various points. To mention but a few, I could not discuss the neurotic's need for affection, or any equivalent need pertaining to others, without considering the qualities and attitudes which he must cultivate within himself in the service of such a need. Again, among the neurotic trends I enumerated in self-analysis, there were some which had an intrapsychic meaning, such as a compulsive need for control through willpower or reason, or a compulsive need for perfection. For that matter, in the discussion of Claire's analysis of her morbid dependency, also in self-analysis, I dealt in condensed form with many intrapsychic factors presented in the same context in the present book. Nevertheless, the focus was decidedly on the interpersonal factors. To me, neurosis was still essentially a disturbance in human relationships. The first explicit step beyond this definition was the contention that conflicts with regard to others could be solved by self-idealization. When, in our inner conflicts, I propounded the concept of the idealized image, I did not yet know its full significance. I saw it at that time simply as another attempt to solve inner conflicts. And its very integrating function accounted for the tenacity with which people adhered to it. But in subsequent years, the concept of the idealized image became the central issue from which new insights evolved. It actually was the gateway to the whole area of intrapsychic processes presented in this book. Having grown up scientifically with Freud's concepts, I was aware of the existence of this area. But because Freud's interpretations of it made sense to me only in spots, it had remained strange territory. I now saw gradually that the neurotic's idealized image did not merely constitute a false belief in his value and significance, it was rather like the creation of a Frankenstein monster which in time usurped his best energies. It eventually usurped his drive to grow, to realize his given potentialities. And this meant that he was no longer interested in realistically tackling or outgrowing his difficulties, and in fulfilling his potentials, but was bent on actualizing his idealized self. It entails not only the compulsive drive for worldly glory through success, power, and triumph, but also the tyrannical inner system by which he tries to mold himself into a godlike being. It entails neurotic claims and the development of neurotic pride. With these elaborations of the original concept of the idealized image, another problem emerged. While focusing on the attitude toward self, I realized that people hated and despised themselves with the same intensity and the same irrationality with which they idealized themselves. These two opposite extremes remained separate in my mind for a while. But finally I saw that they were not only closely interrelated but were in fact two aspects of one process. This then was, in its original draft, the main thesis of this book, the godlike being is bound to hate his actual being. With the recognition of this process as an entity, both extremes become more accessible to therapy. The definition of neurosis too had changed. Neurosis now became a disturbance in one's relation to self and to others. Although this thesis remains to some extent the main contention, in recent years it has grown in two directions. The question of the real self, always puzzling to me as to so many others, pushed itself into the foreground of my thought, and I came to see the whole inner psychic process, beginning with self-idealization, as a growing alienation from self. More important, I realized that in the last analysis self-hate was directed against the real self. The conflict between the pride system and the real self I called the central inner conflict. This made for an enlargement of the concept of neurotic conflict. I had defined it as a conflict between two incompatible compulsive drives. While retaining this concept, I began to see that it was not the only kind of neurotic conflict. The central inner conflict is one between the constructive forces of the real self and the obstructive forces of the pride system, between healthy growth and the drive to prove in actuality the perfection of the idealized self. Therapy therefore became a help toward self-realization. Through the clinical work of our whole group, the general validity of the intrapsychic processes described above became more and more clearly established in our minds. The body of knowledge also grew as we worked from general to more specific questions. My interest shifted to the variations in different kinds of neurosis or of neurotic personalities. At first these appeared as differences in awareness or in accessibility of one or another aspect of the inner processes. Gradually, however, I realized that they resulted from various pseudo-solutions of the intrapsychic conflicts. These solutions offered a new, tentative, basis for establishing types of neurotic personalities. When one arrives at certain theoretical formulations, a wish arises to compare them with those of others working in the same field. How had they seen these problems? For the simple but inexorable reason that time and energies are too limited to do both productive work and conscientious reading, I must restrict myself here to pointing out certain similarities to, and differences from, comparable concepts of Freud's. Even so limited a task meets with great difficulties. In comparing individual concepts, it is hardly possible to do justice to the subtlety of the thinking by which Freud arrived at certain theories. Moreover, from a philosophic point of view, it is not permissible to tear isolated concepts out of context and then compare them. Hence it is not useful to go into detail, although in the interpretation of details the differences are particularly startling. When I review the factors involved in the search for glory, I have the same experience as before when embarking on a voyage into relatively new areas. I am struck with admiration for Freud's power of observation. It is all the more impressive since he did pioneer work in scientifically unexplored territory and did it against the odds of cramping theoretical premises. There are only a few, although relevant, aspects of it, which he either did not see at all or did not consider important. One of these concerns what I have described as neurotic claims. Harold Schultz Henke was the first to recognize their significance in neuroses. According to Schultz Henke, a person develops unconscious claims because of his fears and his helplessness. The claims in their turn contribute greatly to pervasive inhibitions. Freud saw, of course, the fact that many neurotic patients were liable to expect an unreasonable amount from others. He also saw that these expectations could be urgent. But, regarding them as an expression of oral libido, he did not realize that they could assume the specific character of claims, i.e., of demands to the fulfillment of which one feels entitled. The only place where Freud remotely saw something resembling claims was in the context of the so-called secondary gains from illness, which in itself is a most dubious concept. Nor did he consequently realize the key role they play in neurosis. Also, in spite of using the term pride in this or that context, Freud was not cognizant of the specific properties and implications of neurotic pride. But Freud did observe belief in magical powers and fantasies of omnipotence, infatuation with oneself or with one's ego ideal, self-aggrandizement, glorification of inhibitions, etc., compulsive competitiveness and ambition, the need for power, perfection, admiration, recognition. These manifold factors which Freud observed remained for him diverse and unrelated phenomena. He failed to see that they were expressions of one powerful current. He did not, in other words, see the unity in the diversity. Three main reasons combined to prevent Freud from recognizing the impact of the drive for glory and its significance for the neurotic process. To begin with, he was not cognizant of the power of cultural conditions to mold human character, a lack of knowledge which he shared with most European scholars of his time. The implication which interests us in this context is, in simple terms, that Freud mistook the craving for prestige and success, which he saw all around him, for a universal human propensity. Hence, for instance, a compulsive drive for supremacy, dominance, or triumph could not and did not strike him as a problem worth examining, except when such ambition did not fit into the given pattern of what was considered normal. Freud considered it problematic only when it reached obviously disturbing proportions or when, occurring in women, it did not concur with the given code of femininity. Another reason resides in Freud's tendency to explain neurotic drives as libidinal phenomena. Thus, self-glorification was an expression of a libidinal infatuation with self. A person overrates himself as he may overrate another love object. An ambitious woman really suffers from penis envy. A need for admiration is a need for narcissistic supplies, etc. As a result, the inquiry in theory and therapy was directed toward particulars of the love life past and present, i.e., libidinal relation to self and others, and not toward the specific qualities, functions, and effects of self-glorification, ambition, etc. The third reason lies in Freud's evolutionistic mechanistic thinking. It implies that present manifestations not only are conditioned by the past, but contain nothing but the past. Nothing really new is created in the process of development. What we see today is only the old in a changed form. Quoted from Karen Horney, New Ways in Psychoanalysis, Chapter 2, Some General Premises of Freud's Thinking. It is, according to William James, really nothing more than the result of the redistribution of the original and unchanged materials. On the grounds of this philosophical premise, excessive competitiveness is satisfactorily explained if it is seen as the result of an unresolved Oedipus complex, or of sibling rivalry. Fantasies of omnipotence are regarded as a fixation on, or a retrogression to, the infantile level of primary narcissism, etc. It is consistent with this viewpoint that only those interpretations are and can be considered deep and satisfactory which established a connection with infantile experiences of a libidinal kind. From my viewpoint, the therapeutic effects of interpretations of this kind are limited, if not positively obstructive to important insights. Let us assume, for instance, that a patient has become aware that he tends too easily to feel humiliated by the analyst. He also realizes that in approaching women he is in constant dread of humiliation. He does not feel as virile or as attractive as other men. He may remember scenes when he was humiliated by his father, perhaps in connection with sexual activities. On the grounds of many detailed dates like these from the present and the past, and of dreams, interpretations are given along these lines, that for the patient the analyst, as well as other authoritative figures, represents the father, that in feeling humiliated, or in his fear thereof, the patient still responds according to the infantile pattern of an unresolved Oedipus complex. As a result of this work, the patient may feel relieved and the feelings of humiliation may be lessened. In part, he has in fact benefited from this piece of analysis. He has learned a few things about himself and has realized that his feeling humiliated is irrational. But without his pride being tackled, the change cannot possibly be a thorough one. On the contrary, it is likely that the surface improvement is largely due to the fact that his pride will not tolerate his being irrational and particularly his being infantile. The likelihood is that he merely has developed a new set of should. He should not be infantile and should be mature. He should not feel humiliated because it is infantile to do so, so he does no longer feel humiliated. In this way, a seeming progress can in reality be an obstruction to the patient's growth. His feeling of being humiliated is driven underground, and the possibility of his squaring himself with it is considerably lessened. Therapy has thus made use of the patient's pride instead of working against it. Because of all the theoretical reasons mentioned, Freud could not possibly see the impact of the search for glory. Those factors in the expansive drives which he did observe were not what they seemed to be but were really derivatives of infantile libidinal drives. His way of thinking prevented him from appreciating expansive drives as forces carrying their own weight and having their own consequences. This statement becomes clearer when we compare Freud with Adler. It was Adler's great contribution to realize the importance for neuroses of drives for power and superiority. Adler, however, was too preoccupied with devices of how to gain power and how to assert superiority to realize the depths of distress entailed for the individual, and hence stayed too much on the surface of the problems involved. We are struck offhand by much greater similarities between my concept of self-hate and Freud's postulation of a self-destructive instinct, the death instinct. At least here we find the same appreciation of the intensity and significance of self-destructive drives. Also certain details are viewed similarly, such as the self-destructive character of inner taboos, of self-accusations and resultant guilt feelings. Nevertheless, in this area too there are significant differences. The instinctual character of self-destructive drives, as assumed by Freud, gives them the stamp of finality. When conceived as instinctual, they do not arise out of definite psychic conditions and cannot be overcome with changes in these conditions. Their existence and operation then constitute an attribute of human nature. Man has therefore at bottom only the choice of suffering and destroying himself or of making others suffer and destroying them. These drives can be mitigated and controlled but ultimately are unalterable. Moreover, when with Freud we assume an instinctual drive toward self-annihilation, self-destruction, or death, we must consider self-hate, with its many implications, as simply one expression of that drive. The idea of a person hating or despising himself for being as he is actually alien to Freud's thinking. Of course, Freud, as well as others sharing his basic premises, observed the occurrence of self-hate, although he was far from recognizing its manifold hidden forms and effects. As he interprets it, what seems to be self-hate is really the expression of something else. It may be an unconscious hate for somebody else. And it can happen indeed that a depressed patient accuses himself for offenses committed by another person whom he unconsciously hates because of feeling frustrated in his need for narcissistic supplies. Although this is not a regular occurrence, it became the main clinical basis for Freud's theory of depressions. Briefly, the depressed consciously hates and accuses himself but in fact unconsciously hates and accuses an introjected enemy. Hostility toward the frustrating object has turned into hostility toward one's own ego. Quoted from Otto Fenichel, The Psychoanalytic Theory of Neurosis, 1948. Or what seems to be self-hate is really the punitive process of the superego, the latter being an internalized authority. Here again self-hate turns into an interpersonal phenomenon, hate for somebody else or fear of his hate. Or, lastly, self-hate is seen as the sadism of the superego, resulting from a regression to an anal sadistic phase of infantile libido. Self-hate is thus not only accounted for in ways entirely different from mine, but the nature of the phenomenon itself is altogether different. Many analysts, otherwise thinking strictly along Freud's lines, have rejected the death instinct for what I consider valid reasons. To mention only one, Otto Fenichel, The Psychoanalytic Theory of Neurosis, 1945. But if one discards the instinctual nature of self-destructiveness, it is difficult within the framework of Freudian theory to account for it at all. And I wonder whether a feeling of the insufficiency of other explanations in this regard was not one of the reasons for Freud's propounding a self-destructive instinct. Another distinct similarity exists between the demands and taboos ascribed to the superego and what I have described as the tyranny of the should. But as soon as we consider their meaning we come to a parting of the ways. To begin with, for Freud the superego is a normal phenomenon representing conscience and morality. It is neurotic if particularly cruel and sadistic. For me the equivalent should and taboos of whatever kind and degree are altogether a neurotic force, counterfeiting morality and conscience. According to Freud the superego is partly a derivative of the Oedipus complex, partly a derivative of instinctual forces, destructive and sadistic. According to my views, The inner dictates are an expression of the individual's unconscious drive to make himself over into something he is not, a godlike, perfect being, and he hates himself for not being able to do so. Among the many implications entailed in these differences I mention but one. Seeing the should and taboos as corollaries of a special kind of pride allows for a much more accurate understanding of why the same thing is violently demanded in one character structure and forbidden in another. The same possibility for greater exactness applies also to the various attitudes an individual may have toward the superego demands, or inner dictates, some of which are mentioned in Freudian literature: attitudes of appeasement, subordination, bribery, rebellion. These are either generalized as pertaining to all neuroses, Alexander, or are merely related to certain sympathetic pictures such as depression or compulsion neurosis. On the other hand, in the framework of my theory of neurosis, their quality is strictly determined by the whole particular character structure. It follows from these differences that the therapeutic aim on this score is different. Freud can aim merely at reducing the severity of the superego, while I aim at the individual's being able to dispense with his inner dictates altogether and to assume the direction of his life in accordance with his true wishes and beliefs. This latter possibility does not exist in Freud's thinking. Summarizing this far, we can say that in the two approaches certain individual phenomena are observed and described in a similar way. But the interpretations of their dynamics and meaning are entirely different. If we now leave the individual aspects and consider the whole complex of their interrelations as it is presented in this book, we see that the possibilities for comparison are exhausted. The most significant interrelation is that between the search for unlimited perfection and powers, and self-hate. The realization that they are inseparable is an ancient one. To my mind it is best symbolized by the stories of the Devil's Pact, the essentials of which seem always to be alike. There is a human being in psychic or spiritual distress. Sometimes this distress may be symbolized by external misfortunes, as it is in Stephen Vincent Bainey's The Devil and Daniel Webster. Sometimes it is merely indicated, as it is in the biblical story of Christ's temptation. Sometimes no distress seems to be present but, as in the old Faust book and Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, a person is carried away by his craving for the glory of magical powers. At any rate, we know that only a psychically disturbed person will develop such a craving. In Hans Christian Andersen's Snow Queen, it is the devil who creates the disturbance in the first place by mischievously breaking a mirror and letting its splinters invade human hearts. There is a temptation, presented in some symbol of an evil principle, the devil, the sorcerer, witches, the serpent, in the story of Adam and Eve, the antique dealer, in Balzac's The Magic Skin, the cynical Lord Henry Wotton, in Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray. Then there are the promises of not only a miraculous riddance of the distress but of the possession of infinite powers. And it is a testimony of true greatness when one person can resist the temptation, as the story of Christ's temptation shows. Finally, there is the price to pay, which, presented in various forms, is the loss of the soul. Adam and Eve lose the innocence of their feelings, its surrender to the forces of evil. All these will I give thee if thou wilt fall down and worship me, says Satan to Christ. The price may be psychic torment in this life, as in the magic skin, or the torment of hell. In The Devil and Daniel Webster we have the beautifully realized symbol of the shriveled souls collected by the devil. The same theme, variously symbolized but with the interpretation of its significance constant, has appeared again and again in folklore, in mythology, and in theology, whatever the basic dualism of good and evil has been entertained. Hence it has long inhabited the popular consciousness. And the time may be ripe for psychiatry too to recognize its psychological wisdom. Certainly the parallel with the neurotic process described in this book is striking. An individual in psychic distress arrogates to himself infinite powers, losing his soul and suffering the torments of hell in his self-hate. To come back from this lengthy metaphorical statement of the problem to Freud, Freud has not seen it, and we can understand more clearly why he could not see it, when we remember that he did not recognize the search for glory as the compound of inextricably linked drives which I have described and therefore could not realize its power either. He saw the hell of self-destructiveness clearly enough, but, regarding it as the expression of an Autonomous drive, he saw it out of context. Seen from another perspective, the neurotic process presented in this book is a problem of the self. It is a process of abandoning the real self for an idealized one, of trying to actualize this pseudo-self instead of our given human potentials, of a destructive warfare between the two selves, of allaying this warfare the best, or at any rate the only, way we can, and finally, through having our constructive forces mobilized by life or by therapy, of finding our real selves. In this sense the problem could hardly have any meaning for Freud. In his concept of the ego he depicts the self of a neurotic person who is alienated from his spontaneous energies, from his authentic wishes, who does not make any decisions of his own and assume responsibility for them, who merely sees to it that he does not collide too badly with his environment, reality testing. If this neurotic self is mistaken for its healthy alive counterpart, the whole complex problem of the real self as seen by Kierkegaard or William James cannot arise. Finally, we can look at the process from the perspective of moral or spiritual values. From this standpoint it has all the elements of a true human tragedy. However great man's possibilities for becoming destructive, the history of mankind also shows an alive and untiring striving toward greater knowledge about himself and the world around him, toward deeper religious experiences, toward developing greater spiritual powers and greater moral courage, toward greater achievements in all fields, and toward better ways of living. And his very best energies go into these strivings. By dint of his intellect and the power of his imagination, man can visualize things not yet existing. He reaches beyond what he is or can do at any given time. He has limitations, but his limits are not fast and final. Usually he lags behind what he wants to achieve within or outside himself. This in itself is not a tragic situation, but the inner psychic process which is the neurotic. Equivalent to healthy, human striving is tragic. Man under the pressure of inner distress reaches out for the ultimate and the infinite which, though his limits are not fixed, it is not given to him to reach, and in this very process he destroys himself, shifting his very best drive for self-realization to the actualization of his idealized image and thereby wasting the potentialities he actually possesses. Freud had a pessimistic outlook on human nature and, on the grounds of his premises, was bound to have it. As he saw it, man is doomed to dissatisfaction whichever way he turns. He cannot live out satisfactorily his primitive instinctual drives without wrecking himself and civilization. He cannot be happy alone or with others. He has but the alternative of suffering himself or making others suffer. It is all to Freud's credit that, seeing things this way, he did not compromise with a glib solution. Actually, within the framework of his thinking there is no escape from one of these two alternative evils. At best there may be a less unfavorable distribution of forces, better control, and sublimation. Freud was pessimistic, but he did not see the human tragedy in neurosis. We see tragic waste in human experience only if there are constructive, creative strivings, and these are wrecked by obstructive or destructive forces. And not only did Freud not have any clear vision of constructive forces in man, he had to deny their authentic character. For in his system of thought there were only destructive and libidinal forces, their derivatives, and their combinations. Creativity and love, eros, for him were sublimated forms of libidinal drives. In most general terms, what we regard as a healthy striving toward self-realization for Freud was, and could be, only an expression of narcissistic libido. Albert Schweitzer uses the terms optimistic and pessimistic in the sense of world and life affirmation and world and life negation. Freud's philosophy, in this deep sense, is a pessimistic one. Ours, with all its cognizance of the tragic element in neurosis, is an optimistic one.